This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Today, two teams will punch their ticket for Masters London and head straight to the upper bracket finals. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Stage 1 playoffs, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. This is day 2 of our playoffs. Yesterday was incredible, and we're here for more of that. I am Zoe, joined by Athena and Dan Dryad. How are we feeling, ladies?
Really good. I'm excited.
Really good.
I'm so ready for playoffs day 2. You guys have no idea. I woke up screaming today.
Oh, that's
just
concerning.
right away.
Just
Screaming.
mildly
Open
concerning.
your eyes,
That's okay.
Screaming. Yeah, just like that.
I think that's a medical condition, but that's okay. We can vent. We can blow off some steam by talking about what transpired yesterday. Let's talk about the first match. Leviatán is taking down FURIA. It was a slow start for Leviatán, right? FURIA initially looked good, but then Leviatán turned it up. They put on a clinic towards the end.
Me and Athena were talking about it a little bit. We didn't really know how this series was going to go. It just kind of felt like whoever was going to have the best day, that was the team that was going to win. And towards the end, it ended up being Lev. I think part of it was how much they were standing up, how excited they were, and how dominant. I mean, a 13-1 to close it out. It's a dream scenario.
Yeah, it was insane. We saw both teams kind of a little bit slower at the beginning, but then Lev just felt like they fully got into the zone and they were just playing really well. But then obviously followed up with G2's victory, which was again super well done by them. Felt like this is the G2 that we've seen for so long in Americas. Yeah. They're finally back in this playoffs.
Any words on 100 Thieves? Disappointment? Excitement for what's
I
to
don't
come?
say disappointment.
Next topic.
I think next topic. I think they did okay, but I think they faced off playoffs G2, which we all know is when they lock in and become scary to play against. So.
That's right. Well, they're not out of the running yet. If we're taking a look at our current bracket and as it stands, we do have 4 matches still set over the next 2 days, 2 upper and 2 lower bracket matches. And Dryad, you're known to make some bold predictions. Can you call an upset here? Looking at this bracket, honestly, where's our upset?
You know what the thing is about this is that I don't know what people are considering to be an upset. Because I feel like none of these teams, you're like 100% yes, this is the team that is going to make it in, besides maybe G2. But anyways, that being said, I'm going to the classic. I'm going to what I'm really known for, and it's the Croupium.
Okay, all right,
is going
Croupium
to lift the trophy.
Of course it would be Crew.
But it's like they are looking better than ever. I think it's a little reminiscent of the Crew run that they had back in 2024 before Shanghai, but then they lost in playoffs and then they got them. But that's not going to happen this time around. No, nothing.
That's the fine print. We don't read that.
They look great. They have Sadak, they have Les, they have a mix of rookies and experienced players, and they are going to surprise everybody. From everybody that you're looking at this bracket here, everybody has at some point got a #1 or lifted a trophy, except for Crew and for MIBR. So for Crew, it is their time.
But for MIBR, it's not. No, let's not get into that one. Call the upset, Myrna.
Okay, well, I have an actual upset.
Love that for us.
Oh, not just the best team in the stage right now, you know, because they're 4-1 in groups. But my upset is 100 Thieves, because even though they were knocked down to lowers, they're facing against Loud. And for me, that's not where the upset's going to happen. The upset's going to happen when MIBR play Lev, and the loser of that goes down to lowers and they play 100 Thieves. And that's where 100 Thieves is going to make the upset and make it to that 3rd round in lowers. And for me, man, 100 Thieves, they're just so creative. What's not to love about them? They're so good. Timatino's been a beast in the server. Him and Asuna finding the double duelist synergy. I think they're the kind of team to work it out and figure out what went wrong.
See, this is a real upset.
Yes.
Like it's a salty lower bracket run. Like that is an upset.
Like, okay, look, to be fair, my original upset was that Loud was going to make a lower bracket run, and then when I realized it was 100 Thieves with Loud, I can't do that. I won't
so you agree with my upset?
Yeah, she didn't want to argue.
I just don't.
Here's my upset, girls. Or my upset. Not.
She's
not
writing
actually. I'm actually the script writer, and I'm going a completely different route here.
Okay.
I think that there will be no upsets because everything will always go according to the plan because this is Americas, right?
Have you?
That's what we're known for.
Dude, remember when MIBR lost to Envy?
No.
Remember when MIBR lost 3 back-to-back brand finals? I mean,
remember last week when MIBR looked really rough against Envy, who was just hugging, essentially. So I think MIBR will be one of those teams who hopes for absolutely no upsets here because they're now just one match away from actually punching that ticket, and just like KRU, like they really want this one.
Which is insane, by the way, because if they won that last matchup, they would have had the feature in their hands of securing this #1 spot. But then they lost. We thought Lev was going to be the #1 if they won the series as well. They lost it too, so MIBR, just because everybody was losing, ended up being that #1 seed. So now it seems like they're blessed. They're a little blessed. This is their 4th chance they're going to have this year to make an international.
I mean, this is coming after their kickoff where they struggled to even make an international, and now they're coming back with a vengeance, and they're 1 game away of qualifying. I feel like we're going to see an MIBR that's kind of different here because they're just so good at coming back into these kind of positions, and they're not playing 3 BO5s back to back. So I think this is the right time for redemption for them, and I'm looking to see MIBR bring it back, of course, just for this qualification spot.
Absolutely, yeah. This is their time. And we do have a face-off between the Leviathan of old and the new blood as well alongside King. So that's going to be super exciting to watch as well.
Yeah.
I had one incredible moment when I was doing an interview last time that they faced each other. Just one. My whole career, just one. When I was interviewing Lev at MIBR, and my toss, I said, like, back to Lev on the desk, it was MIBR. Honestly, look, they were so... it brings me back. I look at Mazzino, I'm thinking Lev. I can't be thinking Lev. It's MIBR. I can't.
I mean, it's both kind of blue. MIBR is like a dark
different blue,
It was very confusing.
I'll let it slide. No, I think this matchup is going to be kind of insane, and I think it's a really big deal for both these teams. Of course, getting that qualification spot for London, and they're literally 1 match away. But I think MIBR and Leviathan, when I'm looking at these 2 teams, I feel like it's going to be another one of those where who's having a good day? And I feel like for both of them, they're trying to fight for that qualification spot. MIBR, I mentioned this earlier, they lost 3 BO5s back to back. And so they really have a really big redemption story here, a big arc. And Leviathan, they're the other team that couldn't qualify. So I'm looking at this to kind of be the set-in-stone game for the qualification team.
And their potential opponents here, they are teams that they haven't had to face in this kind of instance when the pressure is on. When they lost those 3 finals, it was against FURIA, then G2, then NRG, and it felt like those teams from who they were back then to now, they feel very different, but also it's an MIBR that feels very different. We remember at the beginning of the year, they still had second, play a little bit of the controller, they were still trying to find their style. Now they look more solid on what they want to play, but I feel like it's a matter of how they're going to play.
Yeah, and I think another thing too is when they have that losing mindset in a sense of, well, we've lost before, we know what it's like to not qualify, they don't want to do that again. That feeling as a player is something that actually pushes you to be 10 times better and to not want to feel that feeling again. So I think they have a little bit of that fire under them to kind of push both these teams to push to make that qualification spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of value at losing, especially losing at the right time. And now they are still in a position where they can make it to the next Masters. Now, we already said it's going to be a very interesting storyline here as well because it is the Leviathan of old and the new. Right? It's Mazzino, Tex, and Aspas going up against King and the new blood.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see this team. Again, this is a core that you don't get to see that would happen very often where you have a core of one team that actually moves to a completely different squad. And that was because Aspas, we saw his impact last year in MIBR, and then he brought his friends, he brought Tex and the impact that he had as well. And how much we talk about him and the vibes that he brings. Also Mazzino, who was the MVP back in 2024 when you see them lifting that trophy. And he's also a player that has always supported Aspas really well with utility, whether it was when he lifted that trophy and was playing a lot of initiator, or what he's doing right now, playing a little bit more of the controller. I think it's a team that gets along really well, that has great ideas, and that also the King knows pretty well.
Do you think that for me personally, playing against my old IGL, which wouldn't work because I was the IGL, so like I don't know where this stands, but do you feel like the players in the server would feel that they're playing against their old IGL, they're playing against their old captain? There's definitely some camaraderie, I can't say that word, friendship there, especially across the stage, but I'm feeling like they know kind of how he calls, and I'm wondering, do you think that's going to seep into the server?
You know, I see it more the other way, not so much about we're facing our old IGL or even our old coach for some of them, but more the other way around, of King knowing the patterns and the moments and the mental of all three of these players. I think that is something that he can punish a lot today.
Yeah, that's really important. But now he has rookies on his side, and he has all these players that are so full of energy that I think this is going to be a really interesting game.
Yeah, I think all these players have grown a tremendous amount as well. Like even just over the last couple of weeks, we've seen so much change, so much growth. So, you know, there's a lot of elements of surprise we can still take into account when we're hitting the server. Now, for more on MIBR's chances, let's send it over to Elizabeth.
If you ask any VCT pro who's the GOAT of Valorant, 9 times out of 10 you're going to get the same answer: Aspas. You don't have to look hard for evidence. He was the first player to hit 3,000 kills in Americas, and every year his highlight reel of show-stopping moments gets even longer. In 2022, Aspas helped put Brazilian Valorant on the map with Loud. The squad went toe-to-toe with Optic Gaming all year and managed to take home the ultimate prize, the Champions Istanbul trophy. The next year, he won Americas in its inaugural season. In 2024, Aspas took a big gamble, signing with Leviatán. This was a LATAM org with an international roster. Next thing you know, Aspas is speaking English in interviews and scoring another trophy in Stage 2. And then in 2025, he changed things up again, joining MIBR and finally ending the org shroud of global qualifications. MIBR made it twice, but this year, MIBR had 3 chances to lift a trophy at kickoff, but failed. The question remains, can Aspas bring MIBR their first trophy? I mean, come on, it's Aspas. It's not a matter of if, but when.
No, Atlas, you're making a very good point here. MIBR, however good they did look at moments in this stage, it was a volatile one, right? Like the match they lost against Cloud9, that was considered an upset. And literally what happened last week, like, no, like that cannot happen to a team like that, not in that fashion.
Sometimes when I'm watching this team, I feel like they come into the server, especially against teams like Envy and C9, with a little bit of overconfidence, where they feel like they don't have to actually prep that much, which turns into them being a little bit stale in the server. So for me, from MIBR, especially in this playoffs, especially when qualifying and qualification is on the line, I don't expect to see that from them, but I really hope to see that they've fixed a lot of those small issues where they're just so static, especially on their defense. I want to see more from Zek and Aspas.
And the way that I see MIBR is a bit of the opposite with the way that I see G2. G2, we know that they're really strong in Americas, but sometimes when they go into the international stage, they're struggling to make it to the very end. And then you look at the other side for MIBR, they're struggling in Americas right now, but when you look at the positions that Aspas has gotten when he makes it international with 3 different teams as well, the worst position that he's ever gotten at an international is 5th place.
Yeah.
He's gotten 5th when he lifted that trophy as well, going into Champions right after. He got 3rd place. That was when EDG won. And I just think that this is going to be the hardest challenge that they're going to have.
Yeah, I will say there is a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, because they have played Leviatán before. We've seen in that strength of schedule where they did 2-0 them. So I'm looking to them to just make sure they're bringing that in and not underestimate the team and think that they've done enough in the server. So I think that's one of the main reasons why they just struggled a little bit. But I still look at them as a really good team in Americas. I still think they're up there in my top 4 for sure. So yeah, we'll see if they kind of lock it in today.
Yeah, I mean, the individual talent is there, like there's no doubt about it. It's just how it's going to come together today. Well, let's hear it from Zekin, because Liz had a chance to catch up with him earlier today.
Here was Zekin from MIBR. Now, you lost last week to Envy, and a very surprising loss for a lot of the community. Talk to me, did that make you feel like you had any pain points as MIBR? How did you feel about that loss?
It was definitely a big wake-up call for us, but I think that it's kind of a blessing in disguise that we got to have it in the group stage instead of in the playoffs. So there's definitely a lot of stuff for us to improve and work on, but we feel a lot more ready this time.
Well, you're in the upper bracket now, but has that loss provided any more pressure? Like, oh, that wake-up call, we have a lot of things to work on, or is it just, you know, that was it, we woke up, now we're here in the upper bracket?
I would say it's like what you said. We definitely woke up from it and realized that we had to be better, and yeah, we're excited for the upper bracket.
Well, best of luck today.
So are we, Zekken. Well, Zekken made it to every single global except from Santiago. So, like, what does Zekken have to do to bring MIBR to that stage?
Yeah, last year I think there were a lot of questions about Sentinels, but they still managed to make every single international. And part of that success, and a big part of that success, was because of Zekken. But going into this year, joining MIBR, something that people were definitely not expecting at all, they missed on Santiago after getting 3 chances to do so. So it's something tough to deal with when you're used to having a whole year where you're traveling, you're making it far, you're having great opportunities to lift that trophy again. And this time around is kind of a good opportunity for them to reset and go again.
Yeah, and I think this stage so far, Zekken has pretty much proved how passionate he is, and especially with tweets like this, or sorry, with the interview like this, where he spoke to us in that Verizon post-match interview, where he was talking about how hard the loss was for him. I think we kind of see that reflect in the server, because he has been absolutely insane for MIBR. Back on that duelist, being able to really run it down and be set up for success, while also making sure he's playing with a lot of confidence. It feels like they've kind of slipped him into this puzzle piece that MIBR kind of needed, and it feels like he's also stepped back into form of the original Zekken on Sentinels that we've seen that did qualify to a lot of those globals.
And you saw it on that quote from him there as well just now, right? Like, sometimes you just got to feel the pain, and then come back more motivated. Yeah, losing is learning. That's
not
literally
at the
what
wrong
it is.
times, but sometimes.
So in the moment, it's not going to feel good, but you're going to look back and it's like, wow, I learned so much. This was an incredible experience. So yeah, I hope it's working out for him. Let's send it over to Elizabeth once again to hear from Leviatan's IGL King.
Here with King from Leviathan. Now, you are one best of 3 away from qualifying for London, but to get there, you had to face some former teammates of yours. Are there any hard emotions going to this? Any happy emotions into facing your former team today? Former teammates, excuse me.
Honestly, I mean, I love them, but this is competition, no hard feelings, so we just go all in to get that spot.
Well, having been their leader before, does it give you a tactical advantage? You know how they play so intimately?
Not really. New IGL, new coach, so I kind of get the feeling sometimes, but not that much.
Best of luck today, King.
Yeah, just like you guys said, right? Like, it's kinda, but not really. I mean, you know the personalities, but in their current environment and in their current form, it's still gonna be a little different.
Yeah, the pieces are definitely different. Like you said, new IGL, you don't know what the play style is always going to be, but I do think there's a little bit of those old habits, and you can tell that he was kind of like, nah, it's okay, like, no hard feelings, we're here to compete.
It's also better if he doesn't say.
But we're going to compete.
True.
True.
No, well, we'll find out. We'll find out today.
No, I don't know anything, guys.
I don't know.
Playing off cool, smart already in their brains. And now these two teams did meet in stage 1, week 3, I believe it was in, and MIBR did shut down Leviathan, bouncing back after their surprising loss against Cloud9.
Yeah, I think in this game, this was where we saw Leviathan kind of slow down a little bit. They were playing a little bit more passive, a little bit more scared. It felt like they were waiting for MIBR to make that first move, but a lot of the time, MIBR, they did take that advantage into their own hands, re-clearing at really good times once they noticed there's not enough information around the map, and being able to get those initial picks. So for me, for MIBR, they just need to keep it up. I'd love to see a little bit more from them in the server, but not too much to overheat, because this Leviathan team is kind of the team to overtake and react off of those things really well.
It is a bit similar to what Zekken was saying in that Arrival interview of it is a blessing in disguise that they took that loss early in their regular stage before we move into playoffs. And that, I feel like, plays for both parts. For an MIBR, then last couple of matches, we were kind of wondering what was going on.
Yeah.
And also for Lev, that on that match against MIBR, we were expecting 3 maps for it to be a lot closer, for them to get more aggressive, and they did something very, very different. So it's kind of a question of what version both of them are going to be showing today.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to look at the predictions for this one, because heading into this entire weekend, I was like, feeling MIBR. Yeah, they got it. Like, that envy thing never happened. Like, it's all good. But honestly, with how Leviathan played yesterday, like, they were in a flow state. Like, it was just so good. And like, they really identified the issues they had on Breeze, and then just like completely turned things around. And if you can perform like that, I don't know, man. Leviatán looking pretty good.
They reached flow state in that game. They sped up. They did a lot of what they wanted to do. But, oh my God, I'm the only one on the desk, but me and Sideshow, you know, we got it like that. We're besties. I picked MIBR.
You could look so smart.
We'll talk about the second match eventually. But I don't know what I'm doing today. Actually, what was my prediction?
Leviatán.
You were a Leviatán.
Okay. You know, I had a moment where, you know,
she forgot about
She has like clear
all the same. Everything is the same in my head.
Messino and MIBR or Lev, what you want to see?
Well, Masters London is on the line. VCT America starts right now, guys.
Leviatán, we got a good read when we played against them. They, of course, lack of experience because they have a lot of new players.
Prepara a bang, quase se complica. Vai da bola curva, segura o dedo. Stinger 3, 4, dá pra ele.
I will say that King stands out and Neon. They're really good players, really intelligent.
¿Será que sí, será que no? Ahora lo busca King en el close, marca el primero y el segundo.
Vai ser um jogão, né? Porque a gente já perdeu pra eles uma vez, então acho que a gente tá muito confiante mesmo. Eu tô muito confiante comigo mesmo. Eu acho que cada dia tem tipo, cada jogo tem alguém amassando.
Ok, pelea rápida, pelea gustosa, pero con la nube. Acaba de perder la vida y esto le da muchísimo más espacio para correr a Spikesing. No sabe bien dónde está, pero termina sacándolo muy bien con las manitas calientes. Pero el 4K de Spikesing es una locura.
Eu acho que o jogador pode ser o Aspas, né? Eu acho que quando ele tá no dia, eu acho que não tem pra ninguém. Então esperamos que ele não esteja naquele dia.
O Aspas tá de olho. Aspas leva mais um jogador, o Zé que acelera.
Com certeza quero a vingança, né? Porque eles tiraram o seed 1 de nós. Então a gente vai tirar o Londres deles.
Tá na hora de conhecer o primeiro time do VCT Americas classificado pro Master de Londres, então bora pra cima deles, porque hoje o MIBR joga!
This team just missed out on Santiago in kickoff, losing 3 back-to-back best-of-5s, but this is the time for redemption. Winning this game today means they make it to that global, and you get the righteous throne for players like Aspas and Zekin to be able to prove that they belong in those globals. They've been phenomenal this stage. This team has been on the radars of everyone so far, and they're feeling a little bit of that lackluster from not making it to globals. But I feel like this is going to be the game where they kind of prove that they deserve to be there, and that last time was just a fluke. Playing those 3 games back-to-back were tiring, but it's just one BO3 today, and they qualified to London. They set their names in stone, and they make it known that MIBR is here to play.
They are indeed. They ended the regular stage on a sour note, and I'm sure they're here to prove everyone that that was a fluke.
El talento joven quiere su pasaje a Londres. Con ustedes, Leviatán!
The young talent in this squad with that experience IGL of King. King in his career since 2021 has made 4 internationals, but as of recent, he has missed on those. And it would be a perfect story for them to be able to make this Masters London with 4 players that have never experienced it before. Sato mentioned it yesterday in the post-match interview. Every single one of these players has London as their wallpaper on their phone. They're manifesting it, they're visualizing it, and that is a way that they're trying to stay focused. It is very sweet, and I think it is just a matter of having that right mentality to make it happen today.
Yeah, I absolutely love that you say that, because we saw the vibes yesterday in that mentality, right? Once they started to find that flow state, they were all out of their seats. They were hollering, they were laughing, they were screaming at each other. Like, the energy was so high. What a way to start their playoffs.
Which is something that, yes, we've seen Lev stand up and get excited, but not as much as we saw yesterday. They really changed it up, and that's what you need to do for playoffs. Sato talked about it. Back then, beyond they were still playing with Neon on the offseason, they went to an offseason tournament in China. They won that, winning against Fnatic, and part of what they won was because Sato was always standing up.
Yeah.
He was being a little bit of a clown, as we know him, and we love him for that. And Bluestein was saying, hey, I miss when you were doing that. So now he's bringing it back.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool to see the contrast with MIBR, who's all really calm, with veterans that have played for so long.
Girl.
And then on the other side with energy. Oh my God!
That's a scent!
Is that a scent?
I Spy
so
with my little eye ascend at the very end, but they did float it, so I do love to see that. Let's talk about Split and Fracture, though, that they picked. I mean, Split, we literally just saw Leviathan play that yesterday and winning on it as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty good map for Lev when we got the chance to see yesterday against FURIA. Starting on the attack side, they were able to punish a lot of that Vice setup that they had towards that B side for FURIA, and they were also speeding up the pace. It felt like the rounds that they were winning the most, and the reason why they got some momentum going was because they were catching FURIA off guard, or because they were punishing any opportunity where FURIA was not fighting for that space. So that is what they need to do once again today against MIBR.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, but this is MIBR's map pick, I believe, is what we saw on the screen. So they've definitely seen something, a little weak link. Now MIBR staying with that same comp they've had last time with the Neon and the Rays. We saw Aspas do a really good job of taking a lot of space with the Neon satchels. Zekin kind of going in from one angle, and Aspas being able to entry from the other side. They did a really good job at these site crunches. The way that they executed was really phenomenal, and of course, with their defense side, lots of util to delay, lots of re-aggression from Zekin, and Aspas and Zekin being balanced on the other sides of the map.
And for MIBR to start strong here, they need to play aggressive. Their biggest problem when they played against Envy, when they lost against Envy, was that they were not fighting enough. It's not about being disciplined, it's not about playing back, it's about playing to the strengths of your players. You have Aspas and you have Zekin on your team. You're playing double duelist. If things are going wrong, just let them run it down.
Yeah, and I think Leviathan on the other side, keeping that same comp, because of course there's such a short turnaround. You can't be changing it right away. So this is going to be the matchup where we see so much energy on one side of the stage and so much composure on the other. It's going to be a great one, Zoe.
It is indeed. Friends, it's time for the first pistol round of this series, so let's send it over to your casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Well, the rules are simple for this game here. Winner gets their ticket to London, the first team in Americas to join everyone else in the world that's already punched their own ticket. And for MIBR, Mimi, a chance to bounce back after a disappointing kickoff.
Yeah, kickoff losing 3 BO5s in a row to miss out on their opportunity to attend Santiago. Now only 2 chances, but their first one starting now, an opportunity for the super team to live up to the expectation that was set from them from their inception.
And MIBR choose to head into Split first. It's time for match start, presented by Samsung OLED. Now, Mimi, this is a match that Leviathan absolutely fried on less than 24 hours ago. And now MIBR have decided to start the series here.
It's an interesting one for sure. MIBR obviously that advantage of coming in with extra time, getting to watch that first game, but this looks eerily similar to the last Split match. 3 players contacting into B main to bait out this Vice utility.
Khan just going to get straight up in front of that Thorn already. MIBR choose to play full-on retake, and with the Rays and Neon in their comp, a lot of chance to get active.
They're still going deep here. Leviathan want more information. They'll take a fight CT.
Tex isolated on that corner, and Spike is going to get the first kill of this series. Leviathan still have that late lurk through mid as well. Remember how deadly King was on these slower rounds. Leviathan getting themselves into very good positions for the post plant. It won't be easy for MIBR to work back in, especially with Spike taking down one of MIBR's 2 duelists. So now it relies a little bit more on Aspas, see what he can manage as Sato clears away on the back of Pillar. Now that lurk comes online, and Aspas falls too. So now without their duelist, MIBR sticking onto the Spike. Deal with that late lurk coming in, but now players continue to drop. Sato secures 3 kills in the pistol round for Lev.
Great decision-making from Lev in that post plant. Yesterday, they showed rounds where they were almost always 4-1, relying on King's backstab as the only extra piece of their post plant. Here, they flip that script, go for that fast walk CT, and after getting that pick, even though Bruno was holding for King and kills them, they have enough map presence for the rest of the team to clean up as Sato already getting excited early in this game.
He was an absolute madman yesterday, even when that series was close. Still feeling the energy. Here, Shoes off, jumping up and down, having a little bit of fun, while MIBR will be forced to just work with classics into the second round. Leviatán, you're up to spring out, find 4 players on the other side of that wall, quickly line them up and knock them down. This round is cooked, as they say.
Yeah, easy cleanup for Leviatán. Tex has already made noise, so he's not too long for this one either. They run that default pretty much every round when we saw them yesterday here on Split. That game ended up being quite a stomp for them as the series was as a whole. So interesting to see 2 teams, both of whose last match was a 13-1.
In very different experiences.
Yeah, Leviatán decimating FURIA to look over at what was the weirdest match of the stage in Envy's stomp of MIBR, only winning 5 rounds for the super team across that series.
MIBR's stage was super weird because they 2-0 every team that made playoffs from their group, and they got 0-2'd.
Like G2, you're looking right there. And then who do you lose to? Envy and Cloud9?
A little bit ridiculous. So we'll see. They've done well against teams that are strong in the standings, and now they have the weaponry to square up evenly with Lev. Very similar round, just 4 players up in B main as this Blaze Wall gets thrown out. This is something Lev are doing consistently, just walking Spike through, but it's good timing on the Prowler. Verno has a solid read after seeing that match and can flush that Neon away.
But King hasn't gotten very far on the other side. So for all that work, there's not a lot of map control actually gained for Lev.
Ooh, that looks like a headshot
Yeah,
through the wall there.
Here comes a re-clear for MIBR. Both teams posturing back towards mid.
It's pull back on the Star, and good reactions from Verno trying to hold it down. Does get 2 kills, but at the same time, Spike opens up 3, and now this B site.
That's insane from Spike. A Stinger spray transfer into the Classic, and Zekin's caught by King on the rotate.
Again, King on the lurk. Pays off for Leviatán. Choosing very good timings to come back in through mid, catch people unawares.
So many times Tex was in these late 1v2s, 1v3s in the Envy game. Again, tasked with a tough round.
And this would be to find some kind of stabilization after Leviatán looked to run away with another bonus. They were so effective on the low buy rounds in yesterday's series. And the same can be said of this map so far, as Tex should just end up running on out of here and saving the rifle and the armor.
I just have to see what happened with Spike in mid. It looked ridiculous at that range, getting all 3 kills with the weaponry he had.
Yeah, we saw Verno's POV, and I think he was a little bit labored in terms of getting that second kill. First one was online, but maybe just that extra amount of time was enough for Spike to get the work done. But is this just one clip? That's the question.
Yep, they line up. Spray down, he slides away. And that is just disgusting.
And switches to the Classic, yeah, because he only has 3 bullets left in the Stinger. Nutty.
Huge round from Spike. You can look at this game as the super team that was expected at the beginning of the year versus the team that I think has shown the best individualism out of anyone in Americas. We know for either of these squads, the ceiling can be at the absolute best of VALORANT. It's really a matter of who's showing up individually today.
Well, MIBR chucked the 1 rifle over to a duelist and get another hero buy, so it's King now looking at both those rifles outside of A main when this wall comes down. As it falls there for him, and he still is good for the 1 kill. Just taking an extra gun out of the hands is going to be worthwhile if Mazzino can get 2 on the Bucky as well. MIBR have a real chance in this round now. Zekin still miles away as Leviatán look to bear down on Verno. Switches over to the gun at the wrong moment now, and it'll be Zekin in the 1-on-2. Neon taken low, 46 HP. I think Zekin might have been spotted by that player in Garage. Now Blows waiting for him, trying to entice Zekin into this fight. But Zekin isn't seeing anything. Here comes that push forward. Zekin tries to hold it down, but will not find success. Not today versus Lev.
That was such a close round. Zekin just a bullet away from finishing it. And the approach from MIBR there was really nice. I love them having a player close in this smoke with that shotgun. So many times they were getting away with contacting up to that point against Vice Utility in their last match that you certainly want to be looking to punish it. But this round, they just didn't have the weaponry to actually follow up off those kills.
I feel for Verno there because he switches to the Classic because there's a Prowler coming behind him.
It was very well timed by Lev.
Exactly. He wants to break that, so they don't know he has the Bucky, but that timing, a little bit too good. So MIBR switch it up, fight down mid. That's what Lever doing as well. This time though, Zekin is good for that opener, and nice smoke as well. Will keep Sato at bay.
Running back still here.
Wow,
he's gonna send it in.
Really? Leviathan going for things while King is running up into A heaven. This is not so clear yet. Leviathan trying to make all this noise to open up King on the lurk.
But look how deep he is. There's a Vice Wall, so you think Heaven's safe. When do you check the gap?
Oh, but King just cleared at the wrong time. That is an unfortunate circumstance for King, who had the moment, but just a couple seconds too early. Now Neon down on 6 HP. This is looking to be the round for MIBR. A heaven really the only problem point for them yet. Tex's role to survive as long as possible. Not give over any easy fight, so he throws the flash out and falls away.
It was the man advantages that MIBR kept losing in their last match. They have to play it cleanly together, show those team play fundamentals, and get this critical round across the board.
Neon has 6 HP. A superstar throughout the group stage. Now spots 2 players dropping down on him, 1-for-1. Opens up a chance for Leviathan. Sato for the flash in heaven, instant on the kill. And that's gonna pull an ultimate out. Sato lands another one. So Blows has a real shot at things yet to keep the streak alive. 4 rounds in a row, but the clear is good from Aspas. MIBR on the board.
That was a terrifying amount of 1v1s that MIBR ended up fighting in that retake. The shots are just a tiny bit quicker from Blows. I think that's a win. So the trades here were good from Aspas. The safe hands keep this round under control. Because it was a round that started so well to get that advantage. Shutting down that quick dive play in heaven, having the right rotations to check that gap in A heaven.
And now Aspas has that showstopper online. MIBR 3 ults in the bank. Try to halt this momentum for now from Lev. Lev, it's interesting. They've been doing so much of this early B main and mid look, so we never really saw them do a lot of ramps play. This time, though, headed straight into Zekin, who's waiting and finds Spike again. That's back-to-back rounds of success as Neon sticks around on that teleport. Now might be our retreat.
Very aggressive round there to catch the lurk, but the real lurker, he's over on B. That's a kill for King.
And King has the spike as well. He's lurking by himself with the spike, gets the B site himself without any issue.
And he's gonna plant one off the ult now as his team is at an advantage.
I thought this round had been blown up. Didn't see a way in for Leviathan, but now it's MIBR on the back foot.
Still a world with Tex and Zekin. Zekin has the ult available.
Yeah, gonna wait for the smoke to drop, see if Tex can open anything up for him. But now the gas poses problems. Tex falls into the site. MIBR playing toe-in-toe with one another as Blows look in the wrong direction. MIBR have a chance as Neon brings it down. Zekin's already pulled that ultimate, slides into the corner, makes it even, and the plant is good for him. He can try and stick this halfway. As Neon has to run on in there, taking him away from the spike. The time is limited. Zekin holds it down, 0.03 for the Red Bull clutch.
That is incredible from Zekin. The round looked over, but such a quick decision with the Neon ult to slide backside, isolate the fight, and know exactly the advantages to play for.
That kill was crazy on the lurk.
I mean, yeah, they went for that re-clear to try and catch King lurking in mid. Instead, he's still dominating them on B. Man, did Zekin play that well. The narrowest of margins.
Stay hungry, boys.
Stay hungry. That's the call from Zekin. As MIBR again hold down B, and Zekin's reads have been perfect. He has found Spike 2 rounds in a row. This would be a third. Both previous matchups, he was the one on top.
Look at Aspas. He's walking all the way through sewers already.
Huge map control for MIBR. Trying to catch eventually King coming away from that A-side lurk.
They show some really good prep to me, knowing they love this 4-1 B default. That mid is always weak early.
And Aspas hears the flash in mid as well, so at some point, he's gonna turn back around. And Leviathan think they're safe from King on the other side. Blows has utility in hand. So King will show up and shut out the showstopper. Things now even once again, 4-on-4.
And still a player in B main. Level freeze for a moment, let the utility fade. They know Verno is up here.
Things could have gotten a lot worse for Leviathan if Aspas finds more. Now Zekin's just jumping around in B main. That's going to put the heat now on Leviathan, who only have control over mid. At the same time, Spike dives all the way back in defender spawn. This round has been all over the place as King lays out Verno in heaven.
Look at Spike. He is still trying to cut. B rotates in spawn.
And he's going to call Leviathan back into B. Meanwhile, the other duelist, Zekin, is in the attack side spawn.
This might be an overcook. There's only 15 seconds.
But all Spike needs is one kill. He has to kill this player backside. If Tech stays alive, the round is so difficult. He doesn't clear him. Now with 7 seconds left. Just a pocket for Blows to plant the spike. Tex doesn't quite have the spam, but it might not matter. Blows is so low HP. The Classic finds a kill. And now down in hell, he will be dealt with. MIBR string 3 back to back to back.
Lev, I think overcomplicate that round. Try and rotate back and forth so many times. End up with a lurker through A heaven, through CT spawn, but not checking that anchor back site.
Whoa.
Leaving Tex alive, that's the difference in this round.
Irrelevant.
Nothing you can do there, the Neon movement. A little bit too silly, so Leviathan, they're going to take their first moment now, Mimi. Hit the brakes after losing those 3 straight.
And if I'm Lev, I'm not necessarily just focusing on that last round and how it ended. I think the biggest concern I've seen so far is MIBR's ability to disrespect mid control and read into that Lev is going for the same default with 4B main pretty much every time.
Yeah.
I think you have to switch up how you're playing, play a little bit more for mid early rounds, and condition that they can't take that space for free.
Yeah, or also just go back into the ramps play. That was something they never really did until like the last 2 rounds of their attack half yesterday. Because to their credit, the B stuff was working, but you're right, there are now gaps that MIBR are exploiting.
The other factor to talk about though is how they're playing these late rounds. That it's been now 3 in a row with post plants where maybe they've already been in a man disadvantage, but the chances haven't quite been there with the way they're trading out with that lost clutch to Zekin, the lost round in the chaos at the end. Those are the biggest concerns right now for Lev in a game that's starting to slip away.
You remember their pistol round in the post plant, how proactive they got and how successful it was when they were fighting on their own terms, but maybe when they're waiting for MIBR to come into them, things are getting a little bit muddier.
Yeah, I want to see them pushing the advantage, staying proactive. They're always good when they're the ones picking the fight. And so they do switch up the default, go to a 1-3-1 instead, and put some presence in mid.
Yeah, so this will be the first time in the last 3 rounds Zekin hasn't guessed right on his pre-round positioning. Maybe MIBR expecting that A pivot into a ramps dive, but Lev have gone to the 1-3-1 mid control, very quickly baiting out this Vise wall. Didn't notice this come down.
It's a big check mark already completed.
Yeah, 10 seconds in. That's great.
They'll keep the pressure up. You see that MIBR wants to use a reaction refight A main, but there's no one here to receive. Normally, King is holding that space.
Yeah, I like how Lev used the Phoenix ult in mid as well, giving the chance to attack B heaven and then quickly pop to the other side. Something they've done before. We'll see. Asato pulls out the ultimate. I think Leviathan might just go into this site. Let's hear what they're talking about.
Aqui na backside, cuidado dentro da
Planta aberto,
não, backside. Eu tô passarela, guys. Consegue ultar aqui?
Planta aberto, tá? Planta aberto.
Posso arrancar o seu,
Vamos comer pelo CT, come CT.
Okay. 2 meio, deixa B. Vou ficar dentro da smoke. Fade neon.
Olha o ult do cara como tá. Quer abrir céu, Bruno?
Tá armacado.
Eu de miração com você. Mano, vamos, guys, vamos fazer essa smoke aqui, viado. Smoke é sobre.
Não tenho.
Não, mas quando tá jogando não.
Consegue abrir direita? Abre direita comigo?
Vai. Volta, Spike, fica fechado. Tô com o King agora. Guys, comeu o rompe.
This is a pivotal round. The pit has already dropped down. MIBR up a number, but they don't have control of Neon on this flank. No one has a clue that the Omen can be behind them. It'll be Neon now in the clutch. It's a good plant for him. Trying to find that last player, but Mazzino takes him down first. MIBR see through the mess that was that post plant to tie things up, Mimi.
MIBR stay a step ahead there. Out of their opponent's timeout, they go lighter on mid and instead fight through on the extremities off of that mid control play. This triple flank was critical because they really got a pick on the late flank that is normally such a threat in Lev's post plants. And once he's dead, it's so much easier for them to just trade out together, even back into a pit, because of the strength of this double duelist comp. Gotta give credit to Mazzino though. Those shots at the end.
Definitely.
That was a very clutchable round for Neon if he doesn't just get deleted.
And so for the first time, it's going to be Leviathan onto a scattered buy now, going back to that B main control. The pivot from the timeout doesn't pay off, so they just go back to the tried and true with the Blaze Wall farming up the early orbs, but have no territory gained into the site.
Luckily, there's not a Zek in there with a judge in the close corner this time. But they're still dissuaded. Look to go back towards mid as MIBR again go for one of these 3-player re-clears.
Yeah, it's a really good pattern from MIBR. You hear the open B main, and then you walk it down in mid. You know Leviathan are going to come back into you. 3 players ready to swing out off of Zekin's contact, but Spike lays him down. Good lord! Lev's duelist just went out.
Insanity from Spike. The second round where I think he's just won it for them individually on a 3v3 in mid.
Those openers going to have to be something we look more closely at between Zekin and Spike. It's always one of those two.
So Verno and Tex make a gamble. They go back towards B together. Hope this is the final destination for Lev.
This is pretty common, though, from Lev. If they ever have numbers, the full freeze, slow down into the round, regroup, and hit. But it does bring them pretty low on time.
Still, with the Worms, with 2 players.
We'll see.
It's not a sure thing.
MIBR are just going to have to hit some nasty shots to start this off. It won't be simpler than that. Still enough time to work with for Leviathan, assuming there aren't just kills going on through smokes. Nice stun, and it's a better shot out of Tex. Hold on a minute, MIBR could do this. It would have to be Verno. Backed into the corner, Leviathan swing together and stand strong regardless of the early kills.
Those shots were insane from Tex, but not enough this time. The big piece of that round was this re-clear in mid. 3 players from MIBR, it's that pattern we've been talking about, where once they see strong presence on one side, they're always re-pushing with their duelist +1. And it's been multiple times now where, despite that being a good read, the Lev individuals have just traded out of those tough situations and won the round.
Yeah, the situation, look at Sato still jumping around, but I feel like Zekin just maybe got a little bit flat-footed in the corner there.
Yeah.
When you lock it down for so long without jiggling left-right, a good clear is going to best you. So MIBR will call a timeout now that they've lost that streak of 4 rounds themselves here. But when so many things were going right here, what can they be looking at adjusting?
Yeah, I think that my imagination would be they want to talk about how that fight ended up going in mid, because, well, they have just won 4 rounds in a row. It has happened multiple times where they've lost on those re-clears.
Yeah.
So maybe Fraud looking for a little bit of a different approach to how they're refighting in the mid-round.
Yeah, even with streaking those 4 rounds, so many of them were close and like won through the Zekin clutch. Like, this could be a very different scoreline if any number of small things go a different way.
Yeah, with how slow Lev has been playing, I wouldn't hate to see MIBR going into some more kind of deep trap plays where instead of pushing forward and holding, they're looking to refight off the Neon utility and the Rays swinging back in.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR played so many of those rounds where you had Zekin or Aspas just running into B main or running down in mid early that I think there's that respect shown now from Leviathan that you could do a more defined pace change. We'll see, though, because Leviathan are just straight on back to that classic playbook look. It could just be with a Nightfall to go for the full-on exec here.
No Vice util this time. It's a full bunker setup on A.
Now, MIBR did choose to buy up into this round. 3 rifles, a Guardian, and a Frenzy on Mazzino.
Full armor Frenzy is a devious buy from him.
Yeah, but Mazzino's just hanging out with Zek, and he's like, okay, if you die, I'm not trading you. I'm picking up your gun.
Another re-clear mid.
Yeah, this time, though, MIBR playing that deeper trap. Pretty passive line held from Zekin currently.
With a nade, with a stun, it's scary even with worse guns.
Yeah, good thing is you're Neon, so you can always run away.
Yeah, and they've baited out the nade. But again, time ticking.
I mean, ultimately, Leviathan, they know they have the Nightfall, so could just bank on that to pull the exec here.
Yeah, Haunt got broken in B main. That'll make MIBR suspicious.
Verno's holding the C's out and ready, though. No nade to combo it with, but still the chance to isolate some of these players. A good flash, though, is going to send Aspas running out of the site. Verno, not so lucky. Quick sprint around and a kill. Set Leviathan up 5v4 in the post.
I want to see them get proactive in this post plant, further the advantage.
I mean, Blows still held on to the Nightfall. They didn't even need that for the exec. And now Sato walking forward with the run it back, finding that player. Mazzino did secure the upgrade onto the rifle, but now with no HP, the rest of MIBR just getting cut down one at a time as they peek on out of the smoke. I think Aspas has the read against his former IGL. King's eventually going to be heading in on the lurk, but I've got news for you, Aspas. There are players approaching from every single angle, and he's just going to have to bunny hop on out of there to safety.
It's a rough one for MIBR, especially now that they're getting hunted down. The last few players of Lev.
Surprise! Still
will
here.
take these guns away. Without anyone falling, that is a huge win for Leviathan.
And don't forget, Fraud calls the timeout. MIBR force up into that round only to get flawless. Yikes.
Rough. This was the critical kill of this round, though. You saw that MIBR wanted to give respect to that Phoenix ult, be in a position where they could place that retake.
Yeah.
They don't get a kill on the way in. And as soon as you have a player getting caught CT like that, and they have the numbers advantage to play confidently up in the post plant,
yeah.
It's so difficult to get back in.
It's impossible to anchor back site because Neon's sliding on the left side, Phoenix is flashing on the right. So MIBR say, we're not going to anchor on the B site, we're just going to fight you instead. Just this hero judge from Zekin. One is all he will find. The rest of his team just pushed away by that C's.
Smokes dead aren't insignificant, but still, you would have hoped for a little bit more for a Zekin that was also close to that ultimate.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you've still got a fast lane from Spike, the Blaze Wall, so Leviathan can pop out of these close corners with that.
You have like 2 pseudo-smokers in
Yeah.
this comp.
You're not going to block off the real chokes, the heaven line or anything like that, but you can still inch your way onto the site, playing underneath the lines.
I do think with Omen dead, expecting a re-hit B is a good read from MIBR.
You think you wouldn't go back into A where there's those wider sight lines?
Yeah, I think it's a lot scarier.
Yeah, there is the Viper over there, but it's the more passive Viper wall. Going for that lurk, of course.
Yeah, you just don't have great tools to block off towards CT.
Yeah, does give you the threat over heaven, though, which is what Leviathan are going to bank on. They can throw that up to actually give them a safer entrance up the rope.
And that kind of play towards A becomes a lot easier when you're splitting. That's exactly what Lev does. Put the priority instead towards heaven, where they can use those walls to split out onto site. And this will be a free plant.
Yeah, the Xeno last round had the frenzy. This time, not even that, just a classic. Headshot will not do anything really except tickle Blows on the way down. Who's getting the plant? Blows is, okay, overstacking on the Nightfall just a little bit. Of course, with Sato being up in heaven, he doesn't really have the
playing
chance.
this spot in the post plant.
Yeah, it's because the flash around the corner of that window is so good.
Well, that's a try swing, and now it's a 3-on-3.
And that pulls the Nightfall out from Leviathan. They'd been sitting on that for a couple of rounds. No ultimate to head into the final round of this half.
Don't worry, you're in trouble. Spike's just going to make a play. Gets aggressive towards CT and shows up this round.
Yeah, money not a problem for either team here, with the loss bonus setting in and with Leviathan having more than enough. So really the only difference maker here would be Aspas getting a little closer to that showstopper, and even that a long ways away. So Leviathan have fully recovered now from that loss streak in the middle of this half to go up to 7.
They're such an annoying team to play against on this split attack side, because you know they're going to be 4-1-ing towards me.
Man.
Okay, Spike. Yeah, just insult injury. But you know they're doing the same 4-1. Okay, we refight B-main and trap them. They win that fight anyway. They're going for B, we're going to walk mid early on. They re-clear, they win that fight anyway. Even when MIBR are in the right positions, these brawls are just consistently going the way of Lev. He really hit the ay caramba. That's awesome.
Oh, good. Spins around, gets the kill. One more round left in this half for Leviathan.
Find you.
Spike and Sato already off to a fantastic game, and that is an incredibly, like 5 seconds in, we're using the Steel Garden just to stop this hit, I suppose. Can't help but feel that's a little premature.
Guess they expected a pace change on the last round from Lev.
I suppose. Even then, Lev were hardly even into Garage by the time that was pulled out.
Yeah.
Maybe just changing up some of their timers here.
Second with that judge in heaven, but not getting tested. Lev again, slow things down, look for that refight from their opponent.
Yeah, now MIBR, they've been splitting up their Vise utility. Some Thorns and a wall over on the A side, the flash on B.
Here comes the B main reclear.
Neon's actually expecting something with the Paranoia. Chooses to keep it quiet. This flash, though, Zekin in a whole world of hurt. Sato's good for another one, and now Spike spots that player back in Garage. So it'll be this forward fight into Neon. Taking him down is critical for MIBR's chances in this round, but they can't even secure the trade on the other side. All the while, Spike has now walked back into spawn. Verno's wondering where the hell is this guy coming from, because Leviathan are in full control of this map. It's really just Mazzino, but even he runs out of bullets. Has no chance left in this one as Leviathan dominate this A side.
Spike is running circles around them this game.
That's the second time he's run into their spawn.
Insane. 15 kills for him. And he's looking to end the half with one more.
What's wild is that Leviatán weren't even really doing this in yesterday's series.
No.
Like, the 4-1 B main stuff was just working every single time.
Yeah, they almost always just finish B off of that.
It was so successful, but this is how you get to see a little bit more depth from Leviatán. You see them adjusting in the mid-rounds, even after that early Steel Garden, realizing there's major gaps they can look to exploit. Well, it seems to me that Leviatán are going to be in the exact situation they found themselves multiple times yesterday, leading 8-4 after this first half.
Leviatán planted the spike every single round in this half. They never got denied.
Wow.
Here. Just a really great half. I think that MIBR actually had some good reads of how to deal with this style. The issue was the new permutations, the stuff that didn't have to get shown in that FURIA game is what got the better of them. An 8-4 lead for Lev on their opponent's map pick. We'll close it out after this.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Leviatán's success continues to roll forward here after yesterday's dominant series. Find themselves up 8-4 at this half, Mimi.
And yesterday was all about King on the lurks and how impactful he was in those late rounds. Today's been a different vibe. It's been about Spike and Sato, that double duelist duo who absolutely tore up MIBR in that first half. But now on their own attack side, it's time for Zekin, for Aspas, those names that have always been known as the best duelists in this region, to show out and bring this map pick back into their control.
Yeah, MIBR, a team of superstars, those long-time champs in the region. Leviatán, 4 players to never lift the Americas trophy, 4 to never get to go to a global event.
And well, this round, 4 players all set up in mid to refight off that smoke drop.
Yeah, Leviatán just fully abandoning this B site, ready to quickly flood in here out of heaven. See how their chances look, as a lot of utilities being hurled back at both sides here. Even trades to start, but it's MIBR now on top. With some posturing back into sight, Neon stays alive, tries to slip back in. It's Mazzino for 3 kills and a quick pistol round for MIBR.
MIBR, steady, a chaotic round there. I like that they're not greeting for the plant, they're not getting caught off guard. They drop everything and look to refight together backside once their opponent's util was already used.
Yeah, I'll see these shots out from Mazzino as well.
Nice
really clean on King.
Yeah, look at his spacing here, the trading, all of those fundamentals looking real good.
Boy.
I do feel like these rounds, they were kind of like that they were losing in that NV series where it didn't look like they were on the same page.
Last place.
4 players from both sides in B main this time. Actually just a mirror matchup of the first half, you remember? And if we were in this exact same position, it's going to be the duelists again on the attack side to dominate. Aspas and Zekin, a pair each.
Same outcome feels good as well for MIBR. So very clean start to this game from them. Certainly have a composition that can succeed here on the attack side. My favorite maps for them is when we get to see Zekin play things like the Neon. He can send it a little more, be a little sacrificial, let Aspas play that style he likes, where he's not always the first in.
Yeah, a little bit explosive here with the double dive agents especially, compared to Leviatán's double duelist comp that has to work the map a little bit slower. I think especially once we see MIBR unlock their heavy dive plays up towards ramps, especially in the A side of the map, that's where it's going to be very, very scary for Leviatan's defense.
Yeah, the way Lev plays is very reliant on that position one, that neon, the tip of the spear. I think MIBR rely a lot more on that second man in Aspas, especially on a map like this.
Well, MIBR are going to wrap this one up. This blows expires to the spike, and this continues the streakiest game imaginable. We had 4 in a row for Lev, then 4 rounds in a row MIBR, 4 back for Lev, and now 2 for MIBR. See if they can convert this bonus round, because this fight was about as clean as can be. Nice little flat piece from Aspas.
Both rounds now, Lev have just gone for a big 4-player team fight together. They do like doing that a fair bit, even on the defensive side. You're most of the time going to see that Phoenix and that Neon connected, looking to take fights together, as they are this time in mid.
Now Leviathan back to just playing for the mid fight and then going on the quick rotations. Not a bad strategy when you're as mobile as they are.
And MIBR very slow to start.
You know, working over onto A, where really it's just been blows these last few rounds patrolling. Just has that jiggle outside of heaven. He's going to have a pretty early advance warning of this. A little Viper from MIBR. I mean, it's a little harder to cut the angle, so they don't do anything in terms of sleight of hand. It's just a fast egg Zek into the site. Zek already up in screens.
Aspas drops off that angle, so heaven control stays, but MIBR will fight for screens together.
Yeah, Lev need to go quickly because Verno is in mid, working onto that later lurk. MIBR with very good positioning on the map. Leviathan are a little bit pinched right now. Slow to get down onto ramp, and without any real way of fighting back, it's gonna have to be taking down Verno here first. Now their backs a little bit more comfortable. No flank coming online, as MIBR have this judge here laid out by Neon, but another challenger awaits. MIBR really just plucking players off left and right with Tex back into the corner. Now Spike pulled away from the spike. King out into the open, a flash to delay. There's not much time for him. He needs to work back in, but there's nothing he can do about it. MIBR delayed way too long and are going to take a bonus round for themselves.
So his former teammate gets the win. Just surviving. Enough for Aspas to close this round. And I don't actually think it was necessarily an intentional bait play, but the difference maker in this round was that Aspas was unsuspected back CT. When Zekin dies there, you never think that the Raze is just going to be tucked into the corner waiting. But he activates late, buys the time. It's the bonus round win for MIBR. What a weird game. Where both teams are trading bonus rounds.
Yeah, we have a chance to make it another streak of 4 here for MIBR and just keep this madness going. At some point, that's going to have to stop. We'll see, though. Spike fully revealed. He saw his demise coming in quickly. And that A side is relatively open. Zekin now looking at Blows' back. Something tells me this is going to be that 4th in a row, Mimi.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Aspas, similar to the Phoenix on the other side, loves getting posted up here in these post plants.
Does look like Sato picked up a Phantom. Gets around with that one, so we'll see what he can't do because he's dead. No problems for Verno. Leviathan be happy here to die to the spike if they could, but the spam is going to take care of Neon. And, well, you better be clean on these shots, King, because Aspas won't give you much of a second chance. And the prophecy has been fulfilled. 4 in a row for MIBR.
And we're tied again, 8 apiece. Now this is the critical one for Lev. The majority of the rounds, they've shown us heavy plays early towards mid, looking to fast rotate and flood into the sites. The issue has been, when they're going for these retakes, the double duelist combo from MIBR have been very proactive in their positioning and have been able to disrupt these retakes.
MIBR have been pretty fluid here on the attack side, pivoting between B, A control, even working into mid. Now back over towards B while Zekin is sending the fake up onto A ramps. Not quite there on the shots, and Lev were waiting for it. So the kill is good, but it does open up this B side a bit. We have a chance now to listen to MIBR's comms.
Aspas, get close hell, smoke heaven, Aspas walk in.
Yeah,
we crunch
I have a smoke in a couple seconds.
We should crunch mid.
Okay.
Go get it.
Show spawn crunch mid.
I got it. Let's do right side, 2 right side, 2 right side.
Go. Keep fighting, heaven.
Heaven.
Out spawn now, out spawn now.
Alright, I've killed
Out
one.
spawn.
Standing.
Both outside, both outside.
Find it for you.
80 Omen. It's planted for you. Omen was Dino.
And
Nice,
bro. NT, guys.
It's interesting to hear how active Zekin is in those mid-round fight comms. Like he's always been known as one of those players, no matter what role he's on, that is constantly knowing what he wants to do, trying to set up with his teammates. Not vocal there, but the unfortunate thing was this round kind of got decided earlier.
Yeah.
Him dying over in ramp.
I wonder how much of that was him taking more responsibility. Since he's dead, he can sort of mastermind without having to worry on his micro, because MIBR were in a lot of trouble. Leviathan set up nicely there. Take them apart in the post plant and stop that snowball.
It's a really nice retake from them. Good trading out from Lev, and now we get to see if we get another round of the prophecy.
At some point, it has to stop.
Surely.
Who's going to be on the streak when we get to OT? Because then you just win it, right? If the streaks of 4 continue.
MIBR just contact into B main. And
well,
Leon caught on the jiggle.
Tough life for him, I suppose. This B site belongs to MIBR. 3 players up in heaven. Does Zekin want to go up the rope? No, just tucks right shoulder against the smoke, and the Prowler doesn't see him. That is major, especially now in a position to trade out and take down Spike. That Seize is brilliant as well. Verno's utility on full display to stall these players out.
It has to be Tex. He's worked all the way around on a flank.
Well, I mean, Leviathan working back into spawn here eats up a lot of precious time. Seeds over heaven control. Now Mazzino is taken out as well. So Verno steps up. A chance to fight these lines together as Tex up in heaven. No one suspects him. Now Verno around the other side, trying to see through all these smokes. It's hard to spot an angle, but it's a 1-on-2 for Tex, and he doesn't stand a chance stepping into King's pit. Leviathan take another.
Incredible close to that round from King. Those kills could not have come any later. This is how it opened. Leon just getting executed on the side. And there are so many signs that this is an MIBR win. Zekin's control towards hell there. But Lev made great decision making in navigating such a difficult mid-round there. The choice to 3-walk back towards CT, to use the pit, which is a big risk in that position.
Yeah.
All of these micro decisions came very quickly.
Exactly, because if they rush it out of heaven there, not only are they eventually getting flanked behind them, there's also a player in their spawn that they never cleared out because they didn't go for that walk. They'd have no real chance to get back into that, so you're exactly right. The call is good there. And now MIBR realizing this map might be slipping away.
Yeah, this next round is a big one. There'll still be a bye for MIBR. If you lose this, you're looking at having to play for OT.
Now, MIBR are close to some major ultimates. Aspas and Tex just 1 away on the Raze and Vise apiece.
To pull out wide here, it's important to note how big this map is for MIBR to win. They haven't had to play their Fracture. We don't know what to expect on map 2. It's the same on Ascent. We're going into question marks that they've only ever played in scrims, that they haven't had to show them match. And maybe that's an advantage to come in with your opponent not knowing what to expect. It's still a big risk for a team that has such high expectations of qualification.
Yeah, it means that we can't be confident about them. If they do drop this map, it'll be a full question mark. Something MIBR are gonna have to prove for themselves the first time when we head over to Fracture. But for now, they choose to spread out on the map. Fight over ramps, it's a brilliant fight from Tex. 3 players line up and Tex to secure 2.
Looked magnetic from him. Complete shutdown on the double duelist.
Now Leviathan are left to play around, or it's, well, how do they get any real information, right? They don't have a Sentinel in their composition, so they can't just have that utility anchor one side. No, they have to gamble a little bit more.
And it looks like they're guessing wrong. MIBR walk their way back towards B, a wide open site. And it was the rounds like this that they were losing a lot of in the first half. These kind of contact plays back into fighting for extremities in the mid round. You think of those 2 rounds they lost 3v3 in mid. And they were a bit more ready for it on the ramp.
This time MIBR changed their call a little bit. Choose to work into mid, give themselves the opportunity to pivot away from this B if they so need, but you're gonna find out pretty quickly nobody's actually home from Lev.
And now your big priority in the post plant here is not have to use any of these ults. They give the plant to Aspas to secure that showstopper. and look to maintain some big tools.
Do you
It's going to be easy to do so when you look at the money here. I think they could actually justify going for this one and still have a bye in the next round, but there's been one thread of Leviathan throughout. It is that they do like being pretty conservative about saving.
Yeah, holding on to that one for now, especially when the game is so close. You don't have a loss bonus or anything to build into. The risk is you lose a couple more rounds and then you're in trouble.
If you lose that next one.
So now, finally, the curse has been lifted. Leviathan could not win 4 rounds in a row. MIBR will break that at just 2. And now MIBR heading into another round with 4 ultimates nearly in the arsenal once Mazzino gets his online. Set themselves up beautifully to keep this one close.
And my hope with how that round went is that it doesn't completely dissuade Lev from going for active refights like they tried to in this one. Because obviously, they got kind of owned, Tex wasn't flashed, and he utterly cut them down. But I think where Lev really succeeds is when they are pushing at you in the mid-round and are being very proactive at getting information and being able to early rotate Spike on defense.
Well, Leviathan are not shying away from the early fights. Instead, they're just switching over to the B side, which MIBR were successful in early in this half. See what the changeup is. Teleport over to the side. Curveball ready. It's a trap play from Lev. Ready to activate as Neon comes around the corner. Zekin spins around for 3 out of nowhere. Brilliant work from MIBR's young duelist, as MIBR have just won another map.
That is an insane one from Zekin to tie this game up.
Gonna take the round here, even things up to keep this map close at 10 and 10 apiece. Leviathan just gonna try to save again.
And they're getting hunted already. Mazzino knows this call has come. He won't let the weapon stay.
Not sure if he has a choice. That's a nasty angle from Blows to take him down, but this is gonna get the gears spinning now from Leviathan, who realized that was just one ultimate that MIBR had to throw into the site hit. Because that early fight went so awry, you know, the idea there is Leviathan, you get in front of those ultimates and you take the fights that you don't have to fight at disadvantage, but it doesn't really matter when Zekin's just doing that.
Yeah, again, I don't disagree with the call. I think a B-main refight is a nice idea. But unfortunately, Zekin is just too quick. I have to see how he turned this Phoenix Flash, because it had to be quite impressive with the 180 away into both of those kills. Here we can see it.
It just didn't hit him.
Oh, didn't hit him at all.
Yeah, I think he was, first of all, he was looking to this left side.
Yeah,
but
and also kind of half tucked behind that box.
Exactly.
Enough to shield him.
And then quick on the slide where there, that Seize instantly caught out on Spike. And I think that one thing that you can sometimes lose in the thick of things is how effective Verno's Seizes have been.
Yeah, they've been great.
In all of MIBR's like brawling like this, instantly catching out players and making it really hard for Lev to trade each other out.
So now a tie game. And after going for 2 rounds in a row of that kind of proactivity, it's failed for Lev. This map has big implications for them as well. They're in the same boat if you turn it the other way, of looking at surprises on these next 2 maps. I'm feeling like they have to come up big in a map that was really looking right for them coming out that first half.
King once again stepping up in this game. He had a monstrous series in the previous, and I think in a year where Leviathan built this team with 4 rookies or near rookies around him, everyone's played for less than a year. It's been impressive to see him still deliver these performances time and time.
It speaks to how this team was built, that the first half was all about Spike, Sato, those young players stepping up. But as the game has gotten tighter, as the rounds have started to be traded, it's that one veteran, it's King, stepping up and keeping his team in this game. Tough task this round. Some big ults available for MIBR, and their entire team postured towards B early.
High chance it comes down to Leviathan on the retakes again. They've gone back to their early defaulting for this 1-3-1.
This looks like a repeat of the pistol round for Lev.
Cover going out.
Neon's been caught here before.
There's decent stall here for Lev, but not when Zekin just sliding into the site, trying to teleport away as Neon, but that pull catches him out. It's a perfect execute from MIBR. King now stuck inside of the site, but this might be his playground. King, are you kidding me? Sato gets the kill. King retreats, and Leviathan have things even. A 2-on-2 now with Sato in the site. Blows protecting from above, trying to pull the attention away from his teammate. Sato hears them both.
One enemy
And now to seize the reins in this game once more, it is Sato leading from the front. Sato has that fight, and Sato's gonna swing wide to take it. Lever right back on top.
That is a Leviatán round. King stepping up with 2 perfect kills. And then his young player closing it out with 3. I cannot believe that they got this one across the board, because by all accounts, when Neon is teleporting, looking lost at how to hold this site, it should be over.
That kill there.
It's so good from King. That's Sato's follow-up.
And to live on 10 HP as well. Sato stays in it. This is a tight one. This is a fun one right here. MIBR coming in as the top dogs from Alpha, but Lever toe and toe.
But they're just trying it again. You've killed Neon 2 rounds in a row as he anchors B. How about a third?
Yeah, both teams think their plans are working, so they keep doing them one after another. It's coming down to clutch players in the fight, and Neon teleporting into the corner. Oh my god, they're not looking for him! Neon holds it down. Another fake TP. Verno spams him through the box. And now, as the fights are traded back and forth, it's Spike to land 3. Tex again alive. This time in a 1-on-3, and again shut down by Sato.
I love the variation there for Neon. They thought they could run him over. MIBR believed it was another free kill. But the TP backside completely throws Zekin for a loop, gives him a free kill, and buys just enough time for this man to arrive. Spike and his Neon ult. It is rare to see them lose a round when he has that tool.
Impressive to see the togetherness of Leviatán while their teammates are fighting to death on site. More and more bodies funnel in to get into this fight. But now MIBR truly backed into a corner on their map pick, trailing by 2. One more sends Leviatán up in this series. It'll be a fight over mid. The haunt out, Zekin in, but he goes too wide for it. Leviatán already for 3. It's a massacre down mid. MIBR do not stand a chance in the face of these Lev Rooks.
What a close from Lev. One final timeout. The game was slipping away. And the young players step up massively. MIBR was delivered this year as the super team, as the best in slot roster in Americas. But in this match, when it's mattered most so far, it has been the rookies, the next generation of South America stepping up.
Tex again in the unenviable position. It is a flawless round to close out this first map. As you're saying, Mimi, 4 of these Leviatán players do not have more than a year of Tier 1 experience on this VCT stage, but they certainly look like they do up there versus MIBR today.
It was a rookie team that deprived MIBR of their chance in Santiago. Now it's another one looking to shut them out of London, send them to the lower bracket.
A crazy situation to be in. Out of this Lev team, King's the only one that's ever been to a global, and even for him, it's been a long time coming. Not since he was playing with King, or not since he was playing with Tex and Mazzino and Aspas back on that 2024 Leviatán roster. But this new Lev team is ignited. This team is looking fierce, Mimi.
Both teams came in with very clear ideas of how they wanted to play split. And MIBR had reads of how to shut down the defaulting from Lev. Leviatán just kept adapting. Every time something went wrong, they had that next step ready. They had the hero plays to back it up. And now it is a series of question marks. We've only seen one team play on the next 2 maps. That's the Fracture from Lev. MIBR haven't shown the Ascent, haven't shown the Fracture, and they're staking their shot at London on it.
I've got one big question for you, Mimi, and for everyone else out there. Who can actually beat Leviatán? Because I'm not so sure anymore. We'll see if MIBR still have a chance after this.
Iceman was fire. The R&B one was, you know, it's that vibey Drake. And then that House of May, whatever it's called. Man, that shit's... Drake's tripping on that, bro. I don't know what he's doing on that.
The first 4 of Iceman?
Yeah, bro. The first 4 in order of Iceman is just absurd.
He dissed LeBron though, so I have to boycott the albums.
LeBron, bro.
No, man.
I'm from Cleveland, by the way, but
From Cleveland.
I'm from Cleveland, and I said LeBron.
He brought a championship to your city.
Nah, I know. I LeBron. I'll Drake though.
do base, não é possível isso, cara. Vamos ver, olha aí, ó. Olha aí, ó. Beleza! E ele ainda não foi visualizado, dado outro lado, o Spike vem chamando a atenção, mas de coisa nem difícil não.
Here's the coach of Leviathan owner. Sir, you are one map away from London. We're going to your map pick of Fracture next. We've only seen this once. Played it against Envy during week 3. What is your approach this time in playoffs when you are one map away from London?
In terms of Fracture gameplay, it's going to be more or so the same. We are going to be trying to be protagonist. Is that the word?
Yes.
Okay. If it works, it works. But it's gonna be very similar to Envy.
One map away.
Welcome back. Owners beaming out there. Yeah, they're just so close. Like they can literally taste it. They played a really good game here. I'm very excited to see how this series concludes. But let's talk about how they got it done, right? Like Leviathan, they opened the first half by the way, planting the spike in all 12 rounds. Is that unprecedented? Is that normal?
Insane.
That's kind of crazy.
I think it's crazy that it also happened, not necessarily every round in the second half, but also almost every single round in the second half. Both teams just letting either team get the spike down almost every time.
It's so rare, but what I like the most about Left in this first half is how they were doing it with different pacings. You see a few of the rounds where they were going to be right away, and it just happens that the heavier stack of MIBR was towards the A side, towards mid, and then as the rounds move on, you see a bit more of a mid presence, a bit more of a B split coming for Left, and that allowed them to always keep MIBR guessing on what was going to happen next. It was really, really well done, and it's something that Athena, you highlighted yesterday. They were doing it yesterday, and today it felt like it was even better.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it, right? Going towards that B site was super successful for them, and I think the reason why it was so successful is because they have this down almost to a science where they're using those walls to get into that site, using the Neon, using the Phoenix util really well, and they've solidified that execute so well with the util, with the pathing and the trading, that they've got this so well under their belt. I think the celebration and energy also provided a lot into that server, but of course MIBR, they started to adapt a little bit, fast flooding onto that B, but it didn't matter for Leviathan because they just came back swinging every single time.
Yeah, going into the second half as well, like you said, yeah, we saw a lot of the times the spike getting planted, but for Lev, they had a better understanding on how they wanted to flood this side. It felt like MIBR, they couldn't really, they couldn't figure out exactly what to do.
Yeah.
And one of those rounds, it was a 3v5, King stays inside, gets 2 openings, and that allows them to finally close it out. So I think it's just little things like that of that confidence for Lev that is pushing them and letting them be 1 map away from London.
And MIBR had numbers advantage multiple times too. They had 12 first kills versus 10 versus Leviathan. So Leviathan actually did a good job of converting those rounds as well. Even though Zekin was going crazy with a lot of those entries, it didn't matter because they ended up getting a lot of those retakes done really well, and their second half was pretty solidified, especially again towards that B site, which they love so much, Zoe.
I actually loved what we saw from Leviathan. Just like yesterday, they were able, and you just mentioned it as well, to modulate their tempo and keep MIBR guessing and catching them on the back foot. So really well played. Let's hear what Fraud has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with the coach of MIBR, Fraud. Now that was close, but you lost your map pick slot. We are going to Fracture, a map MIBR has not played since May 2023. So Fraud, tell us, what is the goal of this map? How are you going to play Fracture?
Yeah, I mean, we've been ready for it. I mean, we've been practicing it, just we haven't picked it or other people haven't picked it against us. So it's something that we've been working on for quite some time. Not that long, not years and years, but with this roster, we started kind of working on it. So we've been ready for it, and yeah, we're hoping that we have a good game.
Best luck on map 2.
There you heard it. Yeah, MIBR, they haven't played it in such a long time. What do you want to see?
I mean, for me, this for me is the real battle of the duelists. I don't know if you agree with me, Dan, but seeing how Spike was playing, seeing how Zekin was playing, as well as Aspas, it's like these two kind of duo duelists going at it, especially on a map like Fracture, where it's so fast-paced. I think playing that Neon is super important, and I think being able to get those entries is even more important because of how far the map is from entry choke points.
Yeah, I came to this series thinking we were going to be seeing the 2 greatest Phoenix of America, Sato and Zekin, face each other playing this agent. It didn't really end up being the case, and I don't think it's going to be for the rest of the series, but I think for MIBR, there's a lot of great things that they can do around Zekin and whatever he's going to be playing, assuming that is going to be more of that Neon. But for me, yes, the duelists are amazing, and I feel like it's something that we always have to highlight, but my one win condition for MIBR is going to be Mazino on Breach. This is what allowed them to lift that trophy 2 years ago. This is what gave him the MVP. This is what made him such a good player around Aspas, supporting him when he needed it the most. And if he brings it back, I feel like they can push it to a 3rd map and stay alive in the series. series.
Yeah, let's see if Leviathan can ride the momentum from map 1 and punch their ticket, or if we are gonna tie up this series. We'll get to map 2 in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere.
Leviathan continue to turn heads here at VCT Americas after taking down MIBR in map number 1. And now, Mimi, we're headed into Fracture, a map that MIBR as an organization haven't played since May of 2023. And that's
this map. You're down to the lower bracket. There are some scary names down there. NRG, maybe the biggest one, awaiting. And these are chances to go to London, fall to 1. So with that on the line, they go into a very interesting comp. Aspas locking the Jet here on Fracture.
It almost feels a little bit inspired by what Leviathan were running back when they played this same comp with the Neon and the Waylay, having 2 different duelists that can dive in and approach the site. Very explosive, we saw from Leviathan, but of course opening up Aspas to his tried and true on the Jet. You can never really say no to that agent.
For sure. This map is normally one where you see a lot of very proactive early rounds. You see a lot of fighting on defense for different parts of the map because you kind of need that extra bit of space. And a lot of teams will go for comps similar to what Lev is running here, with a double initiator, with duelists who have very hard CC, with the hinder and with the stun. But you're giving up a lot of that for MIBR, playing this Sky who's much more info heavy, just those flashes to swing off of. And you become, I think, very reliant on Aspas and on Zekin to just thrive on those roles.
Yeah, it's really because Tex is playing the Cypher that you take out the option for a second initiator. That's why you're going over to the Sky. So I think it's going to be a lot more of a measured approach from MIBR. You're going to have to work into the space and play off those duelists like you mentioned.
Fracture map that most of Americas is straight away from, that a lot of our teams have struggled on, even when they've played it. So I'm very excited to see MIBR's rendition here. They had to have known that this one was coming up, leaving it open here in playoffs. Is it a trap card, or is it a new composition that won't deliver when they need it most?
Yeah, well, Leviathan's duelists were on fire back in the first map, and the last time they played Fracture looked even better. This will be a challenge for MIBR to try and take them down. The spot in Masters London on the line now.
4 players who have never been to a global event before, with a huge opportunity in front of them. Against an MIBR who has every expectation of being there.
Right now, Leviathan just all hanging out in spawn, getting ready to react quickly and fight once MIBR work into the site, where MIBR are already up full control over tower. Aspas is wondering where anybody actually is right now. And it's all on the other side of the smoke, so the stuns come online. Leviathan try to work on in. They got pushed back with some counter utility. It's great tracking from Zekin as well. That'll be a couple of kills from Tex on the top of it, as MIBR run through Leviathan. This piss around plan not paying off at all for Lev.
Still king in a 1-on-2, but both players grouped up towards tower.
Yeah,
and Verno to shut it down.
Nicely done. Verno takes out the opposing IGL.
I like the approach in the post plant there from MIBR. I think it was a stun from Zekin, that piece of utility that got held onto the second the rest of this util came in. So I'm fighting up together, ready to play close in these smokes and punish in positions that are difficult to clear with all of that initiator utility that Lever indexed into.
So MIBR out to an early advantage here now. See if they can keep this one running here. I thought they'd gotten back into split in the first map, but it slipped away at the final moment. Just classics from Lev against this, quasi FPX buy from MIBR. They have a judge instead of the typical 3 rifles.
You'll see a lot of this from Cypher players. Get the info with your cam and concede north side off pressure. Let's immediately react to go back towards site. That's where MIBR is already executed.
Yeah, where that judge is waiting for them. So good luck facing down against that. 2 apiece for Aspas and Zekin, and a third on top to finish off the round in style.
That'll be a lot of the flow for MIBR. If they see that the strong side of Lev is fighting into their Cypher, they're going to fast react into sites just how they did that round. I think where a lot of this game is going to get decided is in these retakes for Lev. How well MIBR can play up, can disrupt that utility, and hold on to boss plants that can be quite difficult on this map.
MIBR have saved up to get Aspas an attack up on round 3. As a response to defender-sided aggression, a lot of times you'll see defense teams pick one part of the map to fight a little bit more forward into. Right now, that's going to be outside of Arcade. Only Tech's patrolling the area. There's a camera for protection, but I'm really curious to see how Aspas is able to work this operator in on the attack. Tech's excellent there on the lurk, but the stun is a little bit too tough to work through. He'll get traded out.
But even with his death, they know that space is open towards A. MIBR react into it, and Zekin already fights forward.
Oh, right inside of the smoke with the shotgun. And King doesn't really have too much support around him. Zekin shies away for now. As Leviatán with 2 players up into Dish. And that just encourages MIBR to continue playing forward. Not too much of a fight yet from Lev, but their backs could be vulnerable. And Mazino's going to inform his teammate that he has to go in, and Zekin seizes the moment. Nice shot from him. Now holding down the line, and the back line covers his own back. Aspas has this crossfire now. The first shot goes astray. Zeno will hold it down though, no issues found. The sole survivor. Be lucky to get out of here with that gun intact, and he won't. Verno finishes off the round, 3 in a row for MIBR.
Every round so far that we've seen Lev go for some proactivity together, go for one of those 4-1 fights, MIBR have had their weak side there and have been able to immediately react and take a free site on the other side. And no matter how much util you have, no matter how well set up you are to play that retake,
Sure, come on.
it can still be challenging. When a player like Zekin is playing close to these smokes, and MIBR is so confident to fight into you in their post plants.
And I thought MIBR would have a tougher time just blitzing into sites, but because they've been finding the weak side so consistently, that hasn't been an issue at all. And I think maybe signaling some changes for Leviatán as they're back to their pistol plans. All just hiding in spawn, looking for the quick rotates.
And MIBR will play this round nice and slow. Contact Zekin in.
I'm out of here.
And no issues. Oh, wow. Brimstone ultimate out from the attack side just to deny anyone playing up there with a shotgun. A little anti-eco plan. You can see that even in a round like this with no one on site, this is more of the pace I was expecting. MIBR really methodically working their way into a site, taking the fights as they come.
So tough to deal with an op holding the angles now in this post plant.
Yeah, but all these smokes, in theory, will make things more difficult in the future. Right now, though, without the weaponry, MIBR will make quick work of Leviatán. Just a couple of bandit kills for Neon at the end.
Lev has looked pretty telegraphed so far in this game. They're either going for aggressive plays this 4, or just playing back and looking to go into the Flood retake. So you see an MIBR that is actually using very few resources to go for most of their cycling. Here, of course, that Brimstone ult was invested for Heaven. But the actual beginning of the round was just a full contact up from Zekin into popping when they were already close to the smoke.
Safety's off.
Leviatán aggro again this time. Set up to fight towards B main, maybe look to crunch with the players on the A side.
MIBR are fully spread right now, playing all 4 points as Leviatán continue on that fight up. Oh my word, now the ultimate opening up the skies as well. Spike trying to catch Verno, retreating, but MIBR win every single fight. Neon just try and stabilize, and that's the Spike. Stuck now here in spawn. Leviatán are down numbers, have no HP to work with, but they have control of the Spike.
Somehow, Verno is still alive, and now the 3 players work back towards A.
This is a funky round. I like the idea from Lev to go seek out the fight, but now, the second they leave A main, that's exactly when MIBR fill in.
Barely 70 health between the last 2 members of Lev.
But even then, with all of MIBR coming through 1 point, some chances for Leviatán to play together and work this choke. Flash fully pings out King, but MIBR have been slowed down for a moment. Aspas tried to step into the molly, but the shot wasn't found. It has to be together from MIBR, trying to line up and knock down. It's down to the wire, but Tex will see it through for the win.
MIBR again somehow answering this aggression. This time, Lev got the gamble right, had players waiting to receive. But I think the best reaction there was that Brimstone Molly getting thrown down, meaning that only the Neon got through the smoke here. And the rest of the team was able to kind of duck away and live.
Yeah, I cannot believe he gets out with this.
It's insane. Full blind, 11 health.
He's just holding down left click on the way out. Some cover and fire on the retreat. So Leviathan moved back to the forward B play. Hold on to the stun this time.
Blinded.
Pop it after the delay, but MIBR shy away this time around.
And this A site, yet again, basically free for the taking as that one gets pushed away.
Yeah, just one stun is all it takes to move Neon out of there. Well, the Lurker has been shut out of this round now. I'm still worried about Zekin's position on Rafters, though. It won't be easy for Leviathan to break out from spawn.
And he can play off Aspas' contact, holding with the open door and the open hand.
I'm not sure if the flash and spawn pinged out these players from Lev. Both duelists now approaching on the Lurk. Verno, though, calls in some support from his own duelist as Aspas and crew gonna shut down this hit, and the position unbreakable out of Zekin. This has been shocking, to say the least, a start to Leviathan's own map pick. Gonna go up 6-0 in favor of their opponents.
In all these retakes, Leviathan's utility has still been being used to clear out players in deeper positions. But consistently, it's been MIBR holding close off angles. That round, Zekin up towards heaven, locking it down close to the smoke, swinging off the contact of his teammate. That's what's been ruining these retake attempts for Leviathan. And it's brutal for them, considering so much of their game plan this half appears to be play aggressive 4-1s early to catch the extremity players and then play into set retakes.
You have to expect there's going to be some form of adjustment. How unsuccessful it's been from Leviathan. They are going to choose to call a timeout now and consider their options, because they've got major ultimates now coming online. Kind of wild. 6 rounds they've played and haven't been able to use those ults. Finally will have that. It goes to show you how difficult a half this has been so far.
For sure. Especially when you're playing the Teo, the Breach, which have some of the highest counts to get those ults online. I've played some very interesting games in this stage. The last one especially, where it looked like they were absolutely down and out against FURIA, getting stomped out on the first map of that series. Only to turn around and 13 won it. I think what's interesting to me is that it's often, I feel like, that I'm looking at one of their maps and I don't feel like they have a perfect game plan. But they've been good at finding the individuals to step up towards the end of it and finding that adaptation. Now with a reasonably late timeout from Coach Owner, it's a big task to get anything working here on defense.
Yeah, I think Leviathan's individual mechanics and their team fighting is almost second to none. Very good at working themselves out of tough situations, even if they don't always have the right read at the start of a round. We'll see, though, because they might want to invest something here. Spike has been donated the Odin this round, and with a north side crunch, I would not be surprised if Leviathan ripped an ult or two to try and swing this one their way. Early stun pushes Tex away from the line, but it's going to be players working into Dish that could pose the biggest problem. Zekin says absolutely no issues to be found. That'll be 2 from him, and even Tex turns around to deal with those 3 players coming out from Arcade. That is 7 straight now for MIBR.
Dominant round. Lev didn't use any of their ultimates there. But it was another attempt at the aggression. So now, down 0-7, this is the one where they have to figure out the change. This is the one they were talking about in the timeout.
Yeah, that was actually Mazzino's second ult on the Brimstone of the half.
Full fun anti-ecos.
Well, Leviathan have not been able to dish into those.
One enemy.
These early fights have just been a disaster for Lev so far.
These aggressive rounds haven't been working so far. But with this composition they're playing, it's hard to not play aggressive. It's fractured defense. You're playing double initiator.
Yeah, so you work on, well, maybe we just need to approach the fight a little bit different, get our trades, get those openers.
figure out how to deal with those players playing close in the post.
Thing is, Dish is pretty wide open, and those Seekers inform MIBR that they just have a free sight. Again, it's just going to be retake simulator, but playing an A post plant versus 4 ultimates, a Tejo, and a Breach is not an easy task, but now Blows doesn't have the chance to use his. Leviathan are running into this retake before they've actually ripped their ultimates. It's a bit rushed from Leviathan, as now the Duelist is lost as well. No spike into the fight, and now Sato's been shut out as well. Where are the ults? Leviathan get nothing. 3 invested only to be flawless. It's a disaster.
That was completely disconnected from Leviathan. The first player is swinging before even the Neon is investing in, before the ultimates are getting used. And then they're still putting all these tools in regardless.
Oh.
As one by one, they just swing into Aspas and get executed.
Aspas tracking that slide with the op too is real sweet. He's got 10 kills for himself this map.
Owner is mad. That was their round. That was the power ults online. And now it's 0-8.
And so Leviathan don't go quite all in this time. Instead, just a calmer control of A main with that forward smoke. MIBR gonna look for the reclear. Pull that ultimate from Zek, and Sato sits him down. Some good counter util will stop MIBR from working back in.
First time this game where it feels like Lev have actually been on the right side to catch a player early in an extremity.
Also the first time we've seen Tex go so quickly on the lurk. Aspas wants this. Not wasting any time there. Dashes away.
Creating pressure for Tex to walk up though.
Yeah, Tex is gonna find something here. Blows! Needed that first shot to be hit.
And look at Verno just walking into the other site.
And so down in a 4v5, MIBR now have an easy plant on B. It's evened at 4 apiece.
Verno's just taking this fight, CT. The off is here too.
Ooh, a pixel to play with. No kill found for Aspas. He redirects his eyes. Protects himself from the stun. Leviathan are trying to heat this one up on the flank now as Neon gets the first kill. And MIBR, they're scattered a little bit. Aspas has no help coming in. It's only Tex on the other side of things now. But Leviathan spotted him out. He's shut out of the round. Now it's MIBR's turn to be a little bit scattered. Leviathan just sticking through on the spike. 9 rounds in, but it's better late than never for Leviathan.
Finally getting theirs on the board.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other.
And finally catching someone early. That kill in A main was pivotal. But this round still looked like a pending disaster. Tex's pick. Verno walking in as well. But here the team fighting was better from Lev. They found isolated players from MIBR. They traded effectively. And they're back in this game.
Hearing some big yells from Sato up on the stage. Leviathan getting some wind in their sails now after a round win. And that's Sato with the hop, using that to break the camera. Reveals his position.
Lev carry themselves so differently on the stage. MIBR very stoic, very focused. Lev want to get that energy and build into a comeback.
You can feel the excitement from them in here. That comes with giving up this A site. MIBR again find an open site. Leviathan just do not anchor. They're always challenging on the flanks. This is now 3 players working back into A main. The problems have been Tex holding down the line, but Sato will take down the Cypher. And now MIBR don't have that forward position. It's just Zekin stuck over in sand by himself. Will Leviathan be able to flush him away? He would be the problem, and he is holding it down. MIBR have brought things back even, now pushed out of this site by the Thunder. Aspas quick on it, but Neon is there with 10 HP to take another round.
Zekin was a bullet away from winning that round. But Neon survives, wins the 1v1, and doubles up the rounds for Lev. It wasn't a massive adjustment in how that they're approaching these rounds.
Oh.
This is another retake. Another mistake, I think, in the way that they were fighting. But they actually succeeded in flushing the players out from main, creating a situation where MIBR felt like they had to make a play to fight back in. This time being able to punish it.
And even then, Zekin nearly 1v3 to win the round regardless. It won't be easy for Leviathan to work back in. That's for sure. Trap play in Arcade. That's the look from Lev. Aspas delivers the first shot of the round. And it's Zekin that's stuck in arcade as players try to flush him away. Now King covers another one, gets the lurk on the south side. MIBR have only advanced an inch, and even then, Leviathan have swarmed in.
Drone is down.
All 3 players spotted by the drone.
Basically nowhere else to go for MIBR.
You can see Verno back in spawn, worried about the flank. It's a good read. Neon is eventually going to be approaching.
They're also out of tools.
And by the way, that's our Brimstone with an operator. Repaused on dish.
Aspas, maybe a chance here. A reclear coming in underpass.
Yeah, but Neon's been holding this one down. How good is he with the up? Very good is the answer. Now flashes, no longer in the equation for MIBR.
And Spike doesn't overplay his hand.
I mean, look at the positioning from Leviathan. Like, they've got, on defense, Blows patrolling, attack spawn. They've got a Neon down in underpass. They're giving the site again, but it's so that they can come in from so many different angles.
King has a refresh on his stun. The Neon ready to go on this retake.
Zeno gets the ultimate from the plant. Needs some kills before that's a factor, and it won't be. Spike was there. Leviathan still playing this one by the books. Stun goes a little bit wide, but Spike now finds himself isolated. 1-on-3 now for Aspas, pushed away by the blast. And Leviathan already onto the Spike. It's going to have to be done with the rifle. Aspas baiting a little bit, calling the bluff, but this time it's a full stick. King will hold it down, not give Aspas the chance.
The no-scope was impressive. But Aspas has to concede this round to Lev. They've won 3 in a row now. And they are starting to find success. These early fights have looked a lot better. There, catching on to Zekin, being prepared for Tex on the lurk. He got the better of them in so many of these early rounds with those split pushes.
And I think it's because they've controlled it more now. They're not just full sprinting through on those fights. They're taking space and then holding, waiting for MIBR to step into them.
It's a lot more of that kind of trap play style, getting that pressure, then flashing, refighting, and punishing players.
Well, this time things change a bit. It's MIBR quickly into this A site. They realize almost all of the forward attacks have been through B. So collect themselves a free site.
Again, Lev uncontested on this triple flank. This time only 2. And now Force is being sent to deal with it.
2v2, Op is in front with a shot not found. Mazzino already pulls out the ultimate to stall out the flank. That's a big loss. Sato's going to be really late to the party on the north side as well. Leviathan are running through these A main players. Again, MIBR isolated. Zekin, the Soul Sands player, in a new position this time. Last time was good for 2. Nearly the third could have won the round from here. This time, he might just need the whole lot. Patience. Patience from Zekin. Now the pressure is applied. It's just Zekin and Tex dropping into the site, but too many lines have been held. Leviathan have brought this back 4 in a row to close out this half.
This map looked like MIBR were trying to beat their own record. Have a new fastest map here in Americas. But Lev bounced back into it. They show better control in these late rounds. They succeed at pushing through on the flanks. They stop overextending into these fights. They're ready for Texas lurk. And from what was the grimmest of starts, now this game is well and truly possible. It's 8-4 at the half. A must-win for MIBR when we return.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I will say that King stands out, and Neon. King and Neon, both two, they're really good players, really intelligent. I play with King a lot, and I know Neon since he was just starting his career, so yeah, they're both really good players.
Welcome back. MIBR find themselves in a good position to push us to Ascent, but they're going to have to get through a powerful Leviathan attack side in order to do so. Don't forget, this is our first time seeing MIBR playing this Fracture. First half looked incredibly dominant, but those last 4 rounds made me hold out full faith in MIBR just yet, because we've seen what Leviathan can do when they go off to a run.
Certainly. This is a team that just takes that momentum and moves with it. Aspas was the star of the first half. He had an incredible showing on the attack side, Jet. But out here on defense, a lot of tools to push him off, a lot of tools to shut him down. And a pistol round with a lot on the line for them. They pick this up, get an early op for Aspas, as they did in the first half. And this team's feeling real good.
The name of the game for Leviathan, Exec Power. Here, you've got double duelists, you've got double initiators. You can just overwhelm sites completely from any angle. And in similar fashion to previous, Sato the one to plant the spike here with a quick dash into the site. Rest of the team playing off site. It is just Spike up in tower with a Shorty, of all things. Shorty versus Sheriff, and Zekin gets the half stick already. This could be a problem for Leviathan, now losing Sato onto the post plant. It's just a full stick. There's 5 people alive before that spike's defused. MIBR end up getting the kills and the stick. Just on the quick little retake there. Leviathan caught sleep at the wheel.
Yeah, I didn't see where the util ended up getting used there for Lev. It felt like it was maybe a miscue on how that plant was getting denied.
So what Leviathan were doing, they were walking 2 players down underpass in the post plant because they think they have, 10, 15 seconds before the retake comes online.
It was just so quick.
Yeah, they just had no one on site. Oh, we've seen other teams in the past on Fracture do this.
The missiles missed.
Oh my, yeah. That would also be a factor.
Yeah.
A small factor.
And that's more what I was wondering, because I heard them ticking.
Yep.
And I didn't know where they went. That is a big mistake for Lev.
And yet they force up into this one. 5 stingers.
Locating targets.
And with both duelists coming in from Dish, this is something Lev were running. Those quick pops out from the higher elevation. Spike looking to wrap back around Zekin, who has now fled from main. But MIBR still have players on this site. It's not like Leviathan are going in where no one's home. They thought it was a little bit clear because they just ran through, but now MIBR have all shown up to the party. This is a force from Leviathan, mind you. Now with only 2 players left alive, Blows is cycling through clips on the Stinger, realizing this round is done.
Great reactions from MIBR. And this should be the round that secures them this map.
Yeah, Leviathan gambled everything going for the force here.
Money next round's going to be brutal. They might have a chance to at least get this plant back on B, but winning a retake,
yeah.
when King's 1 HP, when Blows only has a Stinger, that feels impossible.
Yeah, with the Cypher camera here as well, once they
30 seconds left.
will see these players coming in, there's a chance for the quicker rotates from MIBR. Make it even less comfortable for these players. No more bullets left just to add insult to injury. What you got for us, Blows? What can you do? Some low members on the other side, but can only do so much with a magazine on the Stinger, especially when he's getting peppered through the box. So Tex will finish the deal there and bring MIBR up to double digits.
MIBR did a really good job of fighting together in that round. You saw this interesting play to split the players in main, going through drop past the site to pinch. But the reaction was to just back out of that space and instead look to refight once that space in the site had been conceded.
Yeah.
And those decisions have to come very quickly when you're playing against a double initiator, double duelist team. But MIBR delivered on it perfectly, and now they get the luxury of playing against a really bad buy from Lev.
So that's 2 rounds in a row. Leviathan have seized space on site and then kind of donated it to MIBR, and the way MIBR danced the map has been a perfect answer into it. Last time it was Stingers with half armor. This time, not even that.
The glass cannon Stinger. What can it do?
I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, Yeah, the Guardian here, 2 body shots will do it.
Dashes up into tower, and there you have the first victim of Aspas' Guardian. This time, though, Leviatán actually hanging around on the site, but it's still not going to be a good look for you, because now Zekin sliding in, finding you exactly where you thought you were safest. That round is just over in the blink of an eye.
That's bingo.
Quick work from MIBR. This map feels like it's running away in just a few seconds. But again, MIBR do a great job of playing off each other, navigate a pretty easy round on the anti-eco, and now it's just a matter of shutting down this rifle buy from Lev.
Find ourselves in an interesting position where it's MIBR on a map they've never played, blowing out Lev, heading on to an Ascent, another map we've never seen these rosters play together. Leviatán. This map sort of hinging on this round now, just to stay afloat for a little longer. First kill moves into Spike's inventory. But by the way, there's a Jet just up in spawn.
Oh, Aspas is just going for a walk.
Because he just can.
Yeah, and that's a trade-off of not playing any Senti on this map. It's hard to control.
He used the dash for that as well to catch the really quick timing.
I think that was early round with a push there, and now Leviatán, they're waiting for re-aggression, but with the amount of map control MIBR has, they have no reason to push.
Yeah, typical stuff from Lev. Regrouping later into the round, waiting for the refresh on King's fault line before they want to work into this A site. It'll be Tex to patrol here. One trip to play off of.
Yeah, the Cypher was the interesting part of this comp for me. I think he's great for info on your attack sides and to some extent on defense as well, but hard anchoring, it's difficult.
Well, the support is coming in. MIBR already have 4 players on the path, but where can Tex even play on that site? Somehow he stays alive. For the rest of his teammates, he can't say the same for them. Aspas for 2. And now Tex still ratting it up, down on site. That's a headshot mid-jump. This round ripped away by Aspas and Tex. And Neon, not long for this world, lights out from MIBR.
That shot in main from Tex was disgusting.
Craziness.
Executes the other player on a jump peak and locks down his sight. This is a round.
See that again.
It was just the mechanics on display. Look at that from Aspas as well.
One enemy remaining.
And these ones to close it out.
I'm too slippery, bro.
No, for real, the way he was dancing around the utility getting thrown him, so then he can be top site to have the drop down the Cypher cage. It's exactly how you want to see your anchor playing.
Lev lost pretty much the whole map last round, conceding that north side. Now they'll look to play for it, split towards A instead.
Saw this same look from Leviatán a few rounds ago with the dive and the pinch back into main. This time Zekin tries to take that fight, but still slips on out of there. The mobility from MIBR is impressive. The difference for Lev is this time Neon's in the site, holding on to that space that was just taken. So Leviatán have a chance to work back in. And his players come stepping out from the smokes. There's Leviatán in a decent enough position. Not if Verno has anything to say about it. And Aspas to deliver the final blow. We are going all the way here in this series for London.
The first showing of Fracture for MIBR is dominant. 13-4, the victory for them. Aspas, Zekin putting on a show. The anchors as well, Verno and Tech stepping up in some of those big moments. And what looked like everything was just working. Their opponent kept going for these aggressive plays on defense. They shut it down every time. Second half, the anchoring was excellent. The retakes were well coordinated. This was an MIBR playing to their potential.
Those opening kills as well, they were even in the first game. This was a little bit of an Aspas show, I thought, for a lot of it. MIBR really back in the driver's seat, and I'm interested to see the reads these teams have on Ascent. A lot of different ideas from the last time we saw them play it.
Something tells me we're gonna get a theme from this map. Aspas was dominant on the Jet. His off was out of control. And now we head to one of his historically best maps to decide which of these teams gets America's first ticket to London.
do base, não é possível isso, cara. Vamos ver, olha aí, ó. Beleza!
E ele ainda não foi visualizado, dado outro lado, o Spike vem chamando a atenção! Mas de coisa nem difícil não!
Welcome back. Obviously, MIBR taking that map with a vengeance. They're here to play. But before we jump into what happened, I just want to talk a little bit about this round 5 because as we know, this round was kind of insane. If you missed it, don't worry, I got this for you. So essentially what we're looking at is Leviatán crunching towards this spawn. But what's really important is how MIBR reacted to actually win this round. So Leviatán, they're set up with 3 players towards this B main and 2 players that are going to be pushing towards this A main. They're setting up for this crunch towards spawn. And what else is important is that Neon has his ult. He's going to be using that Brimstone ult around in this area just to make sure that they get that crunch going. So they started off, but what's really nice is that MIBR clocks this immediately. As you can see, Mizzino putting down his smoke, and right after that smoke, he actually puts his molly down towards this side of that smoke, just in front of it, so that if anyone wants to push through, they actually don't get the ability to. And of course, they see all that. Spike still manages to push through. This Brim ult goes off. Verno takes that rope because he obviously cannot fight in that ult. But what's really important again here is the fact that Zekin, he hears that Teho drone from just a little bit earlier towards that A main when they took all the space, and he turns around and fights it. But the other good thing is that Zekin and Mizzino actually stay towards the spawn and fight together. Yes, Mizzino got picked off already, but that's okay. Neon ends up getting 2 kills, but not before 3 players from Leviatán have fallen. And so, at the end of this round, it's a 3v2, but MIBR just does such a good job of coming back towards this spawn together as 3 and just trading out. They just use positioning and use their frags to essentially go out of that. And that's pretty much it for this round. That's one of the main reasons why MIBR won this, but you can see just using their trading. But MIBR, they were hyped up really well during the match, and this is a little bit of what we wanted to see from them.
Nice! Nice. Good comms, Nanjin. Let's go, bro. Nice!
That also really helped. I think something that happened in the conversation recently when it comes to all of these teams is making sure that the energy levels are up, whether you're winning or you're losing, and that is what MIBR needed. I even remember towards the beginning of this year, everybody was asking who is going to be the Vibes guy in MIBR, and the more time and the more experience that they have, the better that they look. And I think for Fracture, that was a perfect test for them as well, because we've seen scenarios where we've seen scenarios where maybe they're not getting as hyped up or they're not playing as aggressive in general, but this map was the complete opposite.
It really was. And leading the charge here, Aspas and Zekin, a phenomenal performance on this map from both these duelists.
I think we saw Zekin really get into his bouncy arc on Neon, just bouncing around with that judge a lot of the time. Then Aspas with his operator came back online, getting a lot of those picks, especially on that defensive half, attack half, peeking through those Neon walls, not really caring, being able to hold angles and completely deny the retakes.
And it's also a Mizzino that I mentioned. I was expecting him maybe on the breach because it's so iconic for him, and if he can put it in one map, it would have been this one, but him on the Brim was insane. You highlighted a little bit of that utility of how aware you had to be in that map, and it feels like MIBR just did it perfectly. So I'm just more excited of what we're going to be seeing, because we had that question mark of MIBR. Fraud said that they were practicing the map. It definitely showed here. On top of that, they win both pistols, but we're going to an ascent now that we literally don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, technically we didn't know what's going to happen here either, right? Because we haven't seen MIBR play it for such a long time. Didn't know what those players were cooking, and initially looking at the composition, Myrna was like, oh, I don't like it. I don't think I like it.
I'll be honest, I didn't like this guy. I have played Sky on Fracture, okay, on my team, but I still don't like it. I just didn't think it was that effective. But Verno, man, you proved me wrong. I don't know. This team, their fracture energy was just insane. I think just overall, this game was really important. But for me, what was really important as well was the first bloods that Zekin had. That last game, he had quite a few. He had 7. Obviously, he died 6 times as well. But this game on Fracture, his first bloods were insane. He was consistently getting so many of those opening kills because he was on that Neon. That's why I said he was bouncing around like crazy. At some point, he was 5-0 in those first kills. Yes, Aspas picked it up after a while, but I still think that this is really good. And you can kind of see the consistency in how they play, because Zekin, he's always going in first, and Aspas is always right there behind him.
Yeah, and on map 1, it looked more like a sacrificial lamb kind of situation, right? Where it did get the trades, but like they didn't quite convert in the end. But here, really opening up so much for the team. Now, Dan, you were wondering, what are we going to see on Ascent? We're brainstorming yesterday already a little bit, because quite frankly, like, everything is possible here, kind of for those two teams especially. I feel like there's a lot of comfort picks that we might see.
Yeah, can I give you what I want in my dream?
Yes,
my
please.
dream scenario is...
Don't say Reina.
No.
Well,
okay. Well, no, I'm just kidding.
But if Envy can do it.
In EMEA, 5 of the 8 teams that have played this map of Ascent have played a Phoenix in a double duelist composition. And the best Phoenix players that we have in Americas are, without a doubt, Zekin and Sato. That is that's what I want to see. We haven't got a chance to see it. I know we just highlighted Zekin. He was doing amazing on the Neon, but hey, switch it up a little bit. I really want to see it. And I think we can all expect potentially the Aspas jet.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Aspas raise too, because I feel like that works, especially if you have maybe a Verno on a fade. You do a lot of those A main traps. Yes. Do you not remember the Ascent meta where you just take B main every round on that defensive half? You just have the fade tether, throw the raise nades, and every single time you have that full space completely for free.
I think my test was what he was going to be playing on Fracture, because he could have played the raise. He ended up playing Jet. So I feel like I'm going with Aspas playing Jet. Regardless, I'm very excited for both.
I do feel like MIBR recently have been leaning, I mean, without a doubt, there's a reason why, because he's insane, but leaning more on Aspas on the operator. So I actually think we might see a Jet as well. I agree with you, although my little heart can wonder. I really would love to see.
It's funny though, because we low-key criticized Aspas for still picking the race initially, right? It's like, yeah, he's not really meta. I mean, it's Aspas, he can make it work, but like, then he really couldn't, so then we were criticizing it. Yeah. And now you're out here saying you want to see him back on the race. Well, let's see what these two teams have in store for us. The winner will be punching their tickets to London, so everything on the line. Of course, they will still have to continue in the upper bracket. All of that and so much more after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Well, a fitting way to finish off this series, tied 1-1 as we head into Ascent in our first decisive matchup to send one of our Americas teams over to London for Masters. It's either going to be MIBR brushing off the sins of kickoff, or Leviatán for 4 of these players getting their first chance to go up to the global stage.
It's such an interesting ground to do it on. The first Ascent for both these teams, and a huge opportunity to see what they've cooked up. I think what the Des is talking about some was interesting, right? So much Phoenix getting played in other regions. I would be shocked if Lev doesn't at least lock that agent in. But I think MIBR is much more of a question mark.
Definitely.
I feel like the Aspas Jet, almost guaranteed.
That's a certainty, yeah.
But what do they put around that? What do they value on this map right now?
Well, I just saw something that I only narrowly believe. That is the Zekin Sova.
A classic.
That is actually as classic as it gets. You have to rewind time many years to get that one.
Yeah, that's a Perk 30 fish fillet type of like 2021 one type of agent for him, but I love to see it. He's good on it.
And if we lock in the Verno Sage as well, this comp is just very nearly a Pittsburgh Knights specialty, just with the modern tech of a
I'm getting
Bison
flashbanged by all the old references coming back, but you're right. The double Sentinel getting picked up here. I think if you're prepping for this, you would read Lev as a double duelist team. And going into Vice Sage, the amount of stall that they'll have in chokes is just brutal to play into.
We'll see if Verno locks that win. And on the other side, happy to see Sato with the Phoenix. Neon Chamber
this is
also
just their Pearl comp pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Except getting that Sova in there as well. In the initiator slot with that double duelist with that chamber.
It's the Sage.
It is a very emblematic Leviathan comp. And I think it's quite a surprising MIBR comp on the other side. Really curious to see what they have prepped up on this defense.
Yeah, starting out on defense with the Sage, you get a lot of that quick stall against the fast hits of the Neon. That's going to be frustrating to deal with.
Having Thorns and Slow is just so disgusting.
Yeah.
So I think if you're on the side of Leviathan here, you want a really heavy play for mid. It's basically going to be impossible to ever just hard hit through a choke point and not get perma-stalled. So I want to see them playing more into 1-3-1s, getting players embedded deep, getting aggressive lurks for their chamber, and being able to late split into sites with this Phoenix.
This is going to be an absolute treat to watch. For a spot at Masters on the line, everyone else has wrapped up their games. Everyone knows what, from the other reasons, which teams are going to be going to Masters. Americas, this will decide our first one going there. And to do it on a map that we haven't seen either of these two teams play, do with some wild comps in the mix as well. Couldn't get any better than this.
Both of them missed out in Santiago in very different fashions. But now a huge chance ahead of them. Feels right to see Aspas on Jet on Ascent. He's always been great here. It is his crowning role. And it's his former teammate. 4 young players alongside him trying to shut him down and take that slot.
A return to the classics for Aspas. And interestingly, it's actually 3 sets of light armor on the defense for MIBR. Leviathan just going to keep things quiet, working up into the mid space. End up prying back towards A, where they will find Aspas on that deep line in heaven. Going to be tough to break through his Sheriff.
Getting a pick on Mazzino would be big. He's isolated here.
Yeah, he's just playing for the stall. There's the paranoia and falls on back. And then you see the layers of stall behind that too. The slow orb comes down. If Lev want to pivot back into mid, there's still a Vise wall there. So now 2 different walls shutting down 2 different approaches into mid. Give MIBR time to play.
Second though, testing up into B main. He heard the chamber trip there. So his team stays 3 strong towards the A side.
I'm interested to watch when Zekin's darts get thrown down, when he throws down that utility, because with that stall on other areas, he's really the only forward info MIBR is ever going to have.
That Sage wall will fall at about 20 seconds on the clock. Lev can look to pressure B, late pivot back when that falls.
30 seconds left.
Zekin on the Sova. Falls back onto the B site. Leviathan with 25 seconds left. Wait for that Sage wall to come down exactly at that 25 seconds. With a pick down into mid, it's 2 players bundled up on site. Aspas from above will hold for a moment as Verno tries to stay alive up in the middle of everything, and it's Leviathan with King to fight on through this.
And now Zekin on the Sova, the last man standing.
Zekin has not played this Sova since April of 2023. Now finds himself back on Ascent and in a 1-on-3. Light armor his only advantage. Saw a barrel, needs to drop down, but straight into 3 players will be 3 kills for King on the other side.
Despite this composition likely coming as a surprise, I think Leviathan had all the right approaches of how to deal with it. They started off by pressuring out the first slow orb. Then it's about pressuring back towards B, getting their chamber in a position where he can proactively cut rotates. And only once that Sage wall falls, finalizing the hit into A. It's a complicated comp to navigate. You have to bait out so many different tools. You have to wait for the wall. You have to get players forward. But they made every step correct there for Lev.
Yeah, on buy rounds, those fast hits from Lev are going to be virtually impossible if MIBR have their utility in the right position. So figuring out how to slow play the map, bait out the utility, will always be critical. Sato going to benefit by picking up an orb there.
Aspas just going for a walk here.
MIBR did a lot of this back on Split. You remember on their defense side, where they would just find empty pockets on the map. There's like Aspas and Zekin, very comfortable to step forward.
Aspas with a full Sense Classic, maybe trying to channel the energy of one of the teams who's already headed to London.
Wants to be able to greet them on the other side. But for now, we'll allow Leviathan to pass him by. Get up into B main. Shock dart just off a hunch.
It's a good stack.
Yeah, and a little bit of chip damage from the shock as well. MIBR still staying hidden, but Tex will hit the floor, and the rest of his team drops as well. Nice positions for MIBR, but Leviathan just too calm on the clears. And there's Mazzino dropping two.
I quite like the approach to contact in this round. MIBR's composition is very good at hearing fast noise, letting you use your utility to accelerate, and then full stunting that with either the Thorns or with the Sage Slow, but none of that activates automatically.
Yep.
You have to have a Q. And if you're able to contact close and get up in the face of that utility, your Neon can just slide past it and accelerate. When that becomes a challenge, though, is later, when Aspas has the off, when you have players posted and holding these extremities to stop those kind of contact plays.
Yeah, so Leviathan need to abuse that while they have the chance in these early rounds. Aspas got a round 3 up on the last map. This time, though, just a rifle in hand. Playing boosted up on Jenny right now. And you can see that contact idea again. Blows was considering throwing the dart if they wanted to accelerate, but not seeing anyone in A main. Actually being stuck behind a dart cover right now. They choose to just go for the pop out in a moment. There's the noise made. Paranoia down the fast lane. Aspas stays hidden. Spike is all the way up there, just waiting for these players to step into Aspas's crosshair. Leviathan, they tried to get in front of that Sage utility, and a couple of people did, but with them dropping, the rest of the team ends up getting stuck behind. That exec not working out at all.
Aspas does fall.
Not ready yet. Cover.
Did a lot of damage on the other side. But still, these smokes just up in the face of Lev. Having to scamper back elsewhere.
At least Blows gets the orb on the retreat. Just one away from the Hunter's Fury. Actually, online really early for him.
That might be our post up. 2 players in tree.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Bruno realizing maybe he's a little bit too wide there. Slips away to the other side.
That Vice Vol is still up, so MIBR just get to bunker on these sites.
And can they get through together? Wait, whoa, no, miscomm. Blows thought they were going for the jump bait, and well, Neon's all the way through there, so
10 seconds
that might actually end up being the difference. Yeah, the spike gets caught in mid, so no chance to even get the extra money and get that spike on the ground. Neon's just gonna actually take this fight on the full bonus. Doesn't mind trying to pick off a few extra rifles, but Mazzino will take care of him.
With Lev playing this style, it becomes so important for their 2 duelists in Spike and Satsa to win the opening engagements. Because you see here, they did what they wanted. They got past the wall. Both their duelists were out on site. The Omen teleported over. But that initial engagement got won by MIBR. And as soon as those duelists are dead, the door is still closed behind them. The rest of the team can't show up. So if they do want to ever go for fast rounds like that, it's basically a requirement that those opening kills go the way of Spike and Sato.
Which was difficult for them on the first map, or on the last map of Fracture. Athena was talking about it on the desk, how Aspas got out 5-0 in openers early.
Interesting to see the first stop in the server being that of Neon's.
Neon loves that attack or defense, and there's the first pick going Spike's way. No Verno to put the wall down. That's another for Spike on the site. Aspas falls back up into heaven. And Leviathan can close that door down, get an easy plan for themselves.
I did not expect him to accelerate that fast. I don't think MIBR read it either.
Yeah, but that's important, right? If you're able to catch a Verno out with utility, I think the last round, they knew that Verno dropped the wall over from tree side when they went through main, so they switch up the approach. That time, catch Verno, all he does is get the slow on the ground. The slow, not so much of an issue if your entries get kills.
Spike still going. Fighting all the way back up through their spawn. Wants to hunt these last couple.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Tex was trying to do there by breaking the door. The rest of his team was going for the save. Spike ends up falling regardless, and I'm not sure, did Neon even fire a shot with the operator? I'm not sure if
I don't think they know.
Are aware of that one.
The round was basically over off of just Spike.
Good kill from Zekin at the end there. Brings Sato just one within that run it back. Now we'll see a look at this again, because I really think Verno is sort of the point that every round hinges on, whether or not he is going to successfully be getting his utility down.
Look at that slide. He has this slow in hand. He's backing into a paranoia as he runs there. Really nice util from them.
And he has no idea because he's flashed from the start by Sato's curve.
And you likely don't get away with that again, right? You already see them changing their setup with Aspas holding that space instead. But conditioning that you're willing to go fast and pop on the Sage like that is a big idea to put into MIBR's head early.
Yeah, you see the differences already. Aspas is out onto Catwalk. This time, Neon with the team in B main. It is just the Vi's utility, but it's a great dart from Zekin. Nobody broke that one. Didn't quite catch if Tech's combo to flash with it or not, but regardless, that'll be Zekin with 3.
Look at Aspas. He is just taking a walk. King spots him.
It's like, wait a second, what's this guy doing all the way up here? Aspas just so loose with it.
Is King just going to take the one-on-one?
King knows his old duelist well, which is why it surprises me he's willing to step into that one-on-one. Absolutely no fear. Keep your eye, though, on Blows, who's gotten all the way up Catwalk.
Oh, he's across now. Verno pops down the wall, and that'll be up till 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially considering that your Opper with Neon has the spike
He's,
still
by the way,
tiles.
locked in as well. He has to break this to escape his prison.
Somebody let him out, please. Give Blows a fighting chance.
That's a judge now as well. It's so scary to go back here. They feel like they have to pivot late B. But the Vice util is still here.
Yeah, they know that wall has been there, so they teleport to the other side. That's King taking a major leap forward. Verno peppered away at, now King out of the picture as well. Not really sure how Leviathan want to work on in. It's jumping in front of the flash. Quick trades and quicker kills out from Aspas this round. With just 10 seconds left,
10 seconds left.
Neon's gonna try to hold on to this operator. Not the easiest task as MIBR continue to close in on his position.
You certainly don't want to give this gun to Aspas.
Please no. Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. Yeah, the quick dash and the pickup. Especially because MIBR, they've been struggling to build up a solid econ.
Yeah.
I don't know if they could have bought that one without being able to switch up to that this round.
There's that dart. Just walked into it there with that combo off the flash. Really nice stuff from Zekin. And I think the microplay here was interesting for Lev, going for the fight into the Sage at the same time King was TPing past the wall to cut that float player who would normally start running back towards A off that noise. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that pick. And that's the kill that secures the round for MIBR. Aspas has been so willing to just walk into mid in a lot of these rounds. Now there's finally people on the other side.
Good smoke. Aspas doesn't have that free shot. He dashes away. But really now, Aspas kind of just has the checkmate. Having the operator makes playing against this MIBR comp so difficult. Leviathan have some ultimates to try and throw at the problem, see if that can find a solve. But look at main. Verno has boxed himself in with the wall. And Leviathan aren't actually going for that exec. They're just trying to take the space with Spike.
I still have Vice on the other side, and Spike gets picked.
Yeah, Leviathan trying to get creative there, but...
And look who's here. Aspas is on the other side. Neon's going to struggle to get anything, and Verno's still in main. Lev are surrounded.
Yeah, Leviathan don't even know about this wall yet. Only going to get that information in a second. And Force, you see players turning around to try and spot out if anyone's back in main, but Sato didn't see that player, and that is going to get punished for it. That might be already have 3 players up in heaven.
They want to call back into this lurk, but can the Spike even get out? There's a door up.
The door is closed. And you'd have to go through mid where there is the wall. Neon gets that kill, and that opens up the rotations. 20 seconds remaining. Aspas chooses not to go in for the fight, so Blows will be safe to get back over to the site, and he has his ultimate in the post plant. Neon back onto the line, the challenge, but it isn't quite there.
He wants another chance, though. He needs to hit the next shot, even this round up.
Hunter's Fury could tear these players apart trying to come out from spawn. But Blows chooses not to go for it yet. Zed has that rifle out. Aspas with the Blade Storm will need to come up with something here in a 2-on-2. The off angle is tough to deal with. But who better than Aspas?
Player
As he runs on in, they're shut out of the round. Zekin steps up as that second challenger. And it's the wide swing from Blows to take him out as well. A big round from the Sova player to take Leviatán up to 4.
And from Neon as well. Giving it to them across the stage at the end of that one. This is close to a checkmate. The player in main going unchecked. The spike with 30 seconds left, trapped in A. But Neon activates it just the right time. Catches a rotation with his op. And gives a path for his team back in.
So now, Aspas chooses to pick up the glass operator, and he's headed into exactly where Neon's got one of his own. Dart and Trip comboed there to tell him someone slipped into the corner, and he chooses not to take that duel.
Aspas backs away now. As Lev have full control in mid, they want to re-clear, push this offer off the line on the extremity.
The thing is, Lev have never seen MIBR show real forward position in mid. So Aspas, I like how he's trying to play this one. Verno trying to push these players back, but Verno's all burning on the ground. It's a trade out with the utility. As Mazzino steps back in, Sato delivers a second kill.
And they don't know it yet, but that's an A site completely free now.
Yeah, Leviatán played by the books though. They're not going to keep blitzing forward. They're going to take their time.
Aspas hoping that Neon will challenge him in mid.
But it's a little bit too passive from Aspas to actually see that fight come online. With Leviatán regrouping, now hearing bullets fire over in tree. Can set themselves up in this post.
Second will have a dart for this. His team far away, Aspas already considering the save with that op in hand.
I mean, Tex has a stinger too. This is an ugly chance at a retake.
And when you get nothing with the dart, I think that calls it. Send the stinger to his death, keep the guns, or even better, recover one.
Interesting to see Aspas sticking around. Just trying to see if Leviatán went on the hunt for any extra guns. But can only hang out there for so long. So now that we've seen the better part of this first half, Mimi, how are you sort of evaluating how these comps and the ideas between our IGLs are matching up?
I think I've been very impressed with the solutions Lev has had to circumvent the Sage utility. They've shown us so many different ways that they want to fight and push Verno off that line.
Yeah, like the quick pops a few times and then the much slower rounds too.
Yeah, and here what I loved was that they started similarly, right? They showed that flash, they feigned that the Neon was sending and baited him out only to go into a util combo here. The make or break of these rounds is where the Sage util is used and what value Verno gets stalling these hits. And so far, Lev have done an excellent job of shutting him down. So it might call time to change things up a little bit. So far, Tex has been basically not a participant in the game. He's been anchoring B every round. They've barely touched his site. He's just playing losing retakes. So do you want to switch up? Do you want to bunker those sentinels together? Maybe look to aggress somewhere else? Switch the way you're changing tree? I think that's the big issue they need to solve right now.
Exactly. They need to get some fight in front of tree. They can't just let Leviatán just keep running down catwalk. And you saw whether that was a few rounds ago, Aspas went into the smoke on cat. He tried something, didn't get the shot. Even the last round, he was in mid. But he was playing very passive lines that still allowed Leviatán all that free space.
I wouldn't mind seeing them switch up to, instead of playing the Sage there, play someone like the maybe like the Sova there and look to like refight in off of Aspas's op as well. I think you can't just concede that space the way that they have.
Other things MIBR are considering are what's the buy look like here. It looks like it's going to be a force-up, maybe a shotgun for Verno.
Because of the rifles they saved and keeping that op online.
It's been ugly. Aspas has been breaking the bank basically every round to keep this op and some armor alive. And this time he is in mid. Maybe looking for that walk down on the opposite side of Sabrosa. I liked when he was getting a little bit looser and taking that space early.
The Omen set up here to throw that one way, let the Sage just work in A main with the Judge.
Yeah, dart sent from outside of tiles. Leviatán show that fast lane, but are quickly resetting over into a B exec. Again, calling around Aspas beautifully.
So now it's time for Zekin and for Tex to find their impact. It's been rare that they've had an opportunity to actually hard anchor this site.
And this time there's a Hunter's Fury to help out with this slam, so you got to be breaking that dart for sure. That's back online, or maybe just a drone in.
Look at Aspas though, walking down into mid, taking this space.
Not sure if it's going to matter. It's going to have to be the anchors to get something done here. Tech's already pinged out, and the Hunter's Fury could be a factor. Now it's starting to put that pressure down into the side. Spike for 2. Makes it look so easy for Leviathan. Aspas, yes, has approached on the flank, but there's no one there. Leviathan are in full control of this site and full control of the smokes as well. MIBR systematically taken apart.
Another round where Aspas is not able to get impact with that operator. And another round where Lev show us something different. Here, just going for the late B pop after never giving us an exec on that site whatsoever in this game.
Oh man, Spike.
Oh, don't do it.
Don't do it to him.
It's just not
Nah,
necessary.
Come on, Spike with the knife. A dagger in the side. His 3rd kill of the round. That was some beautiful work from him. And to just go back to the calling, I think out of the timeout, anticipating that MIBR are going to change how they play mid, likely do something aggressive, to then just ignore it, but still have the fake element on A to keep players hanging out over there, so good.
You saw even earlier in this round, there was ideas for MIBR to be ready for a faster play on B, but going for the hit at the timing they did was just so good out of Lev. And the execute as well, this is just a thing of beauty. Spike is pathing around this far side, just gets a spam kill onto Zek, and as they're all trying to run from that Hunter's Fury. Bruno just stares down his screen as Lev couldn't be having a better time on the other side of the stage.
Man, and it's just another op save from Aspas. Like, he just can't catch a break. You think about how effective MIBR have been so far today at finding where the early picks are going to be, finding the pack. Now it's just second, letting it loose. In A main, no dice.
The wall changed, playing towards B instead. Neon's already just walked past it.
B site very light. Spike just slides in. Pushes Verno away.
Sato only a couple off the ult. They'll farm him another orb here in A main.
It's interesting, just the drone for the mid space. Still wary of where Aspas could be, and that's really what Leviathan need to figure out. Where could he be at? Right now seeing Verno. Pretty good indication that Jet isn't hanging out over on this side.
Still, sometimes he likes playing that passive A line
Yeah.
all the way up in heaven. Here he's on a passive B line. It's very tough to find him.
Now, the buy is terrible from MIBR, but with how spread out Leviathan are, I still get a little nervous.
Look, Verno still has a wall, still has a slow orb.
Smokes in, there's that slow, and the wall. So Leviathan can't go in here. It might be a call. King has the ultimate, and the spike is in B main. There's going to be a quick pivot now from Leviathan. Maybe an ultimate behind enemy lines as Neon takes down Tex. He was hoping to have a chance at anchoring this one, but now not even Aspas can help him out. Spike has already made it into the site, and there's a kill for Aspas.
10 seconds left.
The plant is going to come online. Aspas is really out in the front, but he cannot take down King. Zeno drops 2. Does Leviathan make quick work of MIBR here at the finish? There's just no chance. It's a knife fight! Back-to-back rounds! Verno stabbed through the heart.
Lev just trying their damnedest to tilt Verno out of this game. 2 rounds where he falls to a melee.
He's not amused.
And this one, I think, feels way worse than the first.
And look at Sato as well, telling him the back-to-back. 2 times in a row. As Leviathan now strung 4 rounds together in a row. Mazzino just purchased an operator for Aspas that misses again. These shots have to be there. That was supposed to be the checkmate for MIBR. And he struggled so far. That's the go button now for Leviathan. Run it back activated. Another shot goes wide. Sato steps right in behind it. Clears out this space, but Leviathan haven't really done too much behind it.
Spike.
Just Spike here now underneath. Quick reactions from Mazzino. And it'll be Zekin on the other side of this wall. Here's the players approaching. No one clearing him in the corner. First time Leviathan have ever seen someone play here. And that wall lasts a long time. Utility in hand is dangerous. It's risky. He's got support, but blows. Locks it down. Zekin drops 2. It'll just be Tex. Backside B. One kill could be enough. But it's Leviathan fighting forward. It's a resurrect from Verno, trying to keep his teammate in it.
Down. Defender spawn.
Now Neon in a 1-on-2. He dealt with Tex, but there's still so much more left to do. The wall down is protection for him.
They found my trap.
He steps back in.
30 seconds left.
Now needs to see this one through.
Spike planted.
Zeno a chance to scout with the ultimate, chooses against it. Pairs up with his teammate, but they're a little bit scattered. Verno spots it. That is a major round to bounce back from 2 knives in the back. To win this round out on the clutch is major from MIBR's in-game leader.
Complete redemption for Verno. This fight in CT was absolutely everything. A 3-on-5 at this point.
And it could have gone so wrong.
And that's how he hits it. A perfect 90-degree flick.
If he's not immediate on that flick, he dies, the resurrect dies, the round is lost.
So Verno keeping his team in it, but they need more than 3. This is a double Sentinel comp looking ahead to the attack side of Ascent. I think they have to sweep these last 2 rounds.
We'll see. Leviathan have 5 people. Haven't really seen this going into B. Aspas with the operator is here. Stuck behind the smoke right now. You can see Leviathan second-guessing themselves just a little bit. With Zekin throwing so much utility at this, it's a big red flag. Shock Dart brings Aspas down to 43. He didn't buy armor in this round. And now he's getting burned by the Blaze Wall. 12 HP and a prayer. 1 kill is all he'll find. MIBR still have 2 players alive on site. And Spike has slipped into this smoke. Good for it on the other side. And regroups with his team. Now what can Zekin do from here? They pinpointed his location. He has to be worried about so many different angles. But Mazzino has his back covered for now. With the smoke, things aren't so simple. Spike has been lethal playing around these, and he picks the perfect timing to take down Zekin as well.
The last 2 players from MIBR separated.
Spike planted.
Working back in together now. It has to be Verno again, stepping up
the
for
high
his team.
boost. Trying to get held down by King. It's good damage, but no kill found just yet. Lobs in an extra slow orb on top too. Just 1 bullet could finish off Spike, and Verno steps up again. He has taken over these last 2 rounds to give his team a chance to try and sweep out, bring it back within 2. Time is a factor though, and Blows knows it. The recon fired away, instantly broken. Now Verno coming into the other side, and MIBR will take this round from what looks like a near disaster.
Excellently navigated by Verno again. He is coming up with the pivotal kills at just the right time for his team. It's another round where it looked like Spike had done enough. He played this so well, navigating in and out of different angles, isolating so many fights in this round. But it's a disadvantage retake. It's Verno standing up this time. And MIBR with 1 more round to play on defense.
Some gas left for MIBR.
I will rip the light from them.
Aspas with another glass up. He's never had a good buy. Forced up as often as he can, but Leviathan ignoring him for now. It's 5 players looking to slam it over on A, and it's good. Verno removed immediately. Goodbye. He was the hero of the last 2 rounds. Now doesn't even have a chance. Spike back-to-back with 2 openers.
How many 2K entries can you ask of Spike?
He's been on fire. I think that's 12 kills for him. Considering even hopping up here. As a Hunter's Fury tries to line him up, Tex will shut him out. But this is just extra stall. Tex, too, meets Neon's operator. It feels like one of the first times all game. And Aspas
1 enemy remaining.
now pushed down out of this round. MIBR had some momentum going for them, but Leviathan have seized it back in its entirety. Zekin is so low, and King sits him down. Leviathan lead 8-4 at the half.
The scoreboard has been a look at all of the young players, the 4 rookies that make Leviathan what they are this year. But the calling in this half from King I have been so impressed by. He conditioned so many slow rounds, so many works back in here to just full send it. with the Neon, with the Phoenix, hard aggressing onto Verno. It's the cherry on top of an excellent half.
But it's not over just yet. MIBR trail 4 will look to claw this one back after this break. Before the break, Mimi, you were praising King's calling throughout that first half, and it's been certainly impressive to watch him succeed with this Leviatán roster. 4 players on his team have never been to a global event before. This their chance to break it through. But on the other side of things, Verno, in a very different situation. He's the only guy on MIBR's roster that hasn't won an Americas trophy. Now having to face down King after bouncing back. It looked like it was going to be tough after those 2 knife rounds, Mimi, but he absolutely stepped up to the plate.
Round 10, round 11, that was all Verno. He stepped up, he gave his team a chance. But this pistol round is absolutely pivotal. It's the difference between a competitive half, a chance at London, and Lev maybe just running away with this one.
This is going to be a blitzy half, you might expect. With Leviatán looking to fight into mid early on. All 5 players here, they're waiting to receive MIBR. Just put at bay for a moment behind these smokes and maybe choosing not to go all in just yet.
Second layer ready to fight for MIBR.
You see how cautious MIBR are right now. Waiting for the smokes to come down. And Leviatán have kind of walked away. Regrouped now 3 players back market.
They want to keep fighting. They're demanding a brawl in mid.
And I think Zekin is happy to accept. He stepped up. No drone ready, but a dart.
Lev are buying so much time with this, though. I don't think MIBR have a clear picture yet as to what the setup is on either of these sites.
Oh, but it's going to be a fight on market. Spike the critical player, 32 HP, but he's blocked off by the wall, and those pistols can't break it down quickly enough. MIBR do well to isolate into the fights, but now a gap has been opened. And Sato still undamaged. Verno tried to run on out of there, try to open up into the A site. But even that's not a solved problem just yet. Quick rotations from Leviatán to work into heaven.
But look at the flank, still coming behind them from Zekin. He could be the linchpin, but they're going fast.
Less than 20 seconds left. Good kill from Verno. The spike needs to be planted. The flank might not even be in time. 10 seconds left, and Zekin is silent with it. But still, you must plant the spike. Now you have to kill blows. Dropping down out from heaven. Mazzino tries to stick it. Oh, it's dangerous. In the clutch, Mazzino so low on health. Mazzino will take this one for MIBR.
The round that they needed. Mazzino delivers. A bullet away from death. And his right click connects first.
Down to the wire on that round after it looked like the promise of early aggression.
Lev was fighting so much time. Just juggling back and forth. And when only got 1 kill, I do think the critical piece of that was Zekin coming back on the reflank. Knowing that he had time to walk, not panicking. Showing the experience of MIBR, showing how level-headed they can be in these high-pressure rounds.
When there's so little time to work with as well, not rushing it to go for that plant. Playing it through together.
Cover going out.
So Leviatán, they strand Neon on this side of the map. Has some bullets on the Headhunter ready. See if he can do anything. Down under tower, but that entry pathing from Aspas is very nice. Having that high angle to see Neon's feet from over in the corner. Sets up for a simple conversion now.
This half has a very different ass for Aspas. MIBR have played a lot of double duelists this stage. They've had a lot of comps where Zekin gets to be the tip of the spear. Aspas is playing that trade instead. Here, he has to be entering. He has to be good for it on the jet. And his success or failure in those positions is something you have to be tracking throughout their attempt at a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, that will just be the difference right there, whether or not MIBR have a chance at punching their way to London today, or if they have to go back and have a second chance. No 3 chances for them in this format, like in kickoff. Only the 2. So, Leviathan fall away to the spike, and MIBR start their claw back into this one.
And if you fall here, it's not even guaranteed you get another match to qualify. You have to win one first, go all the way through. It is such a hard path. Compared to, for MIBR, what would be literally showing up, playing 1 game as your reward for being first seed, and getting that ticket that eluded you. They played more maps in the final weekend of kickoff.
But it's all good.
In that series where they ended up losing 3 BO5s in a row than they did in this entire group stage.
Yeah, they played 13 in that weekend, only 10 in groups. So now early control, counter stun, and maybe a chance at a refight. There's the flame coming up from above. Teleport away, gets a quick escape, but now the refight is Spike. Steps on into it. Tex and Zekin, the only ones left here. But this A side has now been opened up, even if Lev have the numbers.
King still has everything, though. They want to kill him early. Tex going for it.
He's stepping on the other side of the door. Wants that fight, and he's going to live to regret it. Zekin into the 1-on-3. That's how this map started off. Back with pistols. Then, this time the rifles doesn't make a difference. It's still King to finish him off.
Love that refight there from Lev. It had kind of 2 different layers to it. The initial fight in, and then you see them tuck back away and re-slide. Here what you're seeing from Spike.
1 enemy.
It's his excellent shooting. They brought them the advantage out of that round.
So what's the call going to be now from MIBR? Still by no means in a comfortable position in this game. This major swing round as well. 3 players down to virtually no credits for the attack side.
Sato already with his first run at back of the half.
First of many. And MIBR, they're playing into the A space again. Maybe want a second chance at things here. The shock slow combo for some early damage. That's all it's going to mean.
The slow should be good at containing that space, but last round you saw Lev disrespected the second its timing dropped.
At the same time in B main, there was that wall put down by Tex. It's instantly broken out of Neon. Just trying to make sure MIBR are never comfortable with the space they have. Even a Vice flash just got put down that was instantly broken.
Smiley will buy a good amount of time.
Yeah, not too bad. Already to rotate from Spike, who has a stun in the back pocket. I'm not sure how MIBR want to work in here. They drop down the wall, but they're not taking any space with that. They're still stuck in mid, running away from the run it back. Sato lays out Aspas and is safe on the snapback. Now MIBR, where do you go? You have no control of B main. You're in mid, but you don't have space in tree.
They're locked out. Tex will try and at least put some pressure on this side of this map. Hope his teammates can swing back in, but Sato's ready for it again.
Playing that off angle. Verno thought he was safe, but just gets knocked down through the wall. Now there's a judge up in main. It is going from bad to worse now. MIBR completely stunted out of this one. The forward looks really just making MIBR look uncomfortable.
They're still going to try. A desperate sprint back towards B. Blows alone.
Yeah, I don't know. The time is so limited already. I think Zekin just going to pick up that orb, walk into the next round with 2 rifles at best.
Yeah, happy enough to get the ult. Hunt's here, though. But with the deeper positions, they'll tuck in and get to keep the weapons. Still, for Lev, that is a massive round to win, and it was all off the back of Sato. That run-it-back refight was excellent from him. You saw that MIBR invested so many of their tools to want to hard commit to a fight. The second that's up, he's running it back, he's into their face, And then he's even reposting after, ready for that refight off the space he's losing when he snaps back.
And of all the people to kill on the enemy team, the first one being Aspas.
Yes.
It just doesn't get any better. So Fraud's chance to call a timeout, and that'll be his second of the game. No more opportunities after this one. And the way I see it, Mimi, I don't even know if MIBR can force up into this round. Their money is completely shot.
Aspas is one off the Bladestorm. You'll try and fight for an extremity, get him that, hope that maybe he can be the difference maker. But even then, that last round, losing it in the fashion they did, makes the comeback so much more difficult.
So when I'm looking at, the difference between these comps, Leviathan don't have that much like hard anchoring tools. They've got a chamber as opposed to all the stall that MIBR have.
Sure.
What do they do to break into these sites?
I think the issue is that they keep on trying to defuse these trap plays. Use the slow orb to deny people re-swinging into them. But Lev have been able to just disrespect that utility and continue to brawl. So maybe it's a look to simplify some, but to just go into an exec. The strength of this comp on attack is post plants.
Mimi, 3 people have rifles this round. They've given Aspas the gun, get a kill with it, switch to Bladestorm, chuck us back the rifle. That's the plan now. MIBR are kind of staking this series on this round. Aspas picks up the blades. We'll trade away that weapon, and MIBR not looking to slow down. It'll be the boost up from Verno. The players in backside vulnerable. And the paranoia sets up for Verno, looking to spam out through the wall. Massive pen on the Guardian, but no kills to be found. No real damage either. Spike sees everyone. Spike! No one knows he's there! An assassin in the heat of day. MIBR drop like flies.
MIBR got completely caught out. No one was looking at lane. No one was ready for Spike.
One enemy remaining.
That's the type of round that misses you another chance.
Spike stepping up to the occasion. How excited were people for this kid when he stepped on to the big stage last year, and now delivering in a critical moment to push his team over the edge.
Couldn't save 2G, but he has stepped up for Lev. He has put his talent on full display.
We've been waiting for so many players on Leviathan to step onto that global stage, now within grasp. But they have to get through MIBR first. 3 players on the other side. Makes the sound of the drop. What you got, Neon? That's a kill, and that's a quick escape as well. No more techs into the fight, now trying to hunt down Neon with the Hunter's Fury. Neon spotted the player. And MIBR have some control of this site. Leviathan choosing to play with numbers here now on the retake.
But the retake's good. All of the Phoenix and Neon utility online. MIBR have to hold. This is the round they need to win.
Everything comes down to this round. They're not going to have a chance to breathe. Verno settles the score with Spike. And Leviathan have been stuck up in heaven. The second hitting the floor. It's just these players down in hell that need to make the difference. Need to do something. Will they be able to stop Leviathan? A stinger in hand, 72 HP to their name. It's not comfortable, but Verno will be the hero again. MIBR are not out yet.
This game has had so little success for MIBR, but it's always been Verno. The 2 rounds in the first half. Another one delivered here with a 3K in the post plant.
One enemy remaining.
And it was another tight round. That's what it
MIBR,
takes.
they'd forced down. They had 3 rifles to their name going in, but they win it nonetheless.
And now Aspas buys the attack side operator.
Well, Leviathan fight ready up in main. Spike again! Just 2 kills and out. He is a superstar in the making. No more Aspas, no more Verno. The brains and the brawn both out of the equation for MIBR.
How quickly it flips. 5 seconds at the beginning of the round, the difference. Now desperation. Mazzino hoping for a pick in mid, but a crossfire here.
Sato has his number. No more Mazzino. And now trying to fight back into this B site, anticipating MIBR slipping into the gaps. Spike might put on a little bit more of a show for us. Spots the player in the back, and he's so quick with it! Spike is stepping up to the moment.
He is a phenom. His first opportunity to qualify to a global event, and he's taking it into his own hands. This set play was perfect. The shots, incredible.
Come on.
He hits 2 spray transfers in a round.
Comes after just 2 rounds ago where he had that huge hero play on his own to collect 3. The difference in these final moments has been Spike. Now some good utility. Chipping away at MIBR. Neon holds the line. Aspas is down again. MIBR gonna try and bring him back with the res. Give him another lease on life. He'd have to be the one. He knows the last time Leviatán qualified for a global when they won Americas. That was with him on the team. That was Tex. That was Mazzino. Now facing down. Gotta come up with something. Bruno boosts himself. Good utility, but Aspas is down on 5 HP. Again, he won't have a chance. Leviatán are just too strong. MIBR scatter. They don't know where to go. B side isn't open for business. Maybe a chance on A now.
It's the same 2 players dead. It's the same desperate attempt. Sato here to end it. That's 1.
Only 2 left alive for MIBR. Zekin down to 30 HP. And it's a pistol on his teammate. Spike is waiting for it. And now King could deliver the final blow against his former teammate.
30 seconds left.
Zeno doesn't have a lot of time. Now the door broken behind him. Pressured on every front. Leviatán have been so strong in these moments, and they deliver again. Leviatán, welcome to London. You're headed to the big games.
This team with 4 rookies delivers in their first chance. Some of them had half a season last year. Some of them had had chances before, but this is the next generation delivering. MIBR went big. They got the biggest names they could. They built a super team. But for the 4th game in a row, they failed to qualify to a global. And again, it's a young team to deliver the blow.
Ecstasy from the young guns in Leviatán. Hugs given to King as well. He knows he's going to be headed back to a global event for his first time in nearly 2 years. At the expense of his former teammates, it will be Leviatán storming out in their first performance on Ascent to advance here in the upper bracket, to go through MIBR and have a chance on the global stage.
Owner and King, the few that have been there before. But the rest of these guys, a fulfillment of a dream. Getting to attend a global event, getting to beat some of the biggest names in this game.
I mean, you talk about last year, from the second guys like Sato and Spike were able to step out on the stage, the performances they were putting up, everyone was excited to see their turn at the globals. And now they've done it. Now they really will get that opportunity.
Breathing in the moment.
Basking in it.
What a performance from them today. And to recover after that second map, after the way that goes, to have to play Ascent for the first time with a new composition when they knew nothing of what their opponent was going to do. And for King to call a perfect game on attack. For Spike to deliver a perfect second half.
I mean, it started with Spike's knife kills, and then it turned in to the insanity that was his X Factor. When we get to see it, that play over on the B site was absolutely legendary. And I think just back-to-back rounds, coming up with strong pieces, the 2Ks, and just not giving Aspas a chance. I mean, look at that play. He saw the shoulder of one guy, said, I'm going in that exact moment, and it's the moment that won the map.
The talent on this team is incredible. So much individual firepower, be it the 4 young players, be it King, one of the most consistent players that we've had through the history of this league. They have all delivered. And this is the same squad that struggled so much in kickoff, that was playing their attacks too slow. They couldn't figure it out in time. But here they have delivered. Leviathan, the first Americas team to London. Let's hear more from your winners in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Mimi and Ender. And yes, it is none other than Spike here, qualified for Masters London. Spike, congratulations, Pada Benz. I mean, it seems like literally only a year ago, we were waiting for you to turn 18 so you could be on this stage and catch your breath, because now you're here and you've qualified for your first international event. Talk to me, how do you feel? What are the emotions?
Mano, é sentimento de conquista, de superação, porque, mano, a gente tá treinando desde de novembro, teve vários problemas no kickoff, e esse split a gente veio muito forte, então a gente tá mostrando nossa identidade, né?
Yeah, it's we're showing our identity. We've been training since November. It's I don't know. I think I am also happy for him because I forgot what he said. Fala de novo.
E a gente treinou muito no split 1, porque nos kickoff tava dando muito problema, porque o PX teve que entrar, o Neon não tinha 18 anos ainda, então tô muito feliz com essa conquista e é isso.
Yeah, we're very happy with this. You know, it has a feeling of superation and finally getting things done, because, you know, we had problems in the past. We didn't have Neon, PSX was covering, so now we have the team, so it feels really good doing this.
Jump King!
And King is yelling from up there. And that's my next question. King, your leader, you are all very young, and King is kind of, you know, the joke is like King and his 4 sons, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what has it been like qualifying with these guys? I know you guys are all friends. You guys have this camaraderie. You guys have faced adversity, and now you're here. Talk to me about qualifying with your boys.
Mano, é sentimento tipo de escola mesmo, porque a gente tá todo mundo junto, todo mundo bem novo pra esse time, e o King como se fosse um professor, um irmão mais velho. Então, ter esse sentimento de todos os seus amigos estar no mesmo sonho que você é muito bom.
It feels like high school, you know, everybody's young, everybody's together, and then we have like this big brother, this teacher with us. So that's how it is, like, you know, on a daily basis.
Well, one last question for you. Your coach, owner, said that you are one of the best neons, if not the best neon in the world, and now you get to prove it on the global stage. Anything you'd like to say to the global fans who are about to meet you for the first time? They're going to meet Leviathan, Spike.
Muito obrigado a todo mundo que tá torcendo pra gente desde o kickoff. Tenho muito a agradecer vocês. Então, mano, esse Londres vai ser incrível com a gente lá. Só espero vocês lá.
Thank you so much for everyone who has been supporting us since the kickoff, and we're really excited to go to London. We're gonna do a lot of partying over there.
Respectful partying, of course.
Not partying like partying crazy, but more
yes.
like gonna have fun. That's
yes,
what
we're gonna have lots of fun. It's me so excited to meet you. We're friends. We're gonna have to break, but stay right there because it's G2 versus KRU Visa next.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
I think Superman would probably have the best restaurant recommendations because I don't know. I feel like I just trust his. He seems like a foodie to me.
Pra mim, o melhor, mano, que tem é o Superman. Ele recomenda cada lugar, tipo assim, perfeito. E olha que eu sou brasileiro, tá? Tipo assim, ele é Vietnã, é totalmente diferente. E os lugares são ótimos.
Honestly, he was probably Bay. This guy's been around for a while. So that's one thing, and then also he just knows where the best spots are. He's been traveling overseas. He's been to Vegas. He's been, New York, wherever the case is. I think he has honestly all the best spots.
I mean, I'm biased, but like I'll say John.
Best restaurant recommendation's got to be Ethan. I don't think it's even. I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but Ethan always gives bangers.
I would say maybe Ethan. He's been here like in LA the longest, so I'd go with Ethan.
One would be my teammate, Superman, because I mean, he's tried legit everything in this area. But another sleeper pick is King from Leviathan. Like, sometimes he be finding some hidden gems, and it's like, King, I like how you're moving.
Off the top of my head, the first two people I can think of is like Rossi or Baby Bay. I mean, these guys they're party animals. These guys just be going out and getting lit.
I would say it's Asuna, Peter. That guy has been around the block. He knows what's up, and he's got great taste. So
I give very good food recommendations. Whenever we're back in Chile, I'm just taking my boys to the places I like. And here I also have some few places, so now they're like a mini version of me on like eating.
Leviatán King or me? Why? Because I love food. That's the way to win my heart. You give me food, you give me snacks, and I will be there every single time.
Tô com muita vontade de jogar o Playoffs. Falta uma partida praticamente para Londres, mas não vou pensar muito nisso agora. Mas estou me sentindo muito bem e muito feliz com o time que eu tenho.
Pero el tradeo vendría instantáneamente de Superman. Consigue la primera con la segunda Silence. Situación de Clash que puede llegar a ganar Silence, pero canta su posición y se prepara. Pau con su pistolita y a Silence.
Going against the biggest Goliath, which is KRU. I know they're probably feeling really confident coming in as a #1 seed as well, but they got to deal with G2.
At the ultimate, they're going to be sound cues taken and cut completely away, and with that to the K. Oh my!
Side hack com o Valen. Eu acho que são dois capitães excelentes que estão no Tier 1 tem muito tempo, então vai ser uma partida muito interessante, megamente.
Que peligro en el camino, aparece la flash, se imaginan la apertura, se corren del espacio y Jalak se mete adentro de la fosa. Al tipo no le importó nada.
I see a lot of ourselves in them, just like experienced team, good IGL, good leadership, and just good structure. So I think it's going to be an intense game. It's going to be a tough game.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Stage 1 playoffs and our second qualification match of the day. It's Crew Visa versus G2 Esports. Zoe here again with Dryad and Athena.
That's me.
Yes, guys, Leviatán did it.
They did it.
Yes, some Preds in shambles. Don't want to call anyone out particularly, but they may have done it.
Guys, I'm just 0-3. It's fine. For playoffs weekend, I'm just 0-3.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
but you got
Are you the problem? I don't know.
I'm so happy though. I have to say, Lev making it the way that they were celebrating, so cute. Also, one Latin team just made it. Maybe it's time for the other.
Oh,
that's right. That's
two
right.
Latin teams qualifying right away. Would that be the first time?
Yes, it would be the first time. Insane.
Okay, no pressure, crew, but it's
No
all
pressure.
on you to make that happen, to
That's
make
okay.
history today as they're going up against G2 for not just their ticket in London, but also, of course, to move on in the upper bracket into the final.
Yeah, I think this is a really tough game for both these teams because on one hand you have G2 who's consistently qualified, and then you have KRU who is looking to qualify. It's been quite a while since they've made global, so definitely really interesting for both these teams. But of course, Zoe, I believe KRU have never lifted a trophy, is that correct?
Yeah, they have, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But also, I'm a recency bias kid, and they've done so well this stage, so like that just seems implausible to me.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. It's just one of the two teams that we have in this bracket that have never lifted a trophy. Well, on the other side, you have a G2 that has done it a lot, especially here in Americas. Last year, every single stage was theirs. And for KRU, there's something that they're missing as an org. Obviously, we don't talk about the players because you have Sadak and Les that lifted the Champs trophy, so you have a bit of an advantage there. But I think for the org, that's what they're waiting for.
Yeah, and I think with this roster too, right? It's so strong, and so far they're the only team that have gone 4-1 and won 4 of their matches in their group stage. So I think now they're really feeling the pressure because 1, it's been so long, and 2, they're the first seed in their group as well as the first overall because they have the most wins in all of Americas in this stage 1. So I'm really looking at this team to kind of solidify their qualification today.
I think they're ready for it. They're hungry for it as well, of course. The rookies are, but also the veteran players who have tasted the glory before. So let's check in with the IGL Sadak and send it over to Liz.
Here with KRU Visa's Sadak. Now, the last time you were at an international event was Masters Madrid in 2024, but now you are one best of 3 away from Masters London. You're here with KRU Visa as their leader. What is it about KRU that's going to make you win this best of 3 and go all the way to London?
I think we have a lot of passion, to be honest. We have a super rough path coming here, so that only made us stronger. So that's what I believe in.
Best of luck today.
I always love hearing from Sadak, and he's best known for his run with Loud. But if you go back to 2020, he made his first mark on the game with Estral Esports, coming out of nowhere to win LATAM's first strike. In 2021, Sadak also wanted to make a name for himself in the Brazilian scene, so he moved away from his Argentinian roots and signed with Vikings, gaining a whole new fan base in the process. Vikings immediately qualified for both Master Reykjavik and Champs 2021. And Sadak stayed with Brazil in 2022, signing with Loud, and we all know that story. Trading punches with Optic at 3 straight globals and winning it all at Champions Istanbul. That win put Brazilian VALORANT on the map. But even after losing Sassy and Pancada after that win the following year, Loud was still unstoppable. With 2 new rookies, the team placed second at lock-in and won Americas in its first season. Sadak's status as the GOAT IGL was cemented. But after Aspas moved on in 2024, Sadak had to reinvent Loud. That's when we saw him playing a little bit of the duelist, and he still managed to qualify for Masters Madrid. And still, the squad struggled for the rest of the year, so it was time to move on. In 2025, Sadak changed up again, heading to EMEA and signing up with Carmen Corp. That too was a bit of a disappointing year with no trips to the global stage. But now, he's back in Americas alongside Les, the Argentinian superstar Dante, and playing for the LATAM squad for the first time in 6 years. Despite missing kickoffs, Sadak and the new KRU Visa hit the ground running, taking the Omega Group's first seed with the America's best record that we've had so far. Sadak is back, and he's playing better than ever. The numbers don't lie. And you know what? Maybe he'll get KRU their first ever trophy.
Maybe he will, and it all starts today. I mean, in the early days of VCT, right, KRU Visa, they were a staple when it came to those global competitions, but when was the last time they actually qualified for a Masters?
Yeah, I believe it was around Copenhagen 2022, which is kind of insane because being gone for so long from that global stage only puts a fire under you to make sure you're qualifying. And earlier we said with this roster, it's looking really good. They look really solid. They're back on that Americas trend where they're the #1 seed, where the last time they've won it and then qualified to a global. So I'm looking at that upwards trajectory and thinking, well, maybe this is it.
It feels like it can be it. And also for Copenhagen, that was the last time that they made a Masters, but also that was the first time, or the last time, that we saw both Latin teams making it to a Masters together. You look at the representation here, there's 6 North American teams, we have 3 Brazilian teams, Latam it only has 2. So imagining both of them making it, something that the region has never seen before since partnership.
Which is incredible. And honestly, this stage, it feels like this is the one, right?
Yeah.
The puzzle pieces are all fitting, everything's working, everything's in step. On the other side here, though, their opponents, I mean, while we haven't seen KRU in a Masters for a while, G2, like, when was the last time they missed one, honestly?
Yeah, it feels like this team has consistently been on a roll almost for consistently winning Americas. They've gone to almost every global event recently, at least in the past, I think 5 years, 4 years? What is it? You know the stats better than I do.
20 million years.
Whoa!
Plus minus 1 or 2, you know, but who's really crunching the numbers?
No, they've been making every single one. They missed Madrid, but last year, for example, winning, I think the expectations were high, and that is something that we talked about early on. They're great in Americas. Now they're looking back to making it to the international stage, and that is when the biggest challenge is going to start.
Yeah, well,
I love this stat, by the way. I don't feel like we've ever seen this before. These are the top 5 global qualifiers out of a total of 15 globals. These are the teams who are currently leading the charge.
Yeah, and it looks like KRU is actually tied up with Sentinels for that 5th spot of most qualified, but obviously those 2 teams being the top 2 teams qualified for the most global events in Americas. And so again, it's just another thing on KRU's shoulders, another little bit of pressure, whereas I'm pretty sure G2 is right behind them on this board. I still think you're looking at both G2, who has been the most recent America's Titan, and then you're looking at KRU, who's coming back with a vengeance, trying to put that kind of out there and being in that top spot right now.
And that is going to be so important. Fnatic is not going to be making Masters London, for example. So you're trying to take those spots, trying to make those qualifications, and you have the experienced players to make it happen. Both Leaf and Les have been incredible throughout the stage. I think in their whole career, they have flexed a little bit, they have experimented a little bit, and still they maintain that top level.
I think both these players have been the rocks for their team, consistently getting multi-frags, being able to kind of be the clutch position when they need to be, as well as a lot of really good lurks. Les, he's phenomenal with getting that aggression, especially towards the defensive half. And Leaf, he's been so good on the Viper, on his lurks, getting some of those picks on the attack side. But both these players are the players to watch to kind of see who cements themselves as a true rock for either team. You can see the stats on here. Les is just doing a little bit better. But again, Leaf, he had a little bit of that stint playing the Astra for a little bit with G2.
I feel like a lot of players are looking for their redemption here as well, be that the stage 1 redemption or a previous redemption. Like, everyone has their own little story heading into this one for this squad. So predictions for this one, it's really difficult because both teams want it so bad.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Look, I'm just gonna say you were criticizing who was a favorite, and I think.
You think G2 is a favorite?
Well, let's find out. Let's find out and
G2.
send it to the stage and bring out our next 2 squads.
Por un lugar en Londres, el equipo sin miedo, KRU Visa!
KRU, every single player that you're looking at right now missed the international stage last year, whether they weren't able to play or they just didn't qualify. Everyone going in a different journey. For Les and Sadak, going all the way to EMEA. For Dante, who towards the beginning couldn't even play, and the other 2 players had something to prove in their respective squads, Silence and MW Sarah. People have doubted them in their Brazilian teams, and now all that combination is here together and looking stronger than ever. The strongest team that we've had in that regular stage, going just 1 match away to making it to Masters London. Everybody having something to prove, whether it's individually or as a team, and trying to put the name of LATAM at the very top.
Yeah, they closed out the regular season with a victory. Was it the cleanest one? No, so they definitely had some time to clean it up to go up against their opponents today.
To bring out their opponents, looking to make yet another global event. It is G2 Esports!
they are back to fight for this qualifying spot to London. They've qualified for so many globals now in a row. But this team, I mean, when you're looking at the players, you're really looking forward to the IGLing masterclass from VALORANT. You're looking at Jagamo, who always pops off towards that playoffs to bring his duelist energy into this. And then you're looking at the newest addition of Baby Bay to bring back a lot of that rock, holding it down as a sentinel on site. Then, of course, Leaf, we talked about, and Trent just being an initiator that's been around for so long. And this team, they've been grouped up since the Guard, since Ascension, since all these things, and have stayed together through so much turmoil. And I think now is the time for them to show us how they really reflect with the science of making it through Americas and qualifying for globals.
And VALORANT said it yesterday during one of the interviews, the things that they never left. People were doubting a little bit towards the beginning of the stage with things going on, changes happening, them playing a lot of harbor, but then they switch it back. They go back to that success formula they had before, and that is how they kept winning and winning. And on top of that, you have a Baby Bay that is having the greatest performance he's ever had on stage.
All right, okay, Lotus going through, crew's best map, no biggie. But, I mean, honestly, G2 look good. Their last 3 matches, they're 3-1 on Lotus, right? And they look good once they switched off of the harbor. You just mentioned that.
Yeah, but Crew has looked insane on Lotus. Every single time I've seen them play, I've struggled to find fault in their gameplay, especially on their defensive half. You can tell that their reactivity, their proactivity, the way that they take space, it is just so phenomenal. Right now, we're in this meta where a lot of the time you need to be silent instead of re-clearing with a lot of util, because the second that you use util, teams are so fast to rotate to the other side of the map. And I feel like for this team, Crew, especially on this map, have had such a phenomenal time of doing that. They've done it almost down to the science.
Both of the teams are really comfortable on this first map of Lotus, whether it is because Crew Visa is invicted in it so far, or because G2, they know that they can beat and understand what the flaws are and some of the ways that they can punish it. I still think what I'm the most excited about, though, is the experience that these two IGLs have, VALORANT and Sadak. Insane names to have on stage right now, just one match away from making it to London, and it's a different journey that both of them have had to make it here.
Yeah, I think we're really looking at the IGLs, because at this point, you've seen them both play Lotus. You've seen both these teams play so much as well, and I don't expect any changes in comps based on that first agent select. Looks like it's going to be the same as last time, but it's really down to the IGLing. For VALORANT, I'm looking at him to be able to re-clear that A lobby without using too much util, but also challenging Sadak and making sure that they're not getting so much space all the time, because it seems that's what Crew actually relies on, especially on their defensive side.
And challenging as well on the defense, a lot of those aggressive pushes that Crew love to do on B especially. It felt like some teams have been able to cut up on it, but it's time to figure out if G2 can do the same thing.
Well, let's find out. A trip to London is at stake, and we've got two jolly gentlemen for this one. On the mics, it's Bren and Sideshow.
So jolly, so jovial, so many words we could use to describe ourselves here. But we do have a matchup here, and it's a serious one at that. The stakes are right in front of your faces, to be honest. If you win this one, you are qualifying for Masters London. Doesn't get much bigger than this, to be honest. And two teams as well. With one side of things, G2, the team that always makes it to these international events, that always makes it to the global stage. And in the other side of things, Crew. They just witnessed the other Latin team from Americas actually book their ticket. So now the question is it maybe their time?
Yeah, I think, you know, Sadak in particular is going to be itching to be back on a big stage like that. Yeah. And we're going to be talking about the IGL versus IGL matchup. This map as well on Lotus also offers opportunities for a direct head-to-head comparison with Leaf versus Less, which is sick because on other maps too, you'll see Leaf flex over to the duelist. But this is home territory for both teams on Lotus. Crew 4-0, G2 3-1. Who gets the better end of it first?
That's the big question, isn't it? Crew as a team, their style slowly perhaps has been getting figured out towards the tail end of the group stage. They love a good contact play.
Yeah, they started with an absolute bang, didn't they? G2 re-exploring here, looking for a little bit of information. Running a trap play at the start, but Crew didn't walk into it. So instead, Leaf gives up the space. Got a snake bite to try to fight back in, and Sentinel utility not on the flank here.
Yeah, a lot of backside control already going to be given up here to Crew. Flank could go down without too many issues. The flank potential problem, but there's nobody actually sitting there. All of the crew players up onto the site, and it's a critical fight to be won out. Less. He's going to be stuck into the corner, though. Nade, sails past. He's going to have to swing wide to escape the ire of it, yet still it is... Oh, well, Jorgenmo claims his mark. Trent on top of it as well. Silence. Taken straight out. 3 players, make it just 2 now for Crew, looking to try and hold back the onslaught of G2. A team that is in top form currently. Showing no mercy, MW. Last one left towards the back of the site, but he's been spotted out, rooted out. 4-piece for Jorgenmo.
What an opener from Jorg, man. They recognize exactly the position that Les was going to be in. Loved the snake bite as well from Leaf early on, which stopped a bit more of that post-plant aggression from Crew. They were going to look to try to take the fight in deeper and deeper. Pressure on Heaven, pressure on Stairs, and G2 handle it all and let Jorg feast. Really big opening from him. Gets him very close, honestly, to his showstopper. He's got 5 points in that ultimate already out of 8. Crew not going to force. And Jorg's going to try to build that one up for what could be a pretty monstrous bonus round, actually. Don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but...
Yeah, 3 away is ridiculous.
Yeah, anytime you get up to a showstopper round 3, you've done something exceptional.
Flipping a switch on the door nice and early. The judge to hold them back from B. Leaf. We're receiving a lot of attention soon enough, and there it is. They're going to try and control most of this one, but revealed up by the Horn. Crew able to walk all the way into this B side.
Yeah, he's given a judge away to Crew in a post plan.
Dangerous tidings. Not too much in terms of Crew. Okay, there. I was wondering if they wanted to push up towards Heaven, but no, going to commit to the plan.
It's all about getting the judge in the right place if Crew have a chance to win this.
Paranoia pushing forwards, trying to really make their mark and take over control of Blue Room. Wide faces again, though. Jorgenmo looking to contain that space and now putting the squeeze on these players, syncing it up with Baby Bay. Full side control now, just Main that has to be worried about, and they know where Les's position is. Already just trying to square up, but Jorg now, that's it. That's the ult for the bonus.
That's crazy. I mean, being able to defend half onto the defuse and then pick up the rest of it. Valen not being greedy, hands it over to Jorg. That round, honestly, could have gone a little bit crazy, but that's how they chose to use the judge there. Sadak blind from a Prowler, hopping through into Blue Room. G2, a fantastic beginning for them. Looking to be the first team to deal Crew a loss on Lotus. This map was the biggest reason why Crew were able to get off to an incredibly hot start and put together the best record of any of the teams in Americas.
Yeah.
Now they've got to deal with this showstopper. Using it to reinforce the site that Baby Bay is holding. Often the Vice is going to be holding the weaker side of the map. This time, not the case, as Jorgenmo is with him. So trying to throw off the read that Sadak might have when he susses out what's going on with this defensive setup.
There's layers here. It's one of the G2's defense. Valen took tight.
You'd expect, I think, as Sadak calling around like this, for Jorgenmo to be posted up somewhere towards C. Because normally that's the site that you're going to want to pop into.
Yeah.
So I think this is all just looking for information here.
Leaf. Doesn't hand. Door opens up though. Valen is definitely going to be ISO'd. How the hell is he almost winning that one out? Dante. 12 HP. There's nowhere to run there for Valen. Sitting duck. The rest of the team now, they want to move in a different direction. Uh-oh. Alarm bell is going to be ringing, at least for us. At home, because Vice setup's there, and so is Jorgenmo with that ultimate.
And Jorg can pop this off that wall contact if he wants. Even if you bait the wall out.
There's about 30 seconds left into the round.
He's got a blast pack to get up and over the top of it.
How are Crew even going to navigate this one? Fading at the wall. Popped off here. Thorns as well to slow it all down, but there's nobody actually here. Sends it flying into the corner. Somehow Dante not going down, just dodging most of it, and less locked onto the sight line with Jorgenmo taken out. It's now a 3v5. Crew navigating this one, but they still need to get the plant down. That's another problem entirely. Bebe off to the side just with that Spectre, but a nasty shot by Trent to trade it out.
Spike planted.
And will go down though for Crew. A lot of worry is going to be avoided for now.
Yeah, these are two G2 players with bad weapons that are pretty far away.
Crew trying to be hypermobile, moving around the map there. There's a lot of acknowledgement there. Leaf's going to be spotting. One, perhaps two players. Jump spotting as well, just trying to create a bit of space. Door opens up, stray shots as well through that wall. And hold on, he's picked up a bit of a weapon now. Rifle obtained, and he's going to get a bit of a move on. Time is ticking.
I think doing economic damage here and playing for exits is perfectly viable as G2.
Yeah, Trent's never going to make a go for the spike here, so that's the Crew just trying to evacuate through. the back of the site, just trying to see if they can make their way past it. Sadak barely able to get out of there. Everybody escapes.
I gotta be real with you, Brent. That was a sloppy round from G2. Insane anti-synergy from BabyBay. He popped the thorns that stopped Jorgamo from being able to use the trap play that they'd set up. I mean, when he pops his ultimate, he's just looking at the ground like, what have you done that to me for? And he got no value out of the showstopper there that we were hyping up as being a potential game changer for G2.
Yeah.
So, beef on the execution. And KRU, they come away with quite a nice, clean win there. 4 people on light armor, but it's pretty similar across the board. We get an even situation heading into round 4.
Wall set.
Very aggro wall, deep TP as well out towards Rubble.
Now, Sadak loves calling rounds like this, where he takes slow Rubble control and just tries to bait out a trap play. Loads of defenders are going to be going for Rubble reclear strategies with a Paranoia and, a util dump, looking to take the fight into them. And KRU, they've specialized in diffusing those situations.
And both teams triggering device walls early.
And then if they need to rotate out to the other side of the map, Dante on the Neon offers them the ability to clear all of these corners. And of course, Silence defaulting over towards B main helps out as well. This time though, super diligent, using the Prowler, headed towards Jorgamo.
Leaving less as a bit of an insert. Some chance to pivot if it all goes wrong over towards C.
Valen is reading that this is an A re-hit, and the Prowler was actually fake. Well, you can tell that's not the case.
KRU very good at just trying to hide their intent the whole time. The rest of G2, look at a stack of bodies over towards here, but this is 30 seconds remaining. The spike has to land over towards C here. Jorgamo. They give up most of this space here. Doesn't want to really contest alone.
How good does the post plant look? MW optimizing the plant position as best as possible here. Planting for Mound. Decent plant position for on-site if they want to leave a couple of players here as well. Still a nade, Paranoia, Haunt for retake. G2 have got a lot of tools still.
They're so worried about the lurk potential. They've only just recleared over towards A. Not getting a move on. Time's going to be short. Valent's going to be sending in some long-range utilities with a smoke to supplement. Have the team get back in. Nade and a seize. Combining a might though. Sadak is going to be able to sidestep it for now. And a bit of spam into the smoke. Yeah, he goes fishing for it. The kills collected. Silence less. Sadak all getting their ones. Looking for a bit more now. And G2, this retake is just not viable at all. Immediate calls for just disengagement. A little bit too slow for my liking.
And KRU knowing exactly how they want to play it. That smoke that kind of separates off the retakers, slowing things down even further and offering up some just spam lines for them to be able to play around. Look at this around the smokes.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I've really enjoyed watching with KRU has been that they've got such a good understanding of how the meta works, especially on this because it's their best map. Like, they understand the intricacies of how does this specific meta work with people throwing utility here, like what angles are best to play, what timings are best to play, what do we expect our opponents to do.
Rather win.
But if we're going to talk about form, Bren, I think that G2 have actually been in better form in the last couple of weeks. That's one of the areas where you might be doubting KRU coming into this game.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, we were taking a look at the matches being played. KRU, it found like they were getting clocked and figured out. Which is 100 Thieves took the win against them. EG almost did.
Yeah,
they had opportunities to.
It's a bit crazy to say, isn't it? Because they did go 4-1 with the only loss being to 100 Thieves. But yeah, that almost lost to EG. Having us wonder.
Yeah, and I thought EG had some good prep work and anti onto KRU in terms of what they were doing. KRU here, massive weapon advantage. With Bebe going down too, another util's going to get popped off here. And these deep positions, I mean, Dante happy to punish.
A fairly simple round at the end.
Yeah.
G2 with a little bit of an opening over towards C, but KRU closed the door firmly in their face with that take off the Bebe. With a nice kill, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, these are going to start to build up to another showstopper.
He's looking sharp. A lot of his shots. Nades. Making it uncomfortable here for the KRU players. Hoping that he can play in Trent as well. They do have money to buy for the next as well, so they can afford to play riskily here. See if they can build up a couple of these ults. But Dante just plucks Jorg out, and Trent's going to follow shortly afterwards here. So KRU taking a lead, 2-3. Big beginnings for them on Lotus.
Yeah. A good response after G2 looked like they had an opportunity to run away with the game in rounds 1 and potentially round 3. Ults are going to start to get up here as well. Les is one away from being able to get a pit online. And G2 are a couple away from some big ones too. Again, that showstopper should have been a game changer round 3, and Jorg's going to have another chance at that. He has been playing well, 8-3 top of the scoreboard. But this round's absolutely important. G2's economy will not survive losing another.
Bring them down.
A lot of emphasis being placed over towards B here. Wall. Switch going to be flipped. It has pulled a little bit of that util out. Hold on, this player's way in front of you, and Dante. He wants to go for it. Just sending it all the way past. A lot of this util. The thorns and the wall, no problem for him. He's got that backside control and less on this lurk avenue. Takes out his adversary. Leaf falling. Meant to plug up those gaps for KRU. They have full side control, and they look like they want to take it, I mean, maybe one step further.
Yeah, they fade ulted into Waterfall, and now they know that they can fight into spawn, take down Valin easily.
G2 just getting picked apart here. Sliced and diced. I mean, KRU, they're just dissecting it. Once they get into the site themselves, it feels like a lot of individual ones being offered up by G2.
I mean, that's a brilliant round, though. They instantly recognize that if Valin is posted up in that forward C position, and he's going to TP backwards, it's really unlikely there's going to be another player there to hold on. Their read was instant. Dante knew that he could take all the space in the world over towards C. And then we got to see that little battle between Leaf and Les. Who can read each other on the lurk? Who can find the better timing? And Les has been significantly better than Leaf so far.
Yeah.
Here's the kill that I'm talking about, but if you wanted to know the stats, Les is 6-3, Leaf is 1-6.
Right.
So there is a really big difference here in the Viper Impact early doors.
The form that Leaf was in yesterday was unbelievable.
And also, we don't have to talk about yesterday. We can talk about years of data.
General, right?
Years and years of data with both of these players, Leaf and Les.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons to be really excited about this matchup. But at the moment, KRU looking very comfortable in their home territory.
And the battle of the IGL is coming up on top here for Sadak.
Yeah.
He's got the right read in terms of, like you said, I mean, they just know the meta like the back of their hands. They don't want to anticipate when they see specific util being used, when they see a player in a certain position, what the defensive setup's going to be looking like. And they're calling immediate reactions because of it. And Sadak, you know, he's been away from Americas for quite some time. He hasn't seen a development that Valorant's had as an IGL.
No.
When he left, Valorant was just getting started.
Yeah, it's such an interesting overlap because they barely overlap as top IGLs, to be honest with you, in Americas. Just to give you an idea of that, the last global that G2 missed out on was Masters Madrid, and they've been to every global event since then. That one was the last global that Sadak attended.
Right.
With Loud.
Yeah.
You know, and at that point, he's running like QCK on Phoenix.
I mean, don't remind me.
But he was running like Phoenix Harbor stuff way before it was
ahead
popular.
of the curve by about 5 years.
Yeah, yeah.
It hasn't been 5 years.
It's been a long time.
Feels like it.
And so we haven't actually been able to see Valin versus Sadak for very long at the top level. You know, very early on in Americas, that was something to look forward to. But Sadak is back. And putting other IGLs on notice at the moment with his individual performance too.
And an incredibly hard read that Vice setup being played over towards A, only this time G2 have a stack of bodies ready to respond.
It feels like the same kind of trap play. Bake the wall. Is Jorg going to go for it though on an eco?
G2 don't have the money, but they might just try and send it flying forward. Sadak is just beaming them all down. He TP'd up on top of the box, and he's taking liberties now. My God, breaking ankles in the process. All that damage done, chipping away the G2 opposition, whittling it down the defense.
Individual level from Sadak. I think he gets some easy ones. It's like shooting fish in a barrel there because of his positioning.
Wow.
Because of his positioning and his awareness that something like that could be going on. You do not normally see an attacking Omen TP on top of that box. But I think they're really aware that G2 are using that wall as like a trigger for some kind of bait reaction.
Yeah. This is absurd.
Yeah, but he does it at the same time as his team triggers the wall, and so he's on an unexpected position. Again, just showing you that intelligence and positioning can be way more important than just hitting crazy shots when it comes to putting up the stats. Okay, Jorgamo has the showstopper back again. We're now talking not about G2 being in control of the game, but trying to get back into the game with this ult.
Absolutely. KRU with a massive lead, not looking to let it up whatsoever. Deep TP, that's a Omen ult that's not going to be committed. It just clears a bit of a path, or at least gives information over towards B. And Les has been spotted out. Rooted out of that spot here. The Proud actually getting a connection acknowledgement. Jordan's going to be sending this one flying forwards there. Showstopper finds the mark once more. Two-piece now for Jorgen, an instant reaction called for. Dante trying to move forwards, but the Thorns delayed and slowed. Patience played by Leaf to perfection. And now just leaves it down to MW. He's going to be swiftly, potentially meeting his match. Jorgamo, eager to draw even more blood. Flawless for G2 to answer straight back.
They needed that round. An absolute desperate situation for G2. 5 in a row for KRU. And finally, G2 respond. They get that opening pick, snowball it into an advantage. I think Les took a ton of chip damage before he even got to this position. And Jorg throws out the ult. His stats are good enough that he can feel comfortable about sending it in that situation. Cheeky from Dante to even go for that. Nice! Come on, Alex! Leaf returns back to his position, holding on to C. We saw an amazing play coming out of him yesterday in that spot. And he rips the Viper's Pit over here. Single-handedly in charge of holding down the left side of the map.
And KRU not hiding their hand this time. They threw an abundance of util over towards A, anticipating that G2 would fight it aggressively.
This is kind of how we've been seeing Sadak call, though. I explained it earlier on, but they are 5 stacking over towards Rubble a lot to open these rounds. But it's slow, it's patient, and then it's very diligent as they re-clear the rest of the round.
Howler does get the connection, but he only heard one player stamina down.
Ooh, do they want to go for the retake here? Maybe playing into KRU's hand.
Perhaps. They're left guessing right now in terms of map control, wondering how many players it actually is. It could just be a low player, it could be the whole team.
Jorgamo may peek into an off sight line here. He's going for a jump spot.
Yeah. Door's opened up. Cracking over towards B. The door's going to be dropped in the process. Less off of this chaos and confusion. The noise is trying to really see if he can capitalize. It's way ahead of most of this util now. Cutting up these angles. And look at that by Dante. In and out straight away. Santa's going to play off that space perfectly once more. Nades again rebounding. Slowly approached by KRU. Only got about less than 30 seconds now. And they call for the pause, the pump fake. Jorgamo can only do so much before the trade is intact once more. 2v3 is what G2 are facing right now, and every position's accounted for. Les is way ahead of it. Look at that. As the wall props up, just barely getting a peek of Leaf.
Slightly too early there for Leaf, based on the timing of his wall. But it's another magical round from KRU, it really is. Silence with the operator was holding on to these angles forever. Don't think BabyBay's going to get a look in, but maybe if Lefs gives up another freebie.
You're going to see probably a lot of discipline now, especially with the spike ticking. As I say that, Les just takes the one anyway. Okay.
Yeah, just goes for it.
Yeah.
So Silence is holding over towards stairs this entire round with the op. Les gets to walk up off the back of his operator teammate holding that angle, and then he's holding kind of a crossfire as the rest of his team gets posted up into tree. So Les is making sure his players in tree don't get punished. Silence is making sure that Les doesn't get punished. It's an expert level round that shows you how a team working together can hold angles and hold space for each other. And at what point can KRU get punished? I mean, G2 have been very, very reluctant into going for these A-Rubble refights.
Yeah.
They're very passive today. They're scared to take the fight into KRU.
Operator in the hands of Jorgamo. It's going to be walls in his face, though. Venting. Deep play. Horns is used pretty preemptively there by G2. Doesn't want to get a whole lot of acknowledgement that they were looking for. They've stacked so many plays over towards the A side of the map.
We're also not seeing Leaf push out of C too much up until now.
Yeah. Sitting on demand. He's got no help yet.
He's either going to take Prowler contact or Dante jumping into his face. It's one or the other.
Prowler sees it. It's going to be broken. Biding his time, though. Bit of pressure over towards C-Man. Now KRU look towards it, but there's util being used on either side, and as that war drops, there it is. Jorgamo immediately answers. Stun's going to be falling at his feet, but a nade to try and push them back, and he wants to get back onto the line. He's playing inside the smoke. That is just absolutely manic, man. Steel Garden, anything to try and stun this one. Trent towards the back of the site, but he's going to be fighting World War III at this point. Going to be overwhelmed swiftly. No way! Steel Garden barely getting off in time, and just classics out. It's all Trent needs. Spike dropped into the middle of no man's land. Les, hell of a task to try and retrieve this one, especially with everybody slowly caging him in.
9 HP and a classic in hand. Trent takes down 2.
How has he done that?
Well, I mean, a complete disrespect of BabyBay's ultimate. The KRU players are running forwards, assuming they're still going to be able to use their primary weapon, and MW has his gun jammed right as he's looking to take the timing.
Holy
Trent can't believe it.
Holy shit, I just killed 2.
Josh is happy with that one. G2 are getting their way back into this map, actually. Looked like crew dominance for a while here. If G2 can put at least another on the board, it's not too bad of a half.
A similar game plan again from crew for their team. Top of it towards A. Well, being broken early. Spam goes back and forth. Both sides praying for a lucky connection, but now they're going to be bursting open the door now, moving into this B site. Main control, pretty critical, but Jorgamo's just going to be maintaining his composure. There's a flank, but it's going to be late coming. Jorgamo trying to get the hell out of there, somehow escapes. Barely alive on 2 HP, but with his life intact. The rest of G2 surrounding the area. Boombot somehow getting involved in the action, but Dante here on 12 HP. A menace. Shots fired still, no plant down. Calling for a bit of a pause and patience to be played. A tap. This time full committal. And fights one out here by crew. Less dominating it. Door's going to be switched and flipped open, baby. Does win his one out over towards that.
That's a bit too bold from Les, I think.
Yeah.
He's offered G2 an opportunity here.
Leaf just baiting, getting information. Giving it up to Baby Bay to see if he can make a play off of this, but there's lurks and flanks occurring.
All
one
on
after
silence.
the other. It is all on silence with him down. Dante now the sole player to play for this.
It's not planning for him.
12 HP. He's got to step way out into the open, and surely Leaf has just got this one. Moving around, one bullet is all it takes.
Oh, that's a really poorly played post plant from crew. They've allowed G2 into that one when they should not have had a hope. You can't make mistakes like that against a team with the caliber of G2 that have been in these positions so many times. Credit to Leaf, he was terrorizing silence back there, tripped his vice wall, went round, tapped the door, constantly causing chaos. I think probably made crew think that there were more players on the flank.
Yeah.
Silence may have miscommed and said that there was multiple after he got pressure from B and from C Mound. But this is a recovery of the half from G2. Sadak needs another in order to stamp their authority on this. They got 5 in a row at some point, and they're still only up 6-5.
For G2, just missing one round to make it even.
Jordan with his third ult of the half.
That's just ridiculous. He's trying right now. Building him up on no notice at all. A lot of players, in fact, the entirety of the team, crew, hiding and waiting.
The last 2 times that Jorg had ult, they were playing around a Vice setup on A. So crew may well be thinking about that.
G2 has switched up the setup once more, and Bebe's looking to reinforce up towards A. Door open, Prowler committed.
Another 5-person A default called by Sadak.
Yeah. Just over and over and over again, running it one after the other. Feels like real pressure with a Prowler and a door being flipped open. Calling for the pause once more though. Crew, they love to insert that uncertainty. Out of Nightfall really does send a pretty clear message. They're looking to try and take this site forwards once more. Shots don't need to be hit on either side. Valens already claimed one, Baby with the other. Trent, why not? Getting involved into the conversation, but Crew are still shooters themselves. Looking to see if they can stamp their mark onto this side, and they do, claiming it in their name. But the plant still needs to go down. It's a 2v2. Jorg is going to be approaching with that ultimate leap. What a shot and what a kill to find.
Oh, the wall betrays Dante and leaves everything up to Les. And this has allowed timing for Jorgamo to come here with the showstopper.
Barely any time at all. Plant committed. Showstopper forwards. Satchel's down and abound. Jorgamo is going to be rapidly approaching now, but supplied his time and waited out for the patience. Leaf has gone down. Gets the acknowledgement. Rocket going wide, and Jorg, he's only got the operator. Shorty out now, and he's way out in the open. Les just weaves and ducks around it all, and somehow delivers Crew that 7th.
Well, Crew absolutely misplayed a post plant on B earlier, and then G2 have returned the favor there. You have a showstopper left with 14 seconds and a guy putting the spike in the earth, and somehow Les is made to look like a god in that round. Dodges everything. Some of these rounds are wild, but it's left us with a very competitive half.
Definitely has. Les sitting at 15-6. Absolutely unreal form from him. Crew holding the lead for now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
7-5 half here, and you can tell tensions are running pretty sky high here, because if you're new to the stream, if you're just watching now and tuning in, this is all to get a spot into Masters London. That's what these two teams are playing for, and you're seeing evidence, I think, as well, in terms of cracks, in terms of the way that these teams are playing.
Sure.
A couple of mistakes here or there.
Some nerves on display, perhaps.
Yeah.
At the same time, there is actually a huge amount of experience on the stage right now. For KRU, some players without that, for sure. But at the same time, bolstered by a core of Sadak, Les, and even MW's got an enormous amount of...
I mean, he attended the first Champs.
At the top. Yeah.
Well, I looked that up recently. I couldn't believe it.
I mean, he's been in the game forever.
Yeah.
G2 going for their own version of this 5-person A default here.
Just watching a repeat of what KRU were doing.
Yeah. This time on the pistol, though. Maybe KRU, at some point, look to take a rubble fight, look to take a rubble refight. Didn't see that once from G2 on defense. The attackers are very ready for it.
Yeah. Very deep push already by Les. He's got a lot of control deep towards B. It allows KRU to get a heavy stack of bodies over towards A. Waiting for it as well up to the doors, but you're holding Util out into your hand. Sadak close quarters! The blind! These players just barely navigating it. Somehow Sadak's got two. Leafdo inserted, and now course for the pivot all the way back towards A to push and pull intact.
MW definitely thought that the whole of G2 had rotated towards B there.
Les still with his flank, might be able to activate in time. KRU, heavy hold up towards Heaven. Dante and Silence, waiting to see what Les can get done. Already maneuvering here. Valent as well, taking up residency over towards the B side of the map. Smokes are going to be sent out now, flying forwards, but KRU want to get a bit of a move on. Already a kill claimed with Leaf going down. Trent is largely on him, but he's already finished. And now Valen from the side. Paranoia waiting, primed, and now sent flying forwards. KRU going to do this one now in a 1v2. Surely a tap to see if they can ice these spikes, but it's all Valen! Where is Dante looking?
What a round as well from Valen. After he ended the first half with only 1 kill, he's absolutely come alive. 4 in that pistol, but you're right. What is Dante looking at,
Did he think he no-clipped through the door?
The crazy thing is, all throughout that round, Bren, I was thinking to tell you, oh, Silence has still got his wall up in tree. They know for a fact that G2 cannot be in tree. And yet Dante's looking there as if he's a woodpecker that has flown in and made a nest in tree. I don't understand.
Yeah.
There have been multiple moments. There have been a lot of good macro plays and demonstration and examples that these teams understand how to play Lotus, but there have been micro moments where players are losing their heads a little.
Yeah, skew whiff. Well, with that, G2, they earn that pistol. They're biding their time here, anticipating an aggro play by KRU. This is really their bread and butter on Lotus. To be honest, is a lot of these contact plays, and a swing actually comes up with the result. Baby taken out. Door opened up.
G2 have to pause here, just in case KRU were looking to swarm them at Mount. That's actually allowed a timing for them to be able to spread out around the rest of the map and anticipate the rotate.
Getting ahead of it.
Yeah, and this, I think, is one of the things that Sadak is doing best on this map on defense side. Anticipating where the attacking IGL is sending the troops.
The devious triple face from Heaven.
At the same time, it's all with classics.
Okay. Smokes in their face. Prowler forwards once more. Jorgs trying to do a lot to see if he can clear this one. Essentially solo. Nade repowering, and that should do significant damage. A little bit short of the mark and shy of it. Still, it is softening up these KRU opposition. Still, from the side, that's Les as well onto the flanks once more. This guy's taking liberties and up towards it. This is really just slapdash. Anything that they can throw against this one somehow comes down to a 1v1. And Les missed the exit opportunity, but Jorgamo, weak as anything. 20 HP. 15 seconds left. The spike is in the middle of nowhere, and it comes down to this timing. 12 seconds left. It's ticking down. Your opportunities are fading away with it. Just behind the box, he's missed it. And time is way too short. It has to be a full stick. Les! Oh my goodness! Barely grasped the opportunity in front of him.
Crazy end of the round. A smile breaks out on Les's face.
Smile.
I mean, he is normally quite a stoic guy, but he's got to let out a little chuckle at that one. This round, though, is incredible macro play from KRU, and yet they're barely able to get it over the line because they only have the classics. But they played the defensive rotate perfectly, faking the mound push, rotate to A, Les getting really active on the push out as well, wrapping around behind, as you would see from Leaf against any other team, but G2 were too scared to do it. And now the economy is in a really wonky spot. It's only Leaf that has a hero rifle.
Yeah, and he just sent it, revealed by the horns, and realized he had to respect that.
Considering how tight the scoreline is, and how strong both teams' record has been, I think KRU look like they do have the better read on how they want to play.
Store open, that's got to be cause for concern, yet Leaf somehow almost there. Trying to get control with the rifles. You've only got the pistols now for the rest of the G2 squad. It does leave it into a 2v3. Softened up though. Sadak and Silence will go down to a swift breeze really at this point. Plan down for Valin. Not too worried at all. He's playing riskily, realizing that, listen, we're already a player down. Might well go for it.
Trent has also got the hard read that Les is going to go for the
He's
same
been
path.
flanking multiple times.
Yeah, so he's really thinking about this flank. The problem is, he's miles away from the plant, but he's got a kill.
Silence gone down. Valendo giving up a lot of access to sight in the process. The Prowler not receiving much in the process. All the way slipping from behind though. There's less with that backstab. Now it's just down to Trent. Does have a rifle in his hands. Needs to be held down by Les. Defended. Shots through the wall. Sadak returns though with fire in his belly and gets that defuse off.
That's the form that you've been seeing recently from Sadak. He is good for a lot of those 1v1s. Trent himself can be very difficult to deal with in a clutch position like that. But the KRU IGL comes out on top this time. That though, there was only a single rifle that G2 brought into that one, and they actually did a great job of being able to push them.
Very close.
Sadak's alternating between gassing himself up about his insane reads and then heaving sighs of relief.
Yeah, can't blame him.
3 rounds in it, not a soul on the A site for the defenders.
Oh my goodness, what is this? And KRU, heavy focus being placed towards it again. Part of the playbook. They're going to contact up to the very final moment, but now they're going to be swinging. Flash though, it's a counterplay from G2 to try and hold them back. Baby Bay earns himself 2. Know where the third is, and they're going to anticipate that deep push. Silence forward, surely. He's picking up rifles in the midst of it, making all the noise in the world. Backs, turn, Silence. Silence, this is your time to shine! My God! It's a bit whiffy.
It's a mess.
Gives an opportunity, and Trent will capitalize instantly at that with that trade. 1v2 now for MW to try and play himself into, but he's left guessing in terms of where this spike was landing.
Yeah, and he's gone for the full wraparound play here. If he taps the door, he gives away his position, but he's going to go for it anyway.
Yeah. Playing this one fast and loose. Double up though from G2. Immediate breakage of the horns. A lot of util for MW to play with, so he gets acknowledgement. He's knowing where these players might be, but now spotting it. It's a high-low setup for G2, and how the hell do you navigate it? It requires individual brilliance. Tries to go for the wide face, but it's Valin who shuts it all down here. G2 refusing to stay down, really.
It's a crazy round for KRU to go for, I can't lie. They booked it out of C and B through a paranoia at those players over towards the boxes outside C. But they couldn't even get out B in the first place. 3 players just instantly blinded. Really, really well handled by Baby Bay, I gotta say.
It's nice to see. I mean, Baby Bay's making adjustments even from the last game that they played on Lotus. He was putting that deep wall down consistently on their Lotus and getting punished for it occasionally, and now he's added in the extra little wrinkle, which is the flash.
Yeah, the flash was really nice. Blinded up those 3 A players that otherwise would have been sprinting towards G2. That could be the round that turns the game back in G2's favor. Baby Bay's going to get closer and closer to an ult, as is Leaf, if they can mop up this eco round from KRU.
See some devious things though with that judge. And Sadak surely doesn't go for the push here. My God. Very deep on the line. He's hoping to see if he can catch Leaf, who has been lurking here from time to time. C-mount control. Called for by G2. Vicewall does need to be baited out. Looks like Jorg's going to be making a go of it. Manages to trigger it with Leaf, just trying to play off a lot of this sound cue and pressure. Sadak earns himself a kill. Teepers as well, obfuscating where he could be.
Horrible position to try to dig Sadak out of. I don't think a B finish is on the cards here for G2.
Well, might not have too many options, to be honest.
Really going for it?
Might be the case. All here, Judge to hold them all back. And this gun, again, I've said it.
Jorg has a nade. They might think about it.
Yeah, potentially. Prowler to fake some presence here. G2, they don't have a lot of use to see if they can clear. Jorg is thinking about it. One step ahead. Good level of awareness and immediately straight in there with a plant. Steel Garden's going to be used to buy some breathing room here, but it is against the eco. I mean, pistol rounds is really the pistols only what KRU really have to work with, and they're happy to just see if he can square up, take the fight. A lot of shots landed into the chest of VALORANT, but not enough to bring him down. 40 HP, forwards again. These angles are devious. He's able to find these access towards it. 3 fights forwards and calling for the 3-2-1 swing. In control in the hands of G2. Well navigated.
Yeah, there was a lot of danger in that round after they identified the judge. I love that pre-fire clear from Jorgamo. Really smart on understanding where Sadak would have gone to, but they were diligent about clearing out some other positions first. Still gets brought down into a pretty difficult situation. A pure 1v1 towards the end, but completely distracted player, and Trent picks it up easily. A tactical timeout here being called by KRU because this next round is imperative for them to maintain the lead. Yeah. G2 are getting up to big ultimates. Jorgamo is 1 away from a showstopper. And those are really interesting rounds for the IGLs to play mind games around. You know that he's probably going to want to play for an orb somewhere. So, okay, that's the surface level idea. Should we try to run a trap play over towards C? Should we fight for rubble control? And then G2 are going to be thinking, right, well, if they're going to be doing that, maybe we ignore the orb and we go off in another direction or come up with a different game plan for attack in this round.
There's a lot to consider for both of these teams. Instances like this, and it couldn't be in a more high-pressure environment.
This map may well define the series. You're looking at some really unusual stuff on Breeze. We haven't seen Breeze from KRU since week 1 when they played against Sentinel.
Eons ago.
So who knows what's happening on G2's map pick? You go from here on Lotus, where both teams have played it 4 times. You have 8 maps of footage to look at. To Breeze, where you have 2, and honestly, one of them's not even that relevant.
It's an unknown quantity, right? So you want to secure the wins where you know you can. Lotus being that open map could be a huge advantage to either side.
KRU do decide to deny that C ult orb. So they go fight
Very
bound
fast play
at the beginning of the round. And now they might be able to put some pressure over here as well.
Yeah.
G2 are not wanting to be super committed, though, towards either of the ult orbs. Just playing things slowly at the beginning of the round.
Got some smokes faking like they could be lurking up. Scared of the potential that KRU could have pushed out. I mean, they made a lot of noise over towards C.
Valen's A pressure, though, has actually reopened Mound if they wanted to re-explore in that situation.
Prowler broken. Less is hard committed onto this line and leaves there with the operator. Well trained, just comes down to the reaction times and just clips him into the shoulder. It's enough to do less in. Boombot to clear another level of it, and they're making sure to hide again. Full control. Orb's going to be picked up though, and that's going to be the signal to go forwards. Moving now deeper into the C side. It's left completely vacant. Sadak flips a switch, TP's out, just seeing if it can be a cause for concern. Tracks a couple of attention.
Silver lining for KRU there is that 2 ultimates got used on an empty site, so they might be able to retake this 4v5, but G2 are in control for now.
We've seen Valent, the one trying to operate on a lurk timing up towards Waterfall. Sadak with that deep TP, but that was heard for. Now with that util out in his hands, caught completely unaware. The rest of KRU are towards the back of sight, and the position surely accounted for. Dante trying to work his way in. But this time essentially doing it single-handedly. He's got MW just over the shoulder. Anything to help this one out, but G2 full control over all of the extremities. Dante's just trying to exit out cleanly. Takes a head of Valent straight off, but they still don't want to make a play for it.
Leafs found so much value in this round with the op, and Jorg's a little push in to combine and pinch into Waterfall with Valent's lurk is very nice stuff from G2.
Yeah.
Really slow, controlled, and actually more spread out and working the map a little bit more even than Sadak was on his attack side. A lot of Sadak's rounds started A and, they figured out what they wanted to do from there. I think Valent came into this one with a very specific idea of freeing up Mound with the A pressure early on to let Jorg build up that ultimate. Very well crafted. And great value coming out of the tactical timeout, even though it was their opponents. G2 keep the momentum, and the score's level.
9-9. Well, a map that could be the pivotal one.
First rubble fight of the map so far.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of teams, they don't like to all in these days. Util's essentially at a premium, and you don't want to give away the game to your opponents to cause them to react in a different direction. So do go for the contact plays, but the Seas connects onto a lot of them. The Tendril's going to be swinging out, and the Haunt is dealt with. Towards the top though, that's a huge reveal, and Valent spray control straight there. Trying to anticipate where these players may lie. The Prowler points directly to his mark.
And maybe that is a prime demonstration of why a lot of these teams don't want to all in for those rubble fights. because G2 dismantled them, the Seas and the Horn. The value from Trent was superb.
Beautiful util. Big advantage here for G2. They call for the pause once more, almost at that minute mark, waiting for now. But time could be a problem if they wait a little bit too long here. Silence is a big ult to see if he can delay. Might not be going towards his side anyway. Sadak, tricky business. Gives the Prowler a shank. Les trying to hold this back! VALORANT and Trent! Down and out for the count. Lined up entirely in silence. Just activating. Leaf with that operator. Goes for the swing, but he's low as anything in the process. Spike in his midst. Be able to make a move, perhaps. Well, he's got about 30 seconds, second guessing whether he could run away. Potentially trying to sound bait here, but in a 1v2, it's an impossibility for him. And this was a G2 with the advantage.
They had a huge advantage in this round, and yet Les has come up with an unbelievable play.
Rifle picked up. All the sound being made in the world here. Leaf just hard commits this time.
They're giving him a lot of respect, but they're fast on this one.
Yep. And Leaf, not expecting that the players could be wrapping all the way around there. So, KRU, they find a way back in.
I mean, that's a round that is all on an individual, to be honest with you. This off angle that Les plays in Blue Room is beautiful. The opening is all well played by G2. All of this stuff is really lovely. That off angle, we've seen Baby play it. Now we're seeing Les play it. Good for a lineup. Unexpected. People are normally thinking about the left-hand side of that angle. And dude, this guy's got 24 kills.
He's unbelievable. It's demonic form right now.
He's got a KD of 2. He's 24 and 12 after 19 rounds. That's exceptional.
It's just absurd, and it forces the timeout out of G2.
Just to give you an idea of how good the individual form is across these teams. Because we talked about form earlier and said that G2 are actually looking, you know, a bit better recently, etc., etc. But if you just focus in on the players, 5 out of 7 of the top-rated players in Americas for Stage 1 are in this match. Now that is pretty damn good.
That's insane, actually.
Obviously, the teams have been doing well in their group stage. #1 seed of Omega playing against the #2 seed of Alpha.
Yeah.
But G2 started with 2 losses, and, you know, KRU have actually been slipping up a little bit towards the end of the group. So it's not like it's been clean sailing and they've just been dominating everybody, and of course the stats are inflated. These players are cooking right now.
Yeah.
And Les is one of them right up towards the top, especially showing it here. And this is a map for it as well, isn't it? I think this is one of the reasons why KRU are so good here, is that Les is a monster, and he's always been a monster. And why did he move to EMEA?
Yeah, why did he leave us?
Yeah, why did he leave us?
Well, he's back now. It's the only thing that matters.
He's doing better, Vitality's doing better. It was a move that helped everyone.
It was better for everyone.
It was better for everyone.
Clean break.
Just stay at home.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, because KRU, they are gunning. See if they can represent Americas at Masters London. The same could be said for G2. And that stat earlier, it goes to show, really, you've got some of the best in Americas really battling against each other for one of our spots.
Economy's being pressured here by G2. They've got double Guardian coming into this one. It's not the greatest if they wanted to play around a pit.
No. Making a lot of noise over towards C-Mount. It's been a lesser defense across the board, I would say, KRU.
He didn't get it there. I think he was looking to try to bait the wall, but the wall might actually be offset just like the tiniest bit further than he was expecting.
Looks like it. A little bit further forwards. The evolution of the Vice wall. Sometimes we're seeing it all the way back. Team's getting better and better at trying to bait it out. The slow play from G2. Caution can be a good thing, but we saw in the last round, ended up being turned against them. This is Sadak being very brave. A lot of spam being sent out flying forwards. A Prowler and a Paranoia in exchange forward. Sadak is essentially trying to posture like he's got a bit of a stronger defense, I think, hold than it actually is. It is just him on A, so if he goes down, it would be problems. TP, try and back out. Immediate call for that one. It's a TP as well onto the other side of things, but Sadak falls, and that will crack open the A site.
Great TP from VALORANT as well. Goes over towards Tree. And KRU are left in a 4v5 to try to wrap things up. Do we see the pit deployed here as well?
Perhaps he's got it in the back pocket. Popping all the way up here. Les is alone. ISO trying to take these fights. Jorg perhaps squaring up. Making a go for it. The wall up, though, gives an opportunity for KRU to potentially walk up, take some more space. The stun is good. Fast lane forwards and just sitting inside the stun, just looking for signs of life. Jorgamo really tangling with them, and the pit is going to be pulled out anyway.
And that's a sign for KRU to back things off and just allow the score to once again draw level. G2 coming out with a really nice acceleration play in this round. And Valen, again, just going through all of the checks that you need to see from a top IGL playing on Lotus, right? There is pressure over towards C early on. And he did miss the bait on the wall, but he stayed towards C, chose a different timing. At the same time as his team was Viper walling out to get back into rubble, he chose to trip the wall on C. And that makes it really difficult for KRU to figure out where is this ending. Yeah. Is this a C re-hit where they're faking the A re-clear, or is this an A hit where they're faking the C wall?
And especially when he has the ult as well to rejoin them.
Yeah, it's really, really well called. And you could see Sadak here in an absolute scramble, because as soon as the pace increased, he couldn't hold on. He ran out of utility by that point.
Big ults online though for KRU. It is 10 to 10 even for now.
I think Jorg's ult, though, has the possibility of being a real asymmetrical advantage for G2. That's not one that KRU are ever going to have. They're not running the raise. So if Jorg can get up to it, it could really crack into one of these sites.
Steadily walking up for now. KRU holding it down. Less now going to be broken. His team has C mount control, so it doesn't need to worry too much about this one, but it is cleared largely. Horn's going to be broken. Spotting signs of life as well. Paranoia held. Sadak wants to go for this one, calling for it now with a Caesar. Beautiful play cooked up by KRU. Proactivity! It's the name of the game. They're jumping, chomping at the bit for the chance to draw blood and more. Kills going their way.
Well recognized, though. Well recognized by G2 that they should take the fight into Mount and take the whole of the C site. So it's an exchange. You're down a player, but you grab a site.
Yeah, the knife was going to be committed here. Not too sure how many players, if any at all, that it did catch onto.
Oh, BabyBay's gone for a bad plant here.
Yeah, it's all the way tucked into the corner. There's no play from G2 to try and fight for backside controls. Everybody on the individual timings, looking to see if they can take it themselves. And Leaf can only get the one. Dante, sharp. Shooting on display. Now a steel guard, and there is a pocket of play in out towards the back. That's Util in the hands. Valen caught unaware, and it just leaves it all to BabyBay. Impossible spot to be in. Still, Dante's going to be taken out, top of the box. Angle here! Silence! Just doing spins in the air. And avoids the spray down to BabyBay.
The two of Silence and Less, they do work together to close that one out. As daft as it looked from our point of view, Silence is jumping in there to play Less in and guarantee that they could get the trade. And the Steel Garden was the thing that got Less's first kill, pushing Valen back into that spot. That's a really nicely played round too. Great little trap. Paranoia's so good from that position at the bound switch. And KRU, they are barely maintaining the lead, but they still have it.
1 for now, up to 11.
Economy's not broken though. G2, they're holding on. They've got rifles, and Jorg's one away from a showstopper.
A similar game plan. KRU very heavy hold. DTP may have been heard. Dante forwards again. Haunt reveals him though. Position accounted for. Puts up the stun, puts up the wall. Fakes like he could be disengaging, hearing a scuttling of footsteps, but still holding his ground. The rest of G2 though looking to react.
Look how fast Less is to go and support Silence on the other side of the map though. This is one of the things that KRU are amazing at. It's just getting ahead of the attack and rotates. And that's why this fake with the spike as they possibly look to go back into C could be so good from Valen.
I mean, this is ridiculous, Leaf. He just walked straight past the wall. Finds a corner to play in with the Prowler being broken as well. It definitely feels like could be real pressure with the rest of the team waiting behind it.
Yeah, what a sick bait actually here from Valen. They've really played KRU.
The whole team, whole squad, KRU just being attracted towards it. And
Jorg uses his ult again on an empty site.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. I mean, it looks a bit silly, but G2 just making sure that even if they hadn't played KRU's defensive rotates like a fiddle, they'd be able to clean up any anchor player that was left behind.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. Leaving Leaf in this insert position. That wall being baited out. There is no exit there for Dante, but he is able to get out anyway. Finds his way past it. The wall, okay. Door being flipped open. BabyBay's got these open sight lines now and needs to link it up with the rest of his team. Him and Valen, they combine their might. And KRU just trying to activate as well. Off onto this retake. There's a smoke in their face, trying to take the fight past it. They're not set up, not primed for it. Valen on top of it all. This guy shooting today, and G2 11 to 11. Not to be outdone.
I mean, this is the kind of game you want to see when you've got Valen versus Sadak.
Yeah.
Them manipulating each other's rotates, playing around with the expectations and the reality. So many times here we're seeing Valen find an empty site by faking the pressure across A and C. I mean, he has just been so difficult to read in terms of where he's been going. And Sadak's now going to have to take this second timeout and figure out what he needs to be adjusting here.
Yeah.
I think one of the adjustments that you could maybe is just leave somebody on C. But if Giacomo does have that showstopper, they're going to die, as we just saw. The other would be to just improve at the C retakes. Like, if you're going to have to play retakes some of the time, when you mess up which site to stack, then your retakes are going to have to be a bit cleaner than that. The door open over towards Mound was meeting a complete crossfire there. They didn't have the distraction from players retaking through spawn and waterfall. The money is bad for KRU. This could be the opportunity for G2 to take the lead.
It's ridiculous. I mean, KRU have felt like they've been in control largely most of this game. It feels like it's G2 are having to scramble back to go level.
Well, yeah, G2 haven't been in the lead since round 2.
Yeah. And now 11-11. I mean, listen, one hell of a game here to decide our team, second team to go to Masters London and represent Americas. We're going to see another all-in KRU. They do like a bit of a contact play on their defense when they're on an eco. Seen this many a times. We'll see if they end up showing presence. Just a haunt. Walking up. Praying that Dante can be set up. He's got that Bucky in hand and there's plenty of targets waiting behind it. Leaf trying to shut them down. Still big reveal. TP. It just clips into the wall. Leaf puts them down to the grave. Not gently at that. This is G2 in the driving seat now to bring this one to 12.
Great control from the guy. They might well slow this down and just ensure that they're all three synced up together, because it would be a disaster if Silence clutched this one away.
Yeah.
But we can see he's on the entire opposite side of the map. And as I said, G2 not being in the lead since round 2. Steal it away at the final moments. And they're going to get up to potentially be the first team to beat KRU on this map.
Still wondering where Silence could be. A couple of taps, umming and ahhing. This time a full committal.
I like the idea that Jorg thinks he can work up to another showstopper. I mean, he's been playing great. He goes for the plant there, like.
Yeah, how many more kills is he going to get? Silence. It's making a lot of noise here. Gives the acknowledgement. G2 now just set up to swing off of Leaf's contact. Silence. Seems like there wasn't a level of awareness, but he just runs at them anyway.
Knife.
Yeah, knife out. Straight into the maw.
Verno's somewhere in a hallway shivering.
No, it was brutal what they were doing to him in that last match.
Look at this. Leaf in the perfect position to shut this play down. Took an early timing.
Yeah.
And his crew tried to punish the other players coming through that choke point. He's there. He's there. He's the safe pair of hands that they need. And despite Les dropping 27 kills in this map so far, it's G2 up to map point.
On the precipice. Les will offload this one. It's a pit with a wall to play around too to supplement his side of the map.
Immediately G2 start going in the opposite direction. When they were feigning towards a rubble, and then as soon as the pit was thrown up, maybe they feel like they need to go and apply some pressure in that direction first. Otherwise you're going to be running into two players no matter which site you hit.
Yeah. Does allow KRU, like you said, I mean, they can stack heavy over towards away from the pit.
You could rip Baby Bay's ultimate and try to pressure him, but Les is still going to have some opportunity to take you down inside here.
I mean, this is a devious one. Look at the amount of gaps and corners here. Definitely thinking about the box, and they're thinking about the old secondary to it. Sees, nade, rebounding, steel garden, all going to be used to try and push Les away, but he still stays remaining inside the pit with the wall up. Just giving a bit of a safety net.
Does he know that Jorg is here? In already?
Woods, perhaps potentially here. Jorg is trying to really just sail forwards, a slight pocket to play in. Leave just dividing and conquering. Forwards again, though. The rest of G2 looking to see if they can put their mark once more onto this round and seal up this map entirely. Paranoia sweeps Baby Bay, going to be finished, though. Chopped down at the knees by MW. 3v3. Call for the pause. KRU playing with a bit of patience. TPs going to be used. Sadak just trying to obfuscate his intent with it. Threaten like they could be on the flank, and now they can put all of their attention forwards. Trent is just being whittled down, and Nightfall now being used. The decay catching at least onto both MW and Silence. They can't hear a thing. Have to rely on the IGL Sadak to be their ears. Smokes in their faces. Obstacles denying them a chance to get involved here into an even fight, but there it is. Sadak actually finds his one. Still, these players are being chipped down, and KRU, anything can really bring them down at this point, just trying to bait and switch. Trent! He's already doing the damage. He's got 3 kills in a round, might be looking for that 4th to put the finish and a flourish towards the end. Lotus is G2's.
And look at what that means to them. VALORANT and Trent immediately off their feet. That is the first defeat the KRU have had this stage. Home ground taken away of Lotus. They were 4-0 here, and now both teams 4-1. G2 come out with a major win early doors in this qualification game to Masters London. If you can beat KRU on Lotus, I feel like you can beat them anywhere.
Exactly the case here. G2, they're going to be feeling so damn good about that one. We were already talking about how important this Lotus map could be in the grand scheme of things overall in this series. If you can take the win against them, it is massive. For G2, the team that always attend these Globals, that always represent Americas, it's a massive deal for them and a major step forwards, but the job is not done. KRU are not finished by any account.
No, you've got them going into a map that we have no idea what's going on coming up next. Breeze, haven't seen it since week 1 when they played against Sentinels. Who the hell knows what we're going to see? More madness on the other side.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Muy bien.
Ok.
Te sientas raro, Thais. Y ¡ay! ¿Más ahora? Ok.
Ronda de transición.
Great job at finding two before going down. Yeah, Seas comes in.
Oh my God! Dalen gets the third one!
Here, the coach of G2 Esports, Josh Artine. I'm going to echo what Sideshow said. If you can beat KRU on Lotus, you can probably beat them anywhere. Well played, sir. I was going to ask about your map pick of Breeze, but I have to talk about the boys for a second because immediately on their feet, screaming, yelling, kind of a different beast of these gentlemen I haven't seen before, talking about the energy that they have now one map away from qualifying for London.
I mean, we know how special that map was, given that that's their best map. We had low prep time. We had to change some things, and it didn't work out, actually. And we had to make a little bit of a comeback, and I'm glad the boys were in it the whole time. But yeah, just one more map. I mean, job's not done. We gotta close it out. I gotta remind the boys to lock it back in, make sure to communicate really well, and keep doing that. You know, yeah.
Well, best luck on map 2.
G2 is one map away from qualifying for Masters London. Beating KRU on Lotus is crazy. Also, they were on the back foot literally the entire time. I think Sideshow said it at the very end. Like they haven't been in the lead since round 2. And then they somehow stay in there and grind their way back. How did they get it done?
Yeah, the comeback was crazy. They just had a lot of perseverance. And I think for me, when I'm looking at this map of Lotus where KRU is 4-0, and now because of this loss, are now 4-1. They had never lost this map in this stage.
Besmirched. The record is besmirched.
But G2, they just came back into it. Felt like every single execute, especially towards that later half, was just working really well for them. They had really good reads on their rotates. It felt like they understood exactly what they wanted to do with the space that they were getting. And on top of that, a lot of these really nice ping pongs on other sides of the map in order to push KRU to have a lot of those rotations, and they finally understood how to defeat KRU's defensive side.
It felt like they didn't really have the lead, but also they won all the rounds that mattered the most. You look at the pistol rounds, and you also look at what that second half was for G2. They were down. It felt like KRU was going to close it out. VALORANT going into that second half was 1-9, and then he ends up with 17 kills. Yeah, this is the type of comeback that G2 always makes. It doesn't matter if it's in Americas, in the international stage, in a matchup like this one, it's been 10-2, 9-3, and this one that even felt a little bit more even, they also make it happen. It can be a little bit overwhelming to go on your opponent's best map, but for them, it just looked like they had control of that second half the whole time.
Yeah, and usually when we're looking at these stats, we usually see someone like BabyBay at the top of the scoreboard, but this time he's all the way at the bottom, but that didn't matter for them because Jogamo is there. Like you said, VALORANT in that second half, and Trent and Leaf, they all had their standout moments. Of course, BabyBay did have his own as well, but it's just crazy to see how every single player on this team performed. And I really, really mean this when I say that this was a cohesive team effort to come back into this. But when I'm thinking about the next map, Zoe, I'm looking at these two guys.
You have to. Those are two IGLs with such a resume. So both clearly have what it takes to lead a team all the way to the very top.
And that is what we saw, and the reason why this map of Lotus was so close. The mental games between these two, like I said before, VALORANT started pretty cold. He was struggling to get any kills. The team was struggling to get anything going. And then he completely turned it around, both energy-wise and also what he was doing in the lobby. And for Sadak as well, he always, it seems like, had the read when he was on the defense on where G2 was going to go. So it felt like this makes perfect sense for these two IGLs.
Yeah, I think that both these players, both these IGLs in general did such a good job. Like you're saying, Sadak, he had really good reads on the defense, but then I think for me as well, VALORANT, he had so many of those good reactionary calls in order to bait a lot of those rotations. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but things like tapping the button on the door, making a lot of noise, re-clearing really quickly, and then being able to find where the trap setups were that Sadak was setting up. So it's really nice to see that both these IGLs, we really saw them battling it out in the server, so much so that that's why a lot of the rounds were so close. So I'm really looking forward to these two IGLs to see what they bring into this Breeze game, because I really think that's where we're going to see them thrive as well.
Absolutely. I'm also interested to hear what Coach Zonic has to say ahead of map 2.
You're the coach of KRU Visa. Now it is not every day you see KRU lose on Lotus, a iconic map. It was close though, and it's okay. We're going to Breeze, a map we've not seen either team play much. Talk to me, what's the plan of attack to take down G2 on Breeze and bring it to a map 3?
Okay, it's honestly a map that we've been working out for a long time. I'm confident in the things we've been training. I think you're gonna see them right now.
Well, let's get to go to right now. Best of luck.
Okay, but the smile told me they are cooking. Like we may be eating. We haven't seen much from either team, honestly, on Breeze. They both only played it once in stage 1.
And I'm very excited to see it because, like you said, they've only played it once, but it was really interesting for me on the side of KRU. This is where Silence was playing a bit more of the chamber, and that kind of brought me back to last year when he was playing for 2G, and Ascent was a map where he was playing the Jet and kind of burning it down, and that being their best map because of him. I see it as a win condition for this series. That chamber and the impact that he is going to have early on with a G2 as well that is feeling confident. So any time that you can have to stop that momentum is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I'm looking into this map and I'm thinking about the playoff jogger mode too that is going to be on this side of G2 because I really feel like that last map, his raise was there. He was up there with a lot of the util and being able to kind of frag out and make sure that he's getting a lot of those entries or even just getting the trades from the rest of his team and being able to clear the sites when needed. So for this Breeze, we've talked a little bit about how it's so important to get so much map control, especially using either an operator or aggressive stuff. So I'm looking to G2 to really implement that. KRU is a team that we know has done that a lot, so we're really, really looking for G2 to start that.
Also, what is going to happen now? Is Leave going to keep playing the Astra on this map? Is he going to the Viper with the Harbor and the Viper? We don't know.
But we will find out, Dan. After a short break, Bran and Sideshow will be back with Map 2.
Well, let's get into it then. Breeze is the upcoming map here between these two teams, and G2 on the precipice, really. One more map. They'll be able to lock up the spot to Masters London for them, the right to represent Americas. It's a big one for them. They never really do miss these global events. Usually unreal consistency that you see from this team. But Breeze is an unusual one.
It really is. We've gone from the top of both teams' map pools.
Yeah.
Like if you could pick a single map that both teams are excellent at, it would have been Lotus. I think on both sides. And now to the complete unknowns. I'm not even going to say bottom of the map pool because we don't know. G2 have picked this, feeling confident about it, presumably, even though they haven't played much of it. And KRU have redone their entire composition. You can see it in front of you now. Sadak on the Harbor and getting less on the Viper. That makes a lot of sense, but they're also playing double Initiator here.
Yeah. KRU gives you good options to stall out as well if you want to flash through some of the walls. Does give you a lot of fighting power. I mean, KRU, we know that they like to fight proactively a lot of the time here, but it's a lot to gamble on this upcoming map for KRU to stay alive in this match here. Obviously, their run is not over. If they do end up losing this, they'll just go down to the lowers, and at that point, it'll be 2 wins to make it to London.
Yeah, but at the same time,
harder, but
I mean, it's harder. And you think about, we have seen 4 teams today. If we can also think back to the previous match, I mean, one of those teams is guaranteed not to go to Masters London.
Yeah.
And the 4 teams that we've seen today are in really good form, honestly. Like, both of those squads on Lotus were in global level kind of form. So Americas has got a lot of good teams, and if you miss your opportunity in the upper bracket, there is absolutely no guarantee that you are going to get another chance even.
For sure.
There are sharks down there in the lowers.
There's a lot of teams looking to contest and drag you down, take you out. So any chance to survive, you're going to want to take it. If you are KRU for G2, an opportunity to close this out and secure once more another spot on the global stage.
I want to look at the theory from KRU. How good does it look?
I mean, Zonic was saying he's put time into this map.
Yep. They've put time into it. Sadak might have known that it was coming up in this series too. And there's not a huge amount of maps that you'd expect G2 to take it to. Maybe Haven would be one of them.
Early on, though, one way propped up. There's no real fight past this. We're given essentially free reign. A knife against the back of the pyramid as well gives him a lot of acknowledgement that no one's really hard anchoring towards it. The wall and the high tide is going to be used pretty early, though, by G2. Maybe to try and see if they can get this through. And Jorgimo just caught completely unaware on the Neon.
Yeah, totally on his own.
Way out of the open.
The rest of his team looked like they were setting up for a retake.
Yeah. High tide will dissipate. Less though. Very forward approach. He's worried about being contested, but no clearance at all into the corner. These G2 players really being caught and left unaware. We'll see these fights taken out into the open, still offering themselves up. It's Dante seeing if he can square up, and the reactions off the bloody charge. His 3 kills immediately ripped away, and they know where his last remains. Sadak be the one to do Trent in, and that's a pistol round for KRU. That's all he needed.
It's another good beginning here. KRU take the lead on G2's map pick. I'm a bit confused as to what was going through Jorg's head there.
Either.
Maybe a comms issue, maybe they're... I don't know. I mean, a lot of the meta in Americas right now is that people are playing very heavy retake on Breeze. And not just on A, but on both sides, honestly. Yeah. You're seeing almost every team that is running Harbor on this map playing sometimes both sides for retake. And in that kind of metagame, it's a bit unusual to see Jorg poking his head above the parapet and getting it ripped off before the rest of the team is ready.
I've seen a lot of teams in Americas, these days at least, being caught unaware. That blind is quite nice.
Less on a really early timing on the backstab through double doors.
So, still is a significant amount of damage here. Doubled up inside this smoke with G2. They overplayed themselves, overstepping it. Trent with the right clicks will be at least finding that one less. Taken out and traded. He's a sitting duck at this point, using the stars to see if he can creep a little bit closer. The plant committed.
Super deep wall.
Yeah. But a watchful eye as well onto any areas where G2 could be waiting. Smoke dissipates, and clean connection there from MW. Bulldog in hand acquires the upgrade.
That's a nice idea there towards the end. Trying to double face with a stun, but KRU clean it up. This was a really early time. We're 10 seconds into the round.
Sprinting.
And Les is already looking to pinch you from mid. And normally if you're running a 4-1 exec, the 1 is slow and just trying to use the distraction of the rest of the pack. But Les is taking these more aggro timings. MW one away from an ultimate. I wonder if they want to play for that, some kind of set Hunter's Fury take. Could distract for Dante's exec.
We'll see. That's a rapid fight to be taken, but the stun is pretty good from Jorg. There's a lot to slow it down, and Dante's going to be taken out. Double doors is to be accounted for. Oh my god, an 8 at your feet. Almost obliterating Valorant.
Yeah, very close. MW does manage to get that ult orb, so Hunter's Fury online for the attackers, but the early play with the flash and the dart not paying dividends.
Devious angle. Valorant's low anyway, might as well just make a risky play. Less a couple of pot shots, see if he can drag attention. Soften up the A side, make it a little bit easier to hit into. Does he account for Jorg though? Jorg get Nancy perhaps onto the off angle, but he just spots out the positioning left though. Gonna be fading it out, glide to the side, smoke up, and Jorg reinserts himself, but Les has got that awareness. Incredibly. So, I mean, how does he even account for that one? Still, he's looking to see if he can create a bit of an opening now for the rest of his team. One-man army. Hunter's Fury now going to be committed. Off to the side, Valor being cleaned up, out towards the back of the side. Trent waiting for that second burst of things, but Les just times up his swing alongside it.
Yeah, that's really clean. Push them into a 2v2 on the bonus.
Dinking everybody, man.
His aim's like a magnet.
Yeah, he's like a wrecking ball right now, but finally brought down to his knees. Leaf takes him out. Baby Vado. Dropped down to 10 HP as a result of this one. Still very much winnable for MW. Just shots potentially baited. A swing through and trade intact there. Leaf eventually seals it up, but a costly one against the bonus.
Definitely. G2 getting themselves on the board, but I think Les proving that he is going to be a problem on this map.
Yeah, continuing.
At the moment, he is just running around in mid, uncontested, like it's his personal playground.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Jorg went for the slide, he slid backwards away from Les. Really didn't make it as difficult as he wanted.
Covering it.
For this Brazilian beast of a Sentinel player. Look at G2's eco.
That's all.
This just won the round.
Yeah.
I mean, what is this?
The damage being done. I mean, it was a hefty bonus dealt by KRU.
Oh,
even if you don't win it, you're essentially the long con.
No, it's a shocker here as well, because G2 are on minimum loss bonus. So Their economy online is going to be a nightmare from here.
A lot of noise though, and a hero rifle in the hands of Jorgamo! Stun! Lay it down to the feet, but he doesn't anticipate the second player, perhaps, but finally getting a grips onto it. Lesto earned himself a kill in the process, and he doesn't go down for it.
It's a great opener. Jorg might have just saved them. KRU with no map control. 3 players bundled up in mid. They're going to have to shoot their way out of this one.
Yeah. Clearance. Good level of awareness out towards double doors there. They get a kill, but they don't rush into anything. Meanwhile, some flanks occurring. Silence is ahead of it. Aim, well-trained, locked in. What's he going to do with this one? Well, quite a lot, apparently. But that gun is thoroughly out of reach. Spike forwards, looking to disengage, but that is a hell of a sight line. He's got to scurry and run all the way back, but he's played Baby Bay in! That's not what you want to see. Couple of stray shots, MW. Regen armor kicking in. Tank one more shot to the body.
I mean, it's not a complete disaster. At least Baby Bay gets away with his life.
30 seconds left. 2 bullets left. Oh my god, missing the timing again. These players are caught unaware this time. Snaps to it. The cranium of Les taken out. MW now left to scramble, making all the noise, and he gives away the game to Leaf. Beautiful work by G2. In the midst of that, they were working with scraps and odds and ends.
Yeah, and you can see that they went for way more risk than they usually would, because the value for it paying off is way higher in this situation. You're expected to lose the round anyway. Why not go for it? Do we really need to see this one again?
Oh, but he redeemed himself.
KRU did not expect him to go back in for another bite.
Hey, I made up for it, bro.
Yeah.
He really did. He really did. I mean, Jorgamo's the hero in that round, though, isn't he? Being able to get those first 2 at the beginning completely changed everything. That should have been KRU getting out to a sizable lead.
There's presence here. Trent has a Hunter's Fury to punish over towards A. They're droning. Might choose to go for it. Stun, connecting, off to the side, used on either side, but that's a big reveal. Jorgamo just trying to duck and weave, but a movement not quite enough to avoid the bullets in the eye at KRU. Steamrolling this one forwards now. It's high tides on high tides, and this is tricky business. I mean, look at the state of the map right now. Cutting it up now with the Cosmic Divide. Valen stands his ground. Maybe to try and stop this one in its tracks, but MW sharper shooting on display. Quicker reaction times at that. That's going to be committed. No real pushback whatsoever. It's G2. What the hell is Leaf going to do in a spot like this with just a judge in hand? Baby Bay moving forwards, but 2 players towards the back of the side. It's all it takes to dismiss him. Not much you can do here, is there, Leaf?
I don't think so. If I'm Josh RT, I'm thinking about taking attack timeout after that round, Brent, because
it's messy.
We didn't get to see the impact from Les, but it was psychological. Trent, you were talking about it. Trent would normally be throwing a Hunter's Fury here to play off the contact of Jorgamo. And instead, he's droning double doors because he's that worried about Les taking an aggro timing in the first 5 to 10 seconds of the round. So if you can't have your normal A defensive setups working because you're that afraid of the lurker through mid, you've got to change something. Yeah. You really do have to fundamentally shift your defensive setups. Josh isn't going to hit the panic button just yet, but they're down on another eco or like weird scrappy half buy. It's going to be another opportunity for, you know, Jorg or someone else to take some risk.
And G2, they were taking risks. It paid off for them. Still, we'll see how KRU end up tangling with this one. They've already earned themselves a nice and early kill. Allen going down. Rifle in the hands of Jorg as well. It's a lot to navigate if you are KRU.
Leaf choosing not to take that timing. They're clearing him out just in case he went for something aggressive. But this time there isn't as much chaos around the map. Now, they are a bit more in control of the round compared to the last time that G2 had a weaker buy.
They know that, right? Because last time, I mean, G2, they were just running a mockery, right? Deep pushes, a lot of risk being taken, it paid off, and it won them the round.
We can see pings over towards the A site from KRU. I'm wondering about these double thorns that are being placed at front site, whether they tangle anyone up.
Most of the pack is going to be going through double doors here, but they're being sliced up, split up by it. Let's see how KRU deal with it now they're listening.
Eu já te falei, Dante, você vai, eu Boa bang, Caio. Pode ir com ela.
Quer mais uma?
Quero mais uma.
Quer mais uma? Vou deixar a bala atrás de vocês. Ó, flechei.
Nossa, essa
mano, eu vou pegar o cara na faca, eu sou bom nesse. Peraí, deixa eu pensar. Aqui,
se você me pega.
Achei.
Não, aqui.
Achei. Controla,
velho.
Nossa, o plant tá horrível, gado.
Não, tá bom. Eu dei 71. Relaxa, tá muito longe. Quando ele faz o clique...
Well, listen, Leaf has somehow found himself in a 1v2, but rapidly approach now off onto the flank. The time ticking away, a lot to clear, and not a lot of time to do it. Up towards double doors, less once more being that thorn in their sides. And this guy, he's in the walls for them, and he's in their minds.
He's a beast. He absolutely is a beast. If you've got the rest of the team that are willing to put their bodies on the line so that Les can trade them out in spots like this, look at that. Dome's valid, and here there's 2 players with rifles. He walks through one of them, dismisses the second. Jorg and Baby Bay definitely could have been a problem for them to deal with on that A defense, but KRU navigated quite well and take back control of Breeze, even though G2 had that nice thrifty earlier on.
2-round lead. Great chance for them to cement it. They haven't explored over towards B much at all. Ice Wall could do a lot now. It's going to be stopping. Dante's going to be moving past this one, but the rest of the pack is going to be way ahead of him. And now we're going to see it. Hunter's Fury expended on the attacker's side here. MW looking to see if he can pave away. It's awkward stuff. Nobody can really sit still and take these spikes, but Bebe does defend it, at least onto that avenue with Lester Ray Boss removed. Maybe there's a chance. Hunter's Fury their own. Shock dart to pound. Don't choke Cagel this one. Love a panic attack, man. It's getting manic here. Jorgamo all the way onto the flank. That's the fast lane now. Ripping its way across. And why not a Reckoning? Throw it in. Already G2, they can square up here nice and safely. MW's going to do a lot from this spot, but stunned down from the grave. Players can't really trade in time. G2, hold on. Tricky business. The plan is here for MW. Cove, though, will need to be spammed down. With it, his aim reset. He's just trying to see if he can square it and find it. Surely the Cove not being broken at all. It's a full stick with full safety in mind.
That final situation shows you the power of the Cove in the retake. That's why so many teams with the Harbor are playing a retake style on this map. If you get into a 1v2 like that, normally the offsite positioning is so good here on Breeze. But Cove in your face, you've got to expend the clip. You've got to put yourself out in the open to break it. And then Trent is constantly threatening that he could punish. Meanwhile, Valin is having a nice little time inside here.
Chama!
G2 coming out with a big one. Lots of ults expended. G2 needed to be able to win that one to stabilize the money. They are looking to try to play a main a bit more aggressive than we see from other teams in Americas.
Yeah, deep into two players immediately getting involved into the Cove.
Once again, Trent forced to drone over towards double doors on a really early timing. 15 seconds into the round and he's still looking for less. Yeah, where is this guy?
He's up and towards elbow.
Yeah.
Deep into KRU, bit of posturing. I think that's going to be used early on here. I mean, Valen just lets this one rip. They're not going to have it for a B retake.
Yeah, that's a bit strange. Again, the Cove, though, actually is more important, and that's on a really fast refresh.
KRU looking at end of towards B, but that is looking like Fort Knox right now. Leaf of a judge at the choke. Thorns on every direction. Double stars.
Baby Bay's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't poke out and expose himself to tunnel.
Ult's popped off, though. It's going to be blinded, deafened whatsoever. Leaf is just twirling around, looking for the targets. Finds 2 of them right when it mattered, but spammed down in the final few. Sadak does get that return. Trade intact, but already that deep insert less. It's just a menace now. Big reveal against the half four, but flanks on flanks, and Jorgamo already is stuck. Spotting out what these players might be. Util out, catching Sadak unaware. They know where Les's position was. He was pinged out a little bit earlier. Play this one solidly with discipline. Forwards again, but what is going on here? Losing track of where these players might be. Spike irretrievable though, and so peace of mind granted here for G2, dragging it back up level.
Second round in a row that Jorgamo has sprinted around on the flank retake and taken up this position in B window almost as the exec is coming through. He is there so early, way before the plan, 30 seconds on the clock, but he's put crazy pressure onto Sadak and NW as they're trying to get back into the site. KRU are going to take a timeout as G2 draws it level at 4-4. The defensive setups on A, I don't think have been particularly working, but the more that KRU lean towards B, G2's anchoring with Leaf, jumping inside a smoke
he's like
with the judge.
Intentionally buying a judge, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Most of the time just to hold it back at a choke point.
But then also the retake stuff, you know, Jorgamo being on the flank, getting into window, putting that pressure down. And the way that we've seen Valent play around the Cove, G2 look really comfortable playing B for retake. I mean, if I'm Sonic in this situation, I'm telling them to go and abuse A little bit more because those A splits were a nightmare for G2 to deal with. If you commit that heavy to the A main fight with 2 players, they've got their backs to double door. That's tough for Trent to hold.
Yeah, G2 have been looking uncomfortable, I think, when the splits are coming through. Even just from the A pressure, that's where KRU have been able to level out a lot of these rounds, make it 4-4. But G2 back in it, making it even here, and we're seeing just the one ult online. Cosmic Divide as well is going to be another tool in the arsenal here for G2 to work around, to play off of. It's a big one for the retakes.
Les up to 12 kills already. He has been a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, no slowing down.
He is determined to get to London and face off against Vitality, I suppose. What a game that would be. Unfortunately, Sadok doesn't get to play against Karmine Corp.
No.
More's the pity.
Bit of an early take towards mid. Just open up the door, feigning like they could have multiple players lurking up, but it's just less. Feels like that guy is just multiple players packed into one sometimes. G2 trying to get a bit of a handle on it. Seems they can clear him out towards double doors. It's an important one. The way this fight might go.
Jorg is holding the right side of the door.
Yeah. Anticipating they could have crossed up. Orb. Giving that avenue less. Looking for a chance to take this fight, but again, the timing just slipping straight through. Jorgamo just in the aim in time. Is there for it. Now for the A split, these walls are going to be sent flying sky high. Cosmic Divide on top of it. KRU are forward still. Stunted only for a moment by the Thorns, and now looking to see if they can make their mark even further. Jorgamo is on an island here, but the counter spam pays off. At least the trade is there. The Cove not there in time to see if they can support it. Shock darts raining down.
Well, they can fall back and play this as a more traditional post plant now. No Cosmic Divide, no Cove. How do G2 play a really heavy retake style when they don't have their biggest tools for it?
Started towards the back to at least to try and stop them here, but these players are just holding it down. It's 3 of them. Open sight lines. Willing to opt in and out, peeling back into more defensive positions. Given access to the site, the spike is ticking. Time pressure mounting for G2. They've got to start to get a bit of a move on here, but he's truck dart sailing overhead. Baby Bay just inserts himself and announces himself to the conversation, but it matters not. It's MW to save today with a Red Bull clutch right when they needed it.
The time pressure forced G2 to get onto the retake. Otherwise, the trade may have been there. What a Red Bull clutch for MW. You see, though, that even in this round, even when Les gets punished right at the beginning, actually the defensive setups for G2 are not there on A. They really aren't. Valen is anchoring as a harbor, which is like a cardinal sin, in my opinion. It is a straight-up sliggy red card. Like, you are seeing so many teams across the world right now losing their A rounds on Breeze because their harbor is anchoring on site like Valen was in that previous round. And it's not a good position for the harbor to get value. It's also not a good position if you want to be playing retake. Yeah. And I got to imagine that Josh is telling him off here for doing exactly that.
We've seen multiple rounds now where KRU are putting their attention over towards A, and Jorgamo is just left spinning around trying to guess what his players might be, and he's alone while doing it.
Well, he even picked up the early timing on Leicester. Right. You know, he did as well as he possibly could.
But I'm saying when they get into the A side, there's Walt at his back. No players are with him to trade him out when he's actually trying to take, you know, the priority play, trying to take it towards back site.
And the fact that you use Cosmic Divide to anchor the site rather than play for retake, and then Valen's dead, you know, no Cove, no Cosmic Divide, no possibility of retake there. In fact, it got closer than it should have been because of Baby Base 2K spray down. I mean, KRU are just going to keep hitting A until G2 prove that they've either got the retake or the defensive anchoring to stop them. And this round, the money is not there. It's odds and ends. They are thrifting for their weapons.
Good opportunity for KRU to be able to cement themselves a bit of a lead. Been playing against these ecos of quite a bit of discipline. After they lost that first one against G2 here, the stuns are reface, repeat, trying to fight and square up once more. G2. Cove's going to be activated. Sprayed and spammed down though. This is the hero rifle in the hands of Valen. He's really the one to do some damage here. Stuns a ricochet. Jorgamo just looking to play his IGL all the way in. Valen still alive, still intact. High Tide's going to be ripped his way across once more, but that's just to try and stop them at the choke point. It's not going to be enough to really stop Les. This guy's immediately trying to take that time, but that's just spam straight up. Yeah, okay.
Baby Bay has beamed his way down mid as well. He's on the flank so early.
This is what was paying dividends really for G2 all day long. Could it be the B retakes or not? Let's see what he can do now. He's slipping the net past these walls. He can play off some of the pressure. Listening for the sound cues right now, but the high tides dissipate. And look at the discipline by G2.
If MW gets the plant, he's got a Hunter's Fury to play around, but Leaf and Valen both playing their lives.
It's ridiculous by Lus. Push, and he hears it. The footsteps. What is that? Trent somehow gets a handle on it. Sadak though with a deep peek. Bebe taken out. Trent and Leaf left in a 1v2. It's MW is the one who's going to try and clutch up, trying to take that timing. Peeking past, but now peeling back. Barely any health to work with. A game of timings. The dart, some false confidence given up to G2. Now a 1v1. It's Trent versus MW versus his adversary. Comes down to who hits the first shot. And his MW is a little bit sharper. Back-to-back clutches.
Incredible couple of rounds here from MW. When a lot of pressure has been hefted onto his shoulders, G2 on the verge of making a light-by-round work there. They played A main much more aggressively. They played for 2 opportunities to refight in with the stun. And they weren't worried about the mid play because Baby Bay was covering it. So slight adjustment from Josh RT, see if that carries over into a rifle round as well. Instead, it looks actually like they're going to play A for retake. So instead of fighting A main, like they were on that eco, they're out.
Straw caught out there. Knife and a dart. He's got the operator. He's hoping, I think, to catch where Les has been. Lurking up through mid, the contact plays.
Back into another A hit, or at least A pressure from KRU.
This time there's really nobody home. I mean, you're just looking at Valen, willing to concede a lot of this space. Couple of stray shots, maybe, that he's able to pump in, but...
Well, this time we get to see G2 in a position to retake. Can Les do any damage to them before they get into that situation, actually?
This guy, he just knows the perfect time, doesn't he? He hears it, the scurrying of the footsteps again, scuttling around, and nobody... Oh, no! Jorgamo, seemingly aware, that sixth sense just kicking in. Hunter's Fury now, see if he can put a stop to it. Overdrive now going to be utilized, and stun just going a little bit too short on the mark, but Sadak is going to be whittled down anyway. Electrocuted up onto the beach side, and now we see that main position being pressured and squeezed by the rest of G2. Pretty phenomenal stuff across the board.
Yeah, that's really impressive. If G2 are going to play every A retake like that, fair enough. The identification onto timing from Les.
What gave it away?
I think he's just picking up a timing. He's just thinking, right, well, you know, my teammates are about to scale. I don't really have a job to do. Might as well go and look at the flank.
One enemy remaining.
It's perfectly done. And the aggression from KRU, they've got a couple of, you know, KO flashes that they can use, but it came too early. So G2, perfect position, perfect timing to go for that retake, and actually putting a bit of pressure on KRU's economy already.
Now, I mean, we're looking at the last round.
Yeah.
Scrap together whatever they can get. Sheriff, Stinger, Judge in the hands of Les. Spread out with a default, though. Not looking to all in just yet. It's a bit of a nightmare here with a high tide cuts its way through, along with that one, the fast lane. Now we're going to see it. They cancel forwards. Yeah, they call for the cancel. They're using a lot of ults in the process, though.
Yeah, they run away from the Steel Garden. Really, I'm looking at Les's ultimate. Sadak goes down, though.
Yeah, good adjustment.
If Les can get the pit down, it doesn't matter that you're working with lighter weapons. It's going to be really dangerous.
Fast reaction still by G2. They're going to be following the sound cues. Trail of noise has led them over towards this A side, up towards the back of the side, and ever since Shogumo's got this operator, this guy, the difference maker in all of these scenarios. Yes, the pit is down, but it's a 2v5. Rifles are going to be spammed down, shredded at a moment's notice here. Individuality is what's required. Hunter's Fury now making it really quite uncomfortable. And a watchful eye with rifles in hand. G2 have got every single angle covered. There's nowhere to run whatsoever, nowhere to hide. Les has done so much up to this point, but can only do so much in the face of all of that. So G2, they find their way 6-6. We're seeing parity here to Lotus.
Yeah, another half that they've recovered. Again, a situation where they're constantly playing catch-up, but this time ended absolutely level at 6-6. Jorg's opping ended up being really impactful. I don't know why Silence is peeking before the pit, but either way, the value was there. G2 are one half away from being able to make it to Masters London if they can put together a decent attack here on Breeze.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As we get the second half underway, make sure to hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards for the advanced and pro plans right now. But we are on the brink here. It's 6-6 G2, dragged it level, and now ensuring that they go that extra mile to see if they can close this map out and book their ticket to London.
They've shown that tenacity that you need, that you expect from a great team. A team that's been able to go to international events, to global events, over and over and over again. But more than that, a team that's made it deep, a team that's been hunting to put a global trophy in the cabinet. And London offers another opportunity for them to try, to attempt to do that with Baby Bay now in the lineup. For KRU, this is their first chance with visa issues plaguing them at kickoff. Yeah. They had no opportunity to play at Santiago. Used the time well to be able to play against other squads down in Latin America and have brought serious form. But here today, might be missing in some important moments.
Wow, the aggro play and productivity. Hold on, this is absolute madness.
They've fed themselves in the meat grinder.
I mean, ridiculous stuff, but G2, it's like they played straight into their hands.
They looked like they were ready and waiting for that pistol round.
Yeah. You know how KRU like to play MW. Crosshair placement just sent all over the place there from Jorgamo's movement. And yes, he might have given up his life for the cause, but the rest of his team happy to oblige and even it all the way out. A 1v4 for less. See magic from him. He's going to need a little bit more than that. Spam down, spotted out. He's looking to see if he can ISO the fight as best as he can, but double it into the back of sight. Stray shots tapping away, empty in the clip. G2. Not willing to give too much away. Leaf is really just toying with him at this point. Tip tapping, seeing if they can just bleed out the clip, ensure that he has no bullets to play with. So G2 get that pistol round.
G2 could not have asked for a better pistol if they had mind-controlled KRU themselves into going in for this one. Into a multiplayer, like, crossfire 5-person setup.
Yeah, it's not something we touched on too much, but I think it is a readable tendency to KRU. They put in good work over the course of the group stage, but they love the proactivity on defense. They love the deep pushes.
They do love to push. There's many lanes on this map, though. I mean, I've got to be honest with you. I didn't look at what the most recent KRU pistol round was, but you know, the last time that we saw KRU play Breeze, it was week 1 against Sentinels with a totally different comp. Ago. I can't imagine that was any specific anti, but it looked like it. And now KRU are in a desperate situation.
Triple high-low. Only with the pistols. Spotting out where Les is and might be able to narrowly escape that one. I think he's just found the pocket to play in.
Patience from Jorgamo as well. Pulls himself back in because he is the entry onto the B side for his team.
Jones not going to get that tag. Forwards approach now, but already the flank occurring. And only just being watched in time. What is that? Snap back to the side, Baby Bay. Drops down 2. The game of timings here. Les is already just inserting himself. Classic in hand. Does a bit of damage. Evens out in the end. 3 players survive for G2.
Great ult priority as well. They've got Valen's Harborol online for their bonus round. They're giving him the ult orbs as they go over towards B. They're giving him the plant as well. And he's going to be able to have an ultimate that could generate a snowball here for G2 that KRU cannot stop. Got to see some of the ideas for KRU with this. Sonic says that they've been cooking. We need to see some evidence of it in this defense side. There is no guarantee that even though you are the #1 seed, you have more opportunities than this. This is your best chance at getting to London.
G2 stand their ground once more.
As do KRU, actually, looking to hard hold A main. Similarly to G2, we're used to these Americas teams playing retake a bit more than this. But on a timing, MW0 gives up double doors, and that's going to diffuse this trap in A main.
Anticipating. Not going to be broken. Clearance into it. The wall's going to be whipping its way around here to cause a couple of issues, but giving up open access really towards the back of sites and pyramids. KRU entirely off site here. The plant's going to be going down without too much of a problem.
Yeah, they just had to give that up. Had to give a lot of respect to Valen's ultimate. And KRU look to play retake.
You can see it long range with the shock keys sent flying overhead here. High forwards, flashes, ricocheting around, blinded up into the corner. Jorg now trying to be that first line of defense. What is that adjustment? Snap back! Dante just transfers and collects up 3 kills in a blink of an eye. KRU find all the targets and more. Round on the board, desperately needed.
That's a beautiful retake from KRU. Both of those flashes from Silence, really nice. The first one just to take a bit of space. The second one properly to put the squeeze on those players in the normal post-plant positions. Look at how blind Trent was there. And they've done the Storm Surge in earlier on to near-site Jorgamo, so cascading different flashes in over and over again. Often in a retake scenario like that on A, the team that makes the first aggressive move wins. G2 didn't really have an idea of how they wanted to push themselves in the post-plant, so in the end, KRU get it done.
Just a 1-round difference here. KRU fighting to stay alive here in a match that is so damn important.
And fighting mid in this round as well.
Yeah, very aggressive.
Really heavy emphasis. And a flash peek. We're going to try to catch anyone who might be lurking down here. Leaf in a really deep position, though. Doesn't give away his life.
Yeah, meanwhile, G2 all the way up through to B side. A high tide could be used to try and split up most of this side. And KRU waiting into the wings now. Flash is ready. Underhand potentially. And still we'll see if KRU can collect up these kills. Carnage occurring towards the back. The 2v3 here. Guns in their hands, looking to see if they can take that peak in the game of timings. Crosshair placement wasn't there for MW. Still, 2v2, Storm Surge going to miss. Kovis up now, and that needs to be spammed down. Half onto it already with the defuse. Sadak might have earned it, Baby Bay! Returns anyway, fires straight back, shuts it down against the opposing IGL.
Just a little bit better in the moment than mattered. Had a better gun for the job as well.
Yeah.
Baby Bay closes things with the 1v1 clutch and keeps G2 at a lead, 9-7. That timing was brutal for MW. He was just looking in the wrong direction. And of course, you got a player trying to defend Sadak as he just sticks inside the cove. Couldn't get the job done. I mean, similar expressions from both of the coaches there.
Pressure is immense.
Yeah. G2 go back over towards B. Really similar positioning from the team as they open up this round compared to the previous. This is an interesting position for the Vice wall, all the way deep down here, just letting you know if Dante pushes out behind.
My ult is ready.
Drone just bait out the knife. Doesn't really get what they were looking for necessarily, but Trent does have the ult now to play with.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go back over and push Dante off that line. Vice wall hasn't been tripped, so they know he's not running around behind them in spawn somewhere, but got to try to push him backwards.
Jump peeking, not punished for it. Dante gets a lot of good information there.
How do you get through here without the drone? I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, that's the question. Do have some tools you could use, but a bit of spam into the corners. Code being broken means it's going to be disobeying. Hold on, Dark. What landed onto Dante now, we're going to be sending it flying forwards. These are open sightlines now, could be anyone's game. Hunter's Fury again to supplement G2. Looking to see if they can pave a way, but it goes both ways, and MW just gets the better of it. Still G2. You have the rifles in hands, and Dante spinning, twirling, just see if he can escape. Most of that one hit. A nail-biter of a shot there, but he didn't have the weapon at hand to really do the damage that it deserved. Less now. Straggling back into this fight. It's a 1v3, and one just hits that one. Okay, Leaf is just taken out. Quick reaction times. Leaf once more. Matters into his own hands. Less steadily making his way forwards. Taking the right risks here, but open sight line towards the back of the site. The double push of G2 pays off.
They went for the wrap, and for a moment there, I thought they'd lost him.
Yeah.
Can't give Les any openings like that. He's still on for a kill per round. His individual form has been monstrous, but G2, as a team, are powering through this game and grinding out the rounds that matter. That was the phrase that Desk used on Lotus, and I've got to agree, it feels the same here again. Every time it matters for G2 to be able to win around and push KRU down onto a weaker buy, that's the perfect example. That could be a round there, round 17, that defines the map, the match.
G2 leading by 3 rounds here in a decider map to see whether they get to attend Masters London representing Americas. For KRU, they got to put up all forms of resistance. Falling in reinforcements as well, the timeout, panic button being hit because there needs to be a course correction. You said it best earlier, Josh. I mean, you never know when you're going to get a better chance than this if you are a team in terms of qualifying for an international event, for that global stage presence, the right to represent Americas.
Yeah, you just don't know if you're going to get another opportunity of this kind of level. And so far, dude, the alpha teams have been kind of nasty with it in the playoffs. So KRU with a bit of an uphill battle, even though technically they are the highest seed. They are being made to sweat in this match so far. They'd love a moment here where Dante gets a bunch of kills with the Neon Ultimate, for example. They need a hero to come alive here, KRU. Because slowly, bit by bit, G2 are just grinding them down.
Just choking the life out of them. Proactive plays on defense. Normally so core to the KRU's playbook. This time, dissipated, swatted down by G2 quite handedly. So,
well, G2 were holding a really slow, passive position for the first 10 seconds of this round. Maybe expecting Dante to be sprinting at them somewhere.
Just sending it flying forwards here. There's no smokes. Jorgamo's just looking to attract as much attention as humanly possible. The high tide does rip its way through. Let's see how G2 handle all of this.
I'm stunned. Mid door, guys. Fight right. Face right. Two. Tuck soon. We have hard roll. Hold here. She fight up. They're gonna break it. Let's face right. Mid doors. 2 yellow. We gotta fight through this. Wait. Break the cove. Help Nate. Mid door on me. Fast. Good. Nate, me next. Tuck Nate. Both mid.
One enemy remaining.
He's here. Beta. Face right. Just wait. We have him. Just hold. You guys are good. Don't even try. What the bati? What the fuck? Chama, boys. Hey.
I love the way that they are calling for each other to face on different angles together. I mean, they're really coordinated in terms of giving each other command calls of face right, face left, help Nate, you know, making sure that everybody's aligned and on the same page in terms of how they're taking these double swings together. And you don't have to count down every single time. G2 are just, they're in sync. They've played together for a long time, this squad. Moving pieces in and out with Baby being the most recent addition, but things are looking good for another opportunity for Baby to show himself at a global tournament.
Yeah, a bit of vindication as well for a player like him because he's had hot form in Americas all year long. Just Santiago where he couldn't make it count, the rest of G2 as well. Now, potential there. Just 2 rounds is all they need and already sending it flying forwards. A bit of an upset in terms of the expectations towards his B side, and KRU, they're just not ready for it. Les,
he's waiting for the flash.
He's waiting for the flash, but the timing's just too fast. I mean, Jorgamo's way ahead of it. Silence might have just caught a glimpse of all of this now forwards, but Jorgamo is just running a mockery once more towards the back of this side. Finally shut down. It might be too little too late. No plant down though for G2. They bide their time with patience, but they're just waiting for the insert, and Baby is going to be picking them apart now from the sidelines. This guy asserting himself, finding all sorts of value kills flooding into his name. Sadak will be removed in the end. 12 rounds now for G2. 1 more to make it to London.
Valin hollers across the stage. He realizes at this point, I think, that they've broken KRU. Look at the coordination here. KRU are all over the place. Too slow to be able to set up the plays that they're looking for. And in the midst of the chaos, the G2 players understand what's going on. KRU are lost. It would take now 5 rounds in a row for KRU to recover this. Frustration on their side of the stage. They were the team that came into this bracket only needing a single win.
Yeah.
G2, they have dominated this half.
prime form is what G2 have found themselves in right when it matters most for this playoffs. One more round is all it'll take. Already early ult's going to be offloaded. KRU just looking to see if they can put a stop to this one to stay alive in the process. Jorgamo dropped off early. Cosmic Divide now to cut this one up. G2 looking to see if they can hold KRU at bay, but as smokes on smokes, walls on walls. It's an awkward situation and an awkward engagement. It's a good nade. Push back balance position, but another smoke replaces another. Already still KRU are being completely slammed shut out of this fight. All the way forwards. Valen, what a transfer! Unless the sole recipient of it all can't do it all. 13-7. And that ticket to London booked for G2. Another chance of redemption is theirs for the taking.
You could have written their name on the ticket to London weeks and weeks ago. You could have written it down months ago. They make it to every event. But this time, starting from the deficit, losing 2 games early on in the group stage, they feel like they've had to build something back up. It's impressive, this level of consistency. It really is. Yeah. And they do have more competition now in Americas. It's undeniable. But at the same time, this is G2, bro. They just do it in this region. And they've taken down the team with the best record from the group stage, beat them on their best map, handed KRU their first loss on Lotus.
I mean, that's a statement, isn't it?
It really is. And playing a map that they'd only shown once before on Breeze and demonstrating that they can do it across basically any map in the map pool right now. I'd like to see them on Ascent. Let's see them get tested everywhere.
Yeah.
Let's just see how good this G2 squad actually are right now.
It's unbelievable, really. I mean, you really highlighted it, I think, in terms of the consistency, because it's rare that we see a team this consistent in Valorant history, right? The game constantly evolving, always chopping and changing, but somehow they find a way.
I mean, we were showing the stats earlier of those organizations that have made it to the most global events. And, well, add another one on the board for G2, because they've done a great job here today. Both of the games that we watched of them qualifying, they handled pretty nicely.
Yeah.
I mean, Lotus was a challenge. They were behind and they grinded it out. This on Breeze, competitive first half, 6-6, but then they ran away with it on the attack. Valen's attack side calling was beautiful today.
Pushing and pulling. Very decent level of awareness as well of what KRU were trying to go for at every twist and turn. And when a usual playbook, that proactivity, the deep pushes wasn't working, not like KRU just ran out of options. Their journey doesn't end here, though. They will be going down to that lower bracket. They'll have a chance to fight for the last spot, really, in Americas to represent at Masters London.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a hard path all the way through that lowers. There are plenty of teams waiting in the bottom of there.
Even if you only look at the teams that lost today, KRU and then MIBR on the other side of things.
You don't want to face them.
I mean, that's a wild battle, even if there were no other teams left in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's incredible stuff still to come in an Americas playoffs. And teams that are excellent will certainly miss out. There's just too many good teams right now.
Too many good teams. America's getting...
We've already sent 2 great ones to London.
Way too competitive right now, but as it stands, we're going to send it down to Liz. She's down on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Brennan Sidestone. Yes, I am here with none other than Baby Bay. Congratulations on qualifying for Masters. Yay! Masters London. I mean, this kind of feels like a different qualification for you, right? You know, you go to Santiago where G2 are on top, are expected to qualify, and then you get to stage 1 where we see, for one of the first times ever, G2 struggle. You know, lose for the 2 times in a row. Yeah. What does it mean to kind of like overcome the obstacles and make it here, now qualified for Masters London?
I mean, all the people putting disrespect on our name, y'all should know better. You know we farm NA. Come on now. We got to win the stage now, though. Yeah.
Did you think that the people were like underestimating you coming in with how your performance was in group stage?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, we had those first 2 games where we were experimenting, but I think, you know, after we changed stuff up, we kind of did look a little shaky in that loud win. But I knew once we get the first win out of the way, like, we're just going to lock in, because that's the G2 way.
I mean, that's what we love to see. And let's talk about this game. You know, going against KRU is one of your toughest challenges. That was hard, right? On Lotus. As close as you can get it on Lotus. Yeah. You take Lotus away from them. What is the conversation after you take away the iconic KRU Visa Lotus? I would love to like get inside that mind.
Oh man, I mean, Les was just on a heater, so we were kind of like coping a little bit. Oh, it's just like a one-man army team, you know what I mean? But all jokes aside, like, yeah, we were pretty confident going into that Breeze. We've been playing that comp and we're pretty rehearsed on it. And they made a change, which was kind of like, it kind of caught us off guard. But I mean, we were down for it. We were ready for it, you know? So yeah, we just had to get it done.
I mean, I was talking to Joshua T in our coach interview. It just seemed like you guys have a different energy today. It's more palpable. It is louder. It is why, whatever you want to call it, whatever adjective you can use. Why do you think that is? Why does this matter? It seems like it matters more, Dre.
I think that it's just so hard to make these events consistently the way that G2 has done it, and I think that this just meant a lot for us. I'm the newbie to it, but it meant a lot for all of them and me now, because it's hard to keep doing this and keep making events. It's not easy, you know, and PRX, they just made it, which is cool. So, I mean, there was a chance where like some teams weren't gonna make it that have consistently been making these events, and I think it just shows what a dynasty that G2 has made, like to consistently make every single event, no matter the meta, no matter the players.
Yes.
You know? I'm here now.
Yes, and now you've made 2 consistent Masters events, right? You were with them at Champions.
I was casting the first one.
I remember. I was watching.
Last year.
But you did an excellent job, but here you are doing an excellent job playing as well. I mean, coming into, you know, qualifying for Santiago, you know, like I asked you in the rival interview, not doing as well as you wanted, where do we think we go from here? How do we, you said to me in one of our rival interviews a long time ago, man, international is hard. It is a harder stage. Now that you have the first international under your belt, where are you going to go into Masters London kind of with the idea of what you want to do?
I'm hungry for that. I need my get back, like I said in the pregame interview. And also, it's just now that I know the process of what it's like to actually be there, it's pretty grueling, it's very intense, and you got to really take care of yourself. And I kind of slacked off on that a little bit. And now that I have a really good routine down, I'm looking forward to how me and the team are going to play.
My last question for you is: there was a gauntlet thrown down in Pacific by Global Esports. you were specifically called out, and your friend and technically co-worker in a way, Frost, will be at London with you.
Yeah.
Would you like to say anything to Global Esports / Hector Frost Rosario?
Hey, Frost, we did it, baby. We did it, baby. Spike Talk in London, live. That's going to be sick. But not only that, you already know how it's going to be. It's going to be us, Global, and PRX in the same group. Because you know that's like the rigged meme, you know.
Yes.
So yeah, you know how the script goes. So it's gonna be us 3 in a group, and I'm sorry, bro, but it's gonna be us and PRX making it out.
Dang. Well, Frost, I'll let you respond to that on Twitter whenever you want. Thank you so much, Jay. Congratulations once again. But we have a post show to get to. Here is Match Point for y'all.
Well, myself and Brent joined here by Leap of Valor. And listen, guys, congratulations on making it to yet another Masters event. It just feels like you do this so consistently. But you started out this stage a little bit shaky, I guess, and you were trying out a bunch of the harbor stuff. So does it feel different this time around?
We were just giving other teams a chance, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
We wanted to nerf ourselves a little bit, so you know, we just
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, you know, coming back from Santiago, we had one stab to take a chance on the meta. There wasn't much time to prepare, and so Josh presented the idea of like a counter meta approach. You saw us playing Vise, Harbor, Astra, and then it didn't work out. So we were like, F that, just play our comfort roles and play better Valorant. And from there, we just took off, and it feels amazing.
Yeah. It seems like you guys are in a pretty prime position right now as well, because we're going into the event. Neon's going to be nerfed a little bit now. You guys are moving away from Neon as well, so it's almost like coincided, right? The stars almost aligning with you guys as well.
I'm down, bro.
Yeah,
I'm down.
I mean, it's worked out.
I have enough of that agent, and Jogamo's a beast on everything, so I'm really excited. He's going to be able to show off his whole like agent pool, and it's going to be a great event for sure.
We've been saying a lot on the broadcast side, but I just want to get your opinion as well. It feels like there is more competition. Like you guys won everything there was to win in Americas last year.
Yeah.
This time, it feels like there are more teams that are on your kind of level. Would you agree with that?
I definitely think so. I think just general competition has just been better, and a lot of the rookies that have been coming up are like very promising, you know, and teams just kind of refined basically over the offseason. I feel like last year, towards the middle and towards the end, it was kind of just rebuilding for a lot of teams, and they didn't really have a chance to show like their full potential, you know, because it's only the 2 stages and then you're done. So I feel like it's just, as a whole, like every team has gone kind of up a level.
Yeah. You're off to Masters London. Do you have good British accents?
Oh, wait, I know.
That was terrible.
Oi, mate.
No,
where's
good.
Boaster?
Yeah.
Well, wait, no, not in a shady way. Not
in a shady way.
I think British. I think Boaster.
Didn't mean it like that.
No, I didn't.
The only
like
British
that.
person he knows is Boaster.
Where is Boaster?
I love you, Boaster.
Benji Fishy made it.
I mean it.
Benji Fishy made it.
Okay, that's huge. That's huge. All right, well, since you qualified for Masters London, though, I mean, me and Brent are here as the official ambassadors.
Now I'm going to be real with you. I was idle last night when we were talking about this segment. I was not present. I was in the room, but I wasn't present.
So this
might be new for me
improv.
too. This might be improv.
What do you know as Americans, as Canadians, about Britain?
The Spud brothers, the Spud trucks.
The food, the food, the cuisine.
The beans and toast, the Spuds, the what is it?
Well, we're going to give you
jelly eel.
Jelly deal, dude. He knows. He knows
ball. He knows ball.
I've been to London.
Okay.
He's been to London. Why have we got you here?
Well, then you're going to be a genius in this game because we've got a game for you called Barney Scran.
All right, that sounds nothing like what
Barmy Scran,
that's Barney
right?
Scran.
It's Barmy Scran. It's Barmy Scran. It means really nice food.
Really?
Really nice food. Barmy
British
Scran.
accent.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to show you some British food, and you're going to have to tell us what you think it's called.
Okay.
And then whether or not you'd enjoy it, whether or not you think you'd actually
Will some
like
of
it.
these have like funny names?
Who knows?
Maybe.
All right.
Yeah, we don't know.
British food having weird names? No, of course.
You never
of course
know.
not.
Never.
Well, let's have a look at the first one then. Let's have a look at the first one. What do you think this one's called?
Now this one should be okay.
I mean, take a look at that.
Yeah.
Is that a meat pie? I don't know.
I mean, it's a type of meat pie. That's the general term.
I mean, it
for
kind of
sure.
looks just like an empanada.
empanada,
I'm not gonna lie, but
What would the
empanada?
Are we idiots?
Empanada.
Are we idiots?
These people they were eating these down the mines, brother. Down the mines.
I don't know my history.
Down the coal mines.
Yeah.
This
South
one's
of the country.
this is a Cornish pasty.
There you go.
Oh, wait, I actually know that.
The Cornish pasty.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
quite good.
Yeah,
They're quite
yeah.
good. You should
Very
definitely
similar to
try them.
empanadas, actually.
Yeah.
What's
I mean,
inside? Cornish hen?
No, not Cornish.
This guy's well read. What the hell? Cornish hen.
It's normally like beef, vegetables, potatoes, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
you know?
Kind of like a shepherd's pie and like an empanada.
Yeah, kind of. Shepherd's
Puff
pie is lamb,
pastry.
but I'll give you that. Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
sorry,
I'll give you
sorry.
that. I'll give you that.
Close enough.
But no spice. They don't put any spice.
Nice.
in it.
Yeah, why would you?
Quite
That's
bland,
overrated.
Quite bland.
It's overrated.
Should we have a look at the Barmy Scran number 2? Let's have a look at this second one.
Okay.
Now, what are you seeing there?
Toasty.
I mean,
Well, honestly,
That looks like a toasty.
he's not far off the mark.
I don't know what that is. That cheese?
yeah,
Okay.
along with other things, but
Well,
cheese
yeah, I
being the
can't tell
primary
what's
component.
underneath it, to be honest.
Is that toast with cheese and beans?
There's no beans.
Where's
That
the
does not
beans?
look
No,
like
there's
beans.
no
Where
I
beans.
thought the
beans?
beans were under it.
No, there's no
No,
beans.
there's
You
no
can't
beans.
fit beans in there. No, this one's from Wales. This is Welsh rarebit.
Yeah, I mean,
It's basically
What?
just
Yeah.
fancy,
How do you pronounce that?
fancy cheese on toast.
can we get some hints?
It's just fancy cheese on
Some
toast.
hints.
So
Yeah.
basically a toasty.
I'll give you hints
Yeah,
for the
I
next
mean,
one.
All right.
I
I'll
would
give
have
you
taken that.
That's like a 0.5 point right there.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, maybe.
I would have taken that. I would have taken that.
All right, I'll,
Harsh judges here.
I'll give you a hint for the next one. Let's have a look at the next one. Bonus points if you get this one at home. Now, what are you looking at there? Now this.
That looks like potatoes with like sliced up beef.
Oh, it's
I
not.
think?
I mean, it's not beef.
It's not beef.
not beef.
It's
No,
not
it's
beef.
a different type of meat.
Now, it's a dish that I think is known in Scotland. It is like
We need our
fish and cream in some kind of soupy concoction. And it's got a
yummy.
really,
1800s.
it's
Is
got
it
a really
good?
obvious name.
Is it good?
I've never eaten it in my life.
Fish and potato.
Fish and potato. No, unfortunately, this one's called Cullen Skink.
Yeah, so
Why did
I can't believe you didn't get
That's
it.
so stupid.
I can't believe you didn't get that,
That
one.
sounds like
what?
a bad word.
That's Cullen Skink. Yeah, if you call someone that on the streets of London, they are
I
gonna.
wouldn't want to. I might get stabbed.
Yeah, you're gonna get the Verno treatment. All right, let's have a look at the next one then. What was on?
What was the last
We
one?
can get one.
Oh,
Beans on toast.
yeah, that's easy
Beans
though.
on toast.
Beans on toast.
Is there a?
Would you eat it though?
Yeah.
Nah.
Well, are the beans warm?
Yeah.
Well,
I do not mess with this. I do not accept this, in fact.
Yeah.
As part of our
It's like
cuisine.
soggy
I don't want
bread.
it. It's
Yeah.
bad, man. It's bad. It's
man.
real bad. It's real bad.
Yeah.
We're talking like post-World War II, we had nothing. Like, actually,
you,
like
you
that
get
type
that in a
beef.
meal ready to eat. Like,
Yeah, nah.
It doesn't go bad.
Just don't even touch
There may be
it
some
when you're
chemicals in there that you don't really
Some,
want.
yeah, some red dye 40.
Yeah.
That might spice it up. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
this is a controversial take from Brent as well. You're gonna get.
Is it
assassinated
controversial?
online,
I don't.
No.
I give a flying.
Yeah,
not
he's in
gonna
America.
say.
He's safe.
Listen,
Yeah,
I've been in
he's
this
safe.
country too long, but even before I came to America, I hated this.
Damn.
And I don't stand by it. I don't. I
You'd
don't
rather eat the
accept it.
Cullen Skink than
I
the
would
beans
rather have
on
this. I
toast.
would rather have
that
this
sounds
Cullen
pretty
skink. Yeah.
All right,
what I'm
well,
saying.
let's have a look at the current bracket now that these two teams from Americas are booked for Masters London. What did you think of the other team that's going to end up making it alongside with you? They're going to be your next opponents, Leviatán.
I mean, I kind of expected them, like, once they beat FURIA to beat MIBR, I'm not going to lie. I don't know if that's controversial, but I feel like MIBR is very inconsistent, and Lev is, like, pretty good
Okay.
with their game plans and stuff.
All
so,
right. Does that mean then
strong.
that you rate FURIA? I mean, if we're looking at the lower bracket and FURIA are playing against NRG.
Yeah, that lower bracket actually looks terrible. I'm glad we
God,
are
bro.
not down there.
Oh my god.
Like, Geez, I think Loud's on a like literally every team in that lower bracket and in the playoffs is pretty strong, I feel like.
Yeah, I really like the story of that team with Lev. I'm happy for Owner, the coach. Like, he kind of got booted off of his team a while back and then went to the academy route with the young kids and making all the way through.
Like he went to exile and then
I'm actually like, I was watching them win and I was like, I'm actually happy for them, you know?
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah. Well, now you get to potentially beat them.
Hey, hopefully.
So,
hopefully.
There you go. Tomorrow's schedule, you got FURIA playing against NRG and then 100 Thieves playing against Loud. Should be good games, honestly. I really agree with you. I think all of these teams are like starting to hit their form currently too. So
sure.
that should be great to see. Thank you for watching today. We sent 2 teams to Masters London from Americas. We're finally catching up with the other regions. So here's today's fast replay presented by Samsung OLED.
Well, the rules are simple for this game here. Winner gets their tickets to London, and for MIBR, Mimi, a chance to bounce back after a disappointing kickoff.
Both teams posturing back towards mid.
It's pull back on the star. Ready to swing out off of Zekin's contact, but Spike lays him down. Good lord!
Insanity from Spike.
It's a trap play from Lev. Ready to activate as Neon comes around the corner. Zekin spins around for 3 out of nowhere. Neon teleporting into the corner. Oh my god, they're not looking for him. Neon holds it down, and now as the fights are traded back and forth, it's Spike to land 3. 4 ultimates, but now Blows doesn't have the chance to use his. It's a bit rushed from Leviathan as now the duelist is lost as well. Leviathan get nothing. There's Leviathan in a decent enough position. Not if Verno has anything to say about it. We are going all the way here. Now it's starting to put that pressure down into the site. Spike for 2. Makes it look so easy. Don't do it, Tom.
It's just not necessary.
Come on. Come on. There's just no chance. It's a knife fight. Back-to-back rounds. Leviathan fight ready up in main. Spike again. Spike might put on a little bit more of a show for us. Spots the player in the back, and he's so quick with it. Leviathan, welcome to London. You're headed to the big games.
But we do have a matchup here, and it's a serious one at that. If you win this one, you are qualifying for Masters London. Les as well onto the flanks once more. This guy's taking liberties. Somehow comes down to a 1v1. Just behind the box, he's missed it. Has to be a full stick. Les! Oh my goodness! There's plenty of targets waiting behind it. Leaf trying to shut them down. Still big reveal. TP. Leaf puts them down. KRU, anything can really bring them down at this point. Just trying to bait and switch. Trent might be looking for that 4th to put the finish and a flourish towards the end. Try and stop them here, but these players are just holding it down. Baby Bay announces himself to the conversation, but it matters not. Kovis up now, and that needs to be spammed down. Half onto it already with the defuse. Sadak might have earned it. Baby Bay turns anyway. KRU being completely slammed shut out of this fight. All the way forwards. Valen, what a transfer! And Les can't do it all. 13-7, and that ticket to London booked for G2. Another chance of redemption